The Alchemist. By Ben Jonson. To the Reader. If thou beest more, thou art an understander, and then I trust thee. If thou art one that takest up, and but a pretender, beware of what hands thou receivest thy commodity. For thou wert never more fair in the way to be cozened, than in this age, in poetry, especially in plays, wherein, now the concupiscence of dances and of antics so reigneth, as to run away from nature, and be afraid of her, is the only point of art that tickles the spectators. But how out of purpose, and place, do I name art? When the professors are grown so obstinate contemners of it, and presumers on their own naturals, as they are deriders of all diligence that way, and, by simple mocking at the terms, when they understand not the things, think to get off wittily with their ignorance. Nay, they are esteemed the more learned, and sufficient for this, by the many, through their excellent vice of judgment. For they commend writers, as they do fencers or wrestlers, who if they come in robustuously, and put for it with a great deal of violence, are received for the braver fellows, when many times their own rudeness is the cause of their disgrace. And a little touch of their adversary gives all that boisterous force the foil. I deny not, but that these men, who always seek to do more than enough, may sometime happen on some thing that is good, and great, but very seldom, and when it comes it doth not recompense the rest of their ill. It sticks out, perhaps, and is more eminent, because all is sordid and vile about it, as lights are more discerned in a thick darkness, than a faint shadow. I speak not this, out of a hope to do good to any man against his will. For I know, if it were put to the question of theirs and mine, the worse would find more suffrages, because the most favor common errors. But I give thee this warning, that there is a great difference between those, that, to gain the opinion of copy, utter all they can, however unfitly, and those that use election and a mean. For it is only the disease of the unskilful, to think rude things greater than polished, or scattered more numerous than composed. Dramatis Personae. Subtle, the alchemist. Face, the housekeeper. Dull common, their colleague. Dapper, a lawyer's clerk. Drugger, a tobacco man. Lovewit, master of the house. Sir Epicure Mammon, a knight. Pertinax surly, a gamester. Tribulation wholesome, a pastor of Amsterdam. Ananias, a deacon there. Castrol, the angry boy. Dame Pliant, his sister, a widow. Neighbors. Officers, attendants, etc. Scene, London. Argument. He sickness hot, a master quit, for fear. H is house in town, and left one servant there. Ease him corrupted, and gave means to know. A cheater, and his punk, who now brought low. Leaving their narrow practice, were become ozeners at large. And only wanting some. Choose to set up, with him they here contract. Each for a share, and all begin to act. Company they draw, and much abuse. Casting figures, telling fortunes, news. Selling of flies, flat bawdry with the stone. It, and they, and all in fume are gone. Prologue. Fortune, that favors fools, these 2 short hours. We wish away, both for your sakes and ours. Judging spectators, and desire, in place. To the author justice, to ourselves but grace. Our scene is London, 'cause we would make known. No country's mirth is better than our own. No clime breeds better matter for your whore. Bawd, squire, impostor, many persons more. Whose manners, now called humours, feed the stage. And which have still been subject for the rage. Or spleen of comic writers. Though this pen did never aim to grieve, but better men. How the age he lives in doth endure. The vices that she breeds, above their cure. But when the wholesome remedies are sweet, and in their working gain and profit meet, he hopes to find no spirit so much diseased, but will with such fair correctives be pleased. For here he doth not fear who can apply. If there be any that will sit so nigh unto the stream, to look what it doth run, they shall find things, they'd think or wish were done. They are so natural follies, but so shown, as even the doers may see, and yet not own. Act 1. Scene 1.1. A room in Lovewit's house. Enter Face, in a captain's uniform, with his sword drawn, and subtle with a vial, quarrelling, and followed by Dole Common. Face. Believe, I will. Sub. Thy worst. I fart at thee. Dole. Have you your wits? Why, gentlemen? For love. Face. Sirrah, I'll strip you. Sub. What to do? Lick figs. Out at my face. Rogue, out of all your slights. Dole. Nay, look ye, sovereign, general, are you madmen? Sub. Oh, let the wild sheep loose. I'll gum your silks with good strong water, and you come. Dole. Will you have the neighbors hear you? Will you betray all? Hark. I hear somebody. Face. Sirrah. Sub. I shall mar all that the tailor has made, if you approach. Face. You most notorious whelp, you insolent slave. Dare you do this? Sub. Yes, faith, yes, faith. Face. Why, who am I, my mongrel? Who am I? Sub. I'll tell you, since you know not yourself. Face. Speak lower, rogue. Sub. Yes, you were once, times not long past, the good, honest, plain, livery 3-pound thrum, that kept your master's worship's house here in the Friars. For the vacations. Face. Will you be so loud? Sub. Since, by my means, translated suburb captain. Face. By your means, Dr. Dog. Sub. Within man's memory. All this I speak of. Face. Why, I pray you, have I been countenanced by you, or you by me? Do but collect, sir, where I met you first. Sub. I do not hear well. Face. Not of this, I think it. But I shall put you in mind, sir. At Pie Corner. Taking your meal of steam in, from cook stalls. Where, like the father of hunger, you did walk. Piteously costive, with your pinched horn nose. And your complexion of the Roman wash. Stuck full of black and melancholic worms. Like powder corns shot at the artillery yard. Sub. I wish you could advance your voice a little. Face. When you went pinned up in the several rags. You had raked and picked from dunghills, before day. Your feet in mouldy slippers, for your kibes. A felt of rug, and a thin threaden cloak. That scarce would cover your no buttocks. Sub. So, sir. Face. When all your alchemy, and your algebra. Your minerals, vegetals, and animals. Your conjuring, cousining, and your dozen of trades. Could not relieve your core with so much linen. Would make you tinder, but to see a fire. I gave you countenance, credit for your coals. Your stills, your glasses, your materials. Built you a furnace, drew you customers. Advanced all your black arts, lent you, beside, a house to practice in. Sub. Your master's house. Face. Where you have studied the more thriving skill of bawdry since. Sub. Yes, in your master's house. You and the rats here kept possession. Make it not strange. I know you were one could keep the buttery hatch still locked, and save the chippings. Sell the dole beer to aquavitae men. The which, together with your Christmas veils, at post and pair, you're letting out of counters, made you a pretty stock, some 20 marks, and gave you credit to converse with cobwebs. Here, since your mistress death hath broke up house. Face. You might talk softlier, rascal. Sub. No, you scarab. I'll thunder you in pieces, I will teach you how to beware to tempt a fury again that carries tempest in his hand and voice. Face. The place has made you valiant. Sub. No, your clothes. Thou vermin, have I ta'en thee out of dung? So poor, so wretched, when no living thing would keep thee company, but a spider, or worse, riced thee from brooms, and dust, and watering pots, sublimed thee, and exalted thee, and fixed thee in the third region, called our state of grace, wrought thee to spirit, to quintessence, with pains, would twice have won me the philosopher's work, put thee in words and fashion, made thee fit for more than ordinary fellowships, given thee thy oaths, thy quarrelling dimensions, thy rules to cheat at horse race, cockpit, cards, dice, or whatever gallant tincture else, made thee a second in mine own great art. And have I this for thanks? Do you rebel? Do you fly out in the projection? Would you be gone now? Dole. Gentlemen, what mean you? Will you mar all? Sub. Slave, thou hadst had no name. Dole. Will you undo yourselves with civil war? Sub. Never been known, past equilibrium. The heat of horse dung, underground, in cellars, or an alehouse darker than Deaf John's, been lost to all mankind, but laundresses and tapsters. Had not I been. Dole. Do you know who hears you, sovereign? Face. Sirrah. Dole. Nay, general, I thought you were civil. Face. I shall turn desperate, if you grow thus loud. Sub. And hang thyself, I care not. Face. Hang thee, collier. And all thy pots, and pans, in picture, I will. Since thou hast moved me. Dole. Oh, this will o'erthrow all. Face. Write thee up baud and palls, have all thy tricks of cozening with a hollow coal, dust, scrapings, searching for things lost, with a sieve and shears, erecting figures in your rows of houses, and taking in of shadows with a glass, told in red letters, and a face cut for thee, worse than Gamaliel Ratsey's. Dole. Are you sound? Have you your senses, masters? Face. I will have a book, but barely reckoning thy impostures, shall prove a true philosopher's stone to printers. Sub. Away, you trencher rascal. Face. Out, you dog leech. The vomit of all prisons. Dole. Will you be your own destructions, gentlemen? Face. Still spewed out. For lying too heavy on the basket. Sub. Cheater. Face. Bawd. Sub. Cowherd. Face. Conjurer. Sub. Cut purse. Face. Witch. Dole. Oh me. We are ruined, lost. Have you no more regard to your reputations? Where's your judgment? Slight. Have yet some care of me, of your republic. Face. Away, this Brock. I'll bring thee, rogue, within the statute of sorcery, tricesimo tertio. Of Harry the Eighth, eye, and perhaps thy neck. Within a noose, for laundraing gold and barbing it. Dole, snatches Face's sword. You'll bring your head within A coxcomb, will you? And you, sir, with your menstrue. Dashes subtle veil out of his hand. Gather it up. 'Sdeath, you abominable pair of stinkards. Leave off your barking, and grow one again. Or, by the light that shines, I'll cut your throats. I'll not be made a prey unto the marshal. For ne'er a snarling dogbolt of you both. Have you together cozened all this while? And all the world, and shall it now be said? You've made most courteous shift to cozen yourselves. To face. You will accuse him. You will bring him in. Within the statute. Who shall take your word? A whoreson, upstart, apocryphal captain. Whom not a Puritan in Blackfriars will trust. So much as for a feather. To subtle. And you, too, will give the cause, forsooth. You will insult. And claim a primacy in the divisions. You must be chief. As if you only had the powder to project with, and the work were not begun out of equality. The venture tripartite. All things in common. Without priority. 'Sdeath. You perpetual curs. Fall to your couples again, and cozen kindly. And heartily, and lovingly, as you should. And lose not the beginning of a term. Or, by this hand, I shall grow factious too. And take my part, and quit you. Face. 'Tis his fault. He ever murmurs, and objects his pains. And says, the weight of all lies upon him. Why, so it does. Dole. How does it? Do not we sustain our parts? Yes, but they are not equal. Dole. Why, if your part exceed today, I hope ours may, tomorrow match it. Ay, they may. Dole. May, murmuring mastiff. Ay, and do. Death on me. Help me to throttle him. Seizes by the throat. Dorothy. Mistress Dorothy. ODS precious, I'll do anything. What do you mean? Dole. Because your fermentation and cibation. Not I, by heaven. Dole. Your soul and Luna. To face. Help me. Would I were hanged then? I'll conform myself. Dole. Will you, sir? Do so then, and quickly, swear. What should I swear? Dole. To leave your faction, sir. And labor kindly in the common work. Let me not breathe if I meant aught beside. I only used those speeches as a spur. To him. Dole. I hope we need no spurs, sir. Do we? Face. Slid, prove today, who shall shark best. Agreed. Dole. Yes, and work close and friendly. Slight, the knot. Shall grow the stronger for this breach, with me. They shake hands. Dole. Why, so, my good baboons? Shall we go make a sort of sober, scurvy, precise neighbors? That scarce have smiled twice since the king came in. A feast of laughter at our follies? Rascals! Would run themselves from breath, to see me ride. Or you have but a hole to thrust your heads in, for which you should pay your rent. No, agree. And may Don Provost ride a feasting long, in his old velvet jerkin and stained scarfs. My noble sovereign, and worthy general, ere we contribute a new cruel garter to his most worsted worship. Royal Dole. Spoken like Cleridiana, and thyself. Face. For which at supper, thou shalt sit in triumph. And not be styled dole common, but dole proper. Dole singular, the longest cut at night. Shall draw thee for his doll particular. Bell rings without. Sub. Who's that? One rings. To the window, Dole. Exit Dole. Pray heaven. The master do not trouble us this quarter. Face. Oh, fear not him. While there dies one a week. Oh, the plague, he's safe, from thinking toward London. Beside, he's busy at his hop yards now. I had a letter from him. If he do, he'll send such word, for airing of the house, as you shall have sufficient time to quit it. Though we break up a fortnight, 'tis no matter. Re-enter Dole. Sub. Who is it, Dole? Dole. A fine young quadling. Face. Oh. My lawyer's clerk, I lighted on last night. In Holborn, at the Dagger. He would have. I told you of him, a familiar. To rifle with at horses, and win cups. Dole. Oh, let him in. Sub. Stay. Who shall do't? Face. Get you. Your robes on, I will meet him as going out. Dole. And what shall I do? Face. Not be seen, away. Exit Dole. Seem you very reserved. Sub. Enough. Exit. Face, aloud and retiring. God be why, you, sir. I pray you let him know that I was here. His name is Dapper. I would gladly have stayed, but. Dap, within. Captain, I am here. Face. Who's that? He's come, I think, doctor. Enter Dapper. Good faith, sir, I was going away. Dap. In truth. I am very sorry, Captain. Face. But I thought. Sure I should meet you. Dap. I am very glad. I had a scurvy writ or two to make. And I had lent my watch last night to one. That dines today at the sheriff's, and so was robbed. Of my pastime. Re-enter Subtle in his velvet cap and gown. Is this the cunning man? Face. This is his worship. Dap. Is he a doctor? Face. Yes. Dap. And have you broke with him, Captain? Face. I. Dap. And how? Face. Faith, he does make the matter, sir, so dainty. I know not what to say. Dap. Not so, good Captain. Face. Would I were fairly rid of it, believe me. Dap. Nay, now you grieve me, sir. Why should you wish so? I dare assure you, I'll not be ungrateful. Face. I cannot think you will, sir. But the law is such a thing, and then he says, reads matter. Falling so lately. Dap. Read. He was an ass. And dealt, sir, with a fool. Face. It was a clerk, sir. Dap. A clerk. Face. Nay, hear me, sir. You know the law. Better, I think. Dap. I should, sir, and the danger. You know, I shewed the statute to you. Face. You did so. Dap. And will I tell then? By this hand of flesh. Would it might never write good court hand more. If I discover. What do you think of me? That I am a chouse. Face. What's that? Dap. The Turk was here. As one would say, do you think I am a Turk? Face. I'll tell the doctor so. Dap. Do, good sweet Captain. Face. Come, noble doctor, pray thee let's prevail. This is the gentleman, and he is no chouse. Sub. Captain, I have returned you all my answer. I would do much, sir, for your love, but this I neither may, nor can face. Tut, do not say so. You deal now with a noble fellow, doctor. One that will thank you richly, and he is no chouse. Let that, sir, move you. Pray you, forbear. Face. He has 4 angels here. You do me wrong, good sir. Face. Doctor, wherein? To tempt you with these spirits. To tempt my art and love, sir, to my peril. For heaven, I scarce can think you are my friend. That so would draw me to apparent danger. Face. I draw you. A horse draw you, and a halter. You, and your flies together. Dap. Nay, good captain. Face. That know no difference of men. Good words, sir. Face. Good deeds, sir, Dr. Dog's meat. Slight, I bring you. No cheating clim o' the cloths or claribels. That look as big as 5 and 50, and flush. And spit out secrets like hot custard. Dap. Captain. Face. Nor any melancholic underscribe. Shall tell the vicar, but a special gentle. That is the heir to 40 marks a year. Consorts with the small poets of the time. Is the sole hope of his old grandmother. That knows the law, and writes you 6 fair hands. Is a fine clerk, and has his ciphering perfect. Will take his oath, the Greek Testament. If need be, in his pocket, and can court his mistress out of Ovid. Dap. Nay, dear captain. Face. Did you not tell me so? Dap. Yes, but I'd have you use Master Doctor with some more respect. Face. Hang him, proud stag, with his broad velvet head. But for your sake, I'd choke, ere I would change an article of breath with such a puck fist. Come, let's be gone. Going. Pray you let me speak with you. Dap. His worship calls you, captain. Face. I am sorry. I ere embarked myself in such a business. Dap. Nay, good sir, he did call you. Face. Will he take then? First, hear me. Face. Not a syllable, less you take. Pray you, sir. Face. Upon no terms but an assumpsit. Your humor must be law. He takes the 4 angels. Face. Why now, sir, talk. Now I dare hear you with mine honor. Speak. So may this gentleman too. Why, sir? Offering to whisper face. Face. No whispering. For heaven, you do not apprehend the loss. You do yourself in this. Face. Wherein? For what? Marry, to be so importunate for one. That, when he has it, will undo you all. He'll win up all the money in the town. Face. How? Yes, and blow up gamester after gamester. As they do crackers in a puppet play. If I do give him a familiar. Give you him all you play for, never set him. For he will have it. Face. You are mistaken, doctor. Why he does ask one but for cups and horses. A rifling fly, none of your great familiars. Dap. Yes, captain, I would have it for all games. I told you so. Face, taking Dap aside. Slight, that is a new business. I understood you, a tame bird, to fly twice in a term, or so, on Friday nights. When you had left the office, for a nag of 40 or 50 shillings. Dap. Aye, 'tis true, sir. But I do think now I shall leave the law. And therefore. Face. Why, this changes quite the case. Do you think that I dare move him? Dap. If you please, sir. All's one to him, I see. Face. What? For that money? I cannot with my conscience, nor should you. Make the request, methinks. Dap. No, sir, I mean. To add consideration. Face. Why then, sir? I'll try. Goes to subtle. Say that it were for all games, doctor. Sub. I say then, not a mouth shall eat for him. At any ordinary, but on the score. That is a gaming mouth, conceive me. Face. Indeed. Sub. He'll draw you all the treasure of the realm. If it beset him. Face. Speak you this from art? Sub. Aye, sir, and reason too, the ground of art. He is of the only best complexion. The queen of fairy loves. Face. What? Is he? Sub. Peace. He'll overhear you. Sir, should she but see him. Face. What? Sub. Do not you tell him. Face. Will he win at cards too? Sub. The spirits of dead Holland, living Isaac. You'd swear, were in him, such a vigorous luck. As cannot be resisted. Slight, he'll put 6 of your gallants to a cloak, indeed. Face. A strange success, that some man shall be born to. Sub. He hears you, man. Dap. Sir, I'll not be ingrateful. Face. Faith, I have confidence in his good nature. You hear, he says he will not be ingrateful. Sub. Why, as you please. My venture follows yours. Face. Troth, do it, doctor, think him trusty, and make him. He may make us both happy in an hour. Win some £5,000, and send us 2 on't. Dap. Believe it, and I will, sir. Face. And you shall, sir. Takes him aside. You have heard all. Dap. No, what was't? Nothing, sir. Face. Nothing. Dap. A little, sir. Face. Well, a rare star. Reigned at your birth. Dap. At mine, sir. No. Face. The doctor. Swears that you are. Sub. Nay, captain, you'll tell all now. Face. Allied to the queen of fairy. Dap. Who? That I am. Believe it, no such matter. Face. Yes, and that. You were born with a caul on your head. Dap. Who says so? Face. Come. You know it well enough, though you dissemble it. Dap. Ifac, I do not, you are mistaken. Face. How? Swear by your FAC, and in a thing so known. Unto the doctor. How shall we, sir, trust you? In the other matter? Can we ever think? When you have won 5 or 6,000 pound. You'll send us shares in't, by this rate? Dap. By Jove, sir. I'll win 10,000 pound, and send you half. Ifac no oath. Sub. No, no, he did but jest. Face. Go to. Go thank the doctor, he's your friend. To take it so. Dap. I thank his worship. Face. So. Another angel. Dap. Must I? Face. Must you? Slight. What else is thanks? Will you be trivial, doctor? Dapper gives him the money. When must he come for his familiar? Dap. Shall I not have it with me? Sub. Oh, good sir. There must a world of ceremonies pass. You must be bathed and fumigated first. Besides, the Queen of Fairy does not rise till it be noon. Face. Not, if she danced, tonight. Sub. And she must bless it. Face. Did you never see her royal grace yet? Dap. Whom? Face. Your Aunt of Fairy. Sub. Not since she kissed him in the cradle, Captain. I can resolve you that. Face. Well, see her grace. Whatever it cost you, for a thing that I know. It will be somewhat hard to compass, but however, see her. You are made, believe it. If you can see her. Her grace is a lone woman. And very rich. And if she take a fancy, she will do strange things. See her, at any hand. Slid, she may hap to leave you all she has. It is the doctor's fear. Dap. How wilt be done, then? Face. Let me alone, take you no thought. Do you? But say to me, Captain, I'll see her grace. Dap. Captain, I'll see her grace. Face. Enough. Knocking within. Sub. Who's there? Anon. Aside to Face. Conduct him forth by the back way. Sir, against 1 o'clock prepare yourself. Till when you must be fasting, only take 3 drops of vinegar in at your nose, 2 at your mouth, and 1 at either ear. Then bathe your fingers' ends and wash your eyes. To sharpen your 5 senses, and cry, hum. Thrice, and then, buzz, as often, and then come. Exit. Face. Can you remember this? Dap. I warrant you. Face. Well then, away. It is but your bestowing. Some 20 nobles maul her grace's servants. And put on a clean shirt, you do not know. What grace her grace may do you in clean linen. Exeunt Face and Dapper. Sub, within. Come in. Good wives, I pray you forbear me now. Troth I can do you no good till afternoon. Re-enters, followed by Drugger. What is your name, say you? Abel Drugger. Drug. Yes, sir. Sub. A seller of tobacco. Drug. Yes, sir. Sub. Free of the grocers. Drug. I, an't please you. Sub. Well. Your business, Abel. Drug. This, an't please your worship. I am a young beginner, and am building of a new shop, an't like your worship, just at corner of a street, here is the plot on't. And I would know by art, sir, of your worship, which way I should make my door, by necromancy. And where my shelves. And which should be for boxes. And which for pots. I would be glad to thrive, sir. And I was wished to your worship by a gentleman. One Captain Face, that says you know men's planets. And they're good angels, and they're bad. Sub. I do. If I do see them. Re-enter Face. Face. What? My honest Abel. Thou art well met here. Drug. Troth, sir, I was speaking. Just as your worship came here, of your worship. I pray you speak for me to Master Doctor. Face. He shall do anything that, Doctor, do you hear? This is my friend, Abel, an honest fellow. He lets me have good tobacco, and he does not sophisticate it with sackleys or oil. Nor washes it in muscadel and grains. Nor buries it in gravel, underground. Wrapped up in greasy leather, or pissed clouts. But keeps it in fine lily pots. That, opened, smell like conserve of roses, or French beans. He has his maple block, his silver tongs, Winchester pipes, and fire of juniper. A neat, spruce, honest fellow, and no goldsmith. Sub. He is a fortunate fellow, that I am sure on. Face. Already, sir, have you found it? Lo thee, able. Sub. And in right way toward riches. Face. Sir. Sub. This summer. He will be of the clothing of his company. And next spring called to the scarlet, spend what he can. Face. What, and so little beard? Sub. Sir, you must think. He may have a receipt to make hair come. But he'll be wise, preserve his youth, and fine for't. His fortune looks for him another way. Face. Slid, doctor, how canst thou know this so soon? I am amused at that. Sub. By a rule, captain. In metaposcopy, which I do work by. A certain star in the forehead, which you see not. Your chestnut or your olive-colored face does never fail, and your long ear doth promise. I newt by certain spots, too, in his teeth. And on the nail of his mercurial finger. Face. Which finger's that? Sub. His little finger. Look. You were born upon a Wednesday. Drug. Yes, indeed, sir. Sub. The thumb, in chiromancy, we give Venus. The forefinger, to Jove, the midst, to Saturn. The ring, to Sol, the least, to Mercury. Who was the lord, sir, of his horoscope? His house of life being Libra. Which foreshewed he should be a merchant, and should trade with balance. Face. Why, this is strange. Is it not, honest Nab? Sub. There is a ship now, coming from Ormus. That shall yield him such a commodity. Of drugs. Pointing to the plan. This is the west, and this the south. Drug. Yes, sir. Sub. And those are your two sides? Drug. Aye, sir. Sub. Make me your door, then, south. Your broad side, west. And on the east side of your shop, aloft. Write Mathli, Tarmiel, and Barabarat. Upon the north part, Rail, Velo, Teal. They are the names of those mercurial spirits that do fright flies from boxes. Drug. Yes, sir. Sub. And beneath your threshold, bury me a lodestone. To draw in gallants that wear spurs, the rest they'll seem to follow. Face. That's a secret, Nab. Sub. And, on your stall, a puppet, with a vice. And a court fucus to call city dames. You shall deal much with minerals. Drug. Sir, I have. At home, already. Sub. I know you have arsenic. Vitriol, saltartar, argale, alkali. Cinnaper, I know all. This fellow, captain, will come, in time, to be a great distiller. And give a say, I will not say directly. But very fair, at the philosopher's stone. Face. Why, how now, Abel? Is this true? Drug, aside to face. Good captain. What must I give? Face. Nay, I'll not counsel thee. Thou hear'st what wealth, he says, spend what thou canst. Thou art he like to come to. Drug. I would gi him a crown. Face. A crown. And toward such a fortune, heart, thou shalt rather gi him thy shop. No gold about thee. Drug. Yes, I have a portage, I have kept this half year. Face. Out on thee, nab. Slight, there was such an offer. Shalt keep no longer, I'll gift him for thee. Doctor. Nab prays your worship to drink this, and swears. He will appear more grateful, as your skill does raise him in the world. Drug. I would entreat another favor of his worship. Face. What is't, nab? Drug. But to look over, sir, my almanac, and cross out my ill days, that I may neither bargain, nor trust upon them. Face. That he shall, nab. Leave it, it shall be done, gainst afternoon. Sub. And a direction for his shelves. Face. Now, nab. Art thou well pleased, nab? Drug. Thank, sir, both your worships. Face. Away. Exit drugger. Why, now, you smoky persecutor of nature. Now do you see, that something's to be done? Beside your beach coal, and your corsive waters. Your crosslets, crucibles, and cucurbits. You must have stuff brought home to you, to work on. And yet you think, I am at no expense in searching out these veins, then following them. Then trying them out. For God, my intelligence costs me more money, than my share oft comes to. In these rare works. Sub. You are pleasant, sir. Re-enter Dole. How now? What says my dainty Dalkin? Dole. Yonder fishwife will not away. And there's your giantess, the bawd of Lambeth. Sub. Heart, I cannot speak with them. Dole. Not afore night, I have told them in a voice. Thorough the trunk, like one of your familiars. But I have spied Sir Epicure Mammon. Sub. Where? Dole. Coming along, at far end of the lane. Slow of his feet, but earnest of his tongue. To one that's with him. Sub. Face, go you and shift. Exit face. Dole, you must presently make ready, too. Dole. Why, what's the matter? Sub. Oh, I did look for him. With the sun's rising, marvel he could sleep. This is the day I am to perfect for him. The magisterium, our great work, the stone. And yield it, made, into his hands, of which he has, this month, talked as he were possessed. And now he's dealing pieces on't away. Methinks I see him entering ordinaries. Dispensing for the pox, and plaguey houses. Reaching his dose, walking moorfields for lepers. And offering citizens' wives pomander bracelets. As his preservative, made of the elixir. Searching the spittle, to make old bawds young. And the highways, for beggars, to make rich. I see no end of his labors. He will make nature ashamed of her long sleep, when art, who's but a step-dame, shall do more than she, in her best love to mankind, ever could. If his dream lasts, he'll turn the age to gold. Exeunt. Act 2. Scene 2.1. An outer room in Lovewit's house. Enter Sir Epicure Mammon and Surly. Ma'am. Come on, sir. Now, you set your foot on shore. In novo orb, here's the rich Peru. And there within, sir, are the golden mines. Great Solomon's Ophir. He was sailing to't 3 years, but we have reached it in 10 months. This is the day, wherein, to all my friends, I will pronounce the happy word, be rich. This day you shall be spectatissimi. You shall no more deal with the hollow die. Or the frail card. No more be at charge of keeping. the livery punk for the young heir, that must seal, at all hours, in his shirt, no more. If he deny, have him beaten to't, as he is. That brings him the commodity. No more. Shall thirst of satin, or the covetous hunger of velvet entrails for a root-spun cloak, to be displayed at Madame Augusta's, make the sons of sword and hazard fall before the golden calf, and on their knees whole nights commit idolatry with wine and trumpets, or go a-feasting after drum and ensign. No more of this. You shall start up young viceroys, and have your punks and punketees, my surly. And unto thee I speak at first, be rich. Where is my subtle, there? Within, ho! Face, within. Sir, he'll come to you by and by. Ma'am. That is his fire drake. His lungs, his Zephyrus, he that puffs his coals, till he firk nature up, in her own centre. You are not faithful, sir. This night, I'll change all that is metal, in my house, to gold. And, early in the morning, will I send to all the plumbers and the pewterers, and buy their tin and lead up, and to Lothbury, for all the copper. Sir. What, and turn that too? Ma'am. Yes, and I'll purchase Devonshire and Cornwall, and make them perfect Indies. You admire now? Sir. No, faith. Ma'am. But when you see effects of the great medicine, of which one part projected on 100, of Mercury, or Venus, or the moon, shall turn it to as many of the sun, nay, to 1,000, so ad infinitum. You will believe me. Sir. Yes, when I see't, I will. But if my eyes do cozen me so, and I, giving them no occasion, sure I'll have a whore, shall piss them out next day. Ma'am. Ha! Why? Do you think I fable with you? I assure you, he that has once the flower of the sun, the perfect ruby, which we call elixir, not only can do that, but, by its virtue, can confer honor, love, respect, long life, give safety, valor, yea, and victory, to whom he will. In 28 days, I'll make an old man of 80, a child. Sir. No doubt, he's that already. Ma'am. Nay, I mean, restore his years, renew him, like an eagle. To the 5th age, make him get sons and daughters, young giants, as our philosophers have done, the ancient patriarchs, afore the flood. But taking, once a week, on a knife's point, the quantity of a grain of mustard of it, become stout Marses, and beget young Cupids. Sir. The decayed vestals of Picthatch would thank you. That keep the fire alive, there. Ma'am. 'Tis the secret of nature naturiste, gainst all infections, cures all diseases coming of all causes. A month's grief in a day, a year's in 12. And, of what age soever, in a month. Past all the doses of your drugging doctors. I'll undertake, withal, to fright the plague out of the kingdom in 3 months. Sir. And I'll be bound, the players shall sing your praises, then, without their poets. Ma'am. Sir, I'll do't. Meantime, I'll give away so much unto my man. Shall serve the whole city, with preservative. Weekly. Each house his dose, and at the rate. Sir. As he that built the waterwork, does with water. Ma'am. You are incredulous. Sir. Faith, I have a humor. I would not willingly be gulled. Your stone cannot transmute me. Ma'am. Pertinax, my surly. Will you believe antiquity? records. I'll shew you a book where Moses and his sister and Solomon have written of the art. Aye, and a treatise penned by Adam. Sir. How? Ma'am. Of the philosopher's stone, and in High Dutch. Sir. Did Adam write, sir, in High Dutch? Ma'am. He did. Which proves it was the primitive tongue. Sir. What paper? Ma'am. On cedar board. Sir. Oh that, indeed, they say, will last 'gainst worms. Ma'am. 'Tis like your Irish wood 'gainst cobwebs. I have a piece of Jason's fleece, too, which was no other than a book of alchemy. Writ in large sheepskin, a good fat ram vellum. Such was Pythagoras' thigh, Pandora's tub. And, all that fable of Medea's charms. The manner of our work, the bulls, our furnace. Still breathing fire. Our argent vive, the dragon. The dragon's teeth, mercury sublimate. That keeps the whiteness, hardness, and the biting. And they are gathered into Jason's helm. The alembic, and then sowed in Mars his field. And thence sublimed so often, till they're fixed. Both this, the Hesperian garden, Cadmus' story. Jove's shower, the boon of Midas, Argus' eyes. Bacchus his Demogorgon, thousands more. All abstract riddles of our stone. Enter face, as a servant. How now? Do we succeed? Is our day come? And holds it? Face. The evening will set red upon you, sir. You have color for it, crimson, the red ferment. Has done his office, 3 hours hence prepare you. To see projection. Ma'am. Pertinax, my surly. Again I say to thee, aloud, be rich. This day, thou shalt have ingots, and tomorrow. Give lords affront. Is it, my Zephyrus, right? Blushes the bolt's head. Face. Like a wench with child, sir. That were but now discovered to her master. Ma'am. Excellent witty lungs. My only care. Where to get stuff enough now, to project on. This town will not half serve me. Face. No, sir. By the covering off churches. Ma'am. That's true. Face. Yes. Let them stand bare, as do their auditory. Or cap them, new, with shingles. Ma'am. No, good thatch. Thatch will lie light upon the rafters, lungs. Lungs, I will manumit thee from the furnace. I will restore thee thy complexion, puff. Lost in the embers. And repair this brain. Hurt with the fume the metals. Face. I have blown, sir. Hard for your worship, thrown by many a coal. When 'twas not beech, weight those I put in, just. To keep your heat still even. These bleared eyes. Have whacked to read your several colors, sir. Of the pale citron, the green lion, the crow. The peacock's tail, the plumed swan. Ma'am. And, lastly. Thou hast described the flower, the sanguis agni. Face. Yes, sir. Ma'am. Where's master? Face. At his prayers, sir, he. Good man, he's doing his devotions. For the success. Ma'am. Lungs, I will set a period. To all thy labors, thou shalt be the master. Of my seraglio. Face. Good, sir. Ma'am. But do you hear? I'll geld you, lungs. Face. Yes, sir. Ma'am. For I do mean to have a list of wives and concubines, equal with Solomon, who had the stone, alike with me. And I will make me a back with the elixir, that shall be as tough as Hercules, to encounter 50 a night. Thou art sure thou saw'st it blood? Face. Both blood and spirit, sir. Ma'am. I will have all my beds blown up, not stuffed. Down is too hard, and then, mine oval room, filled with such pictures as Tiberius took from Elephantis, and dull Aretine, but coldly imitated. Then, my glasses, cut in more subtle angles, to disperse and multiply the figures, as I walk naked between my succubi. My mists I'll have of perfume, vapored 'bout the room, to lose ourselves in, and my baths, like pits, to fall into, from whence we will come forth, and roll us dry in gossamer and roses. Is it arrived at Ruby, where I spy a wealthy citizen, or a rich lawyer, have a sublimed pure wife? Unto that fellow I'll send £1,000 to be my cuckold. Face. And I shall carry it? Ma'am. No. I'll have no bawds. But fathers and mothers, they will do it best. Best of all others. And my flatterers shall be the pure and gravest of divines that I can get for money. My mere fools, eloquent burgesses, and then my poets, the same that writ so subtly of the fart, whom I will entertain still for that subject. The few that would give out themselves to be court and town stallions, and, each wear, belly, ladies who are known most innocent for them. Those will I beg, to make me eunuchs of. And they shall fan me with 10 estric tails, a piece, made in a plume to gather wind. We will be brave, puff, now we have the mezzine. My meat shall all come in Indian shells. Dishes of agate set in gold, and studded with emeralds, sapphires, hyacinths, and rubies. The tongues of carps, dormice, and camels' heels, boiled in the spirit of soul, and dissolved pearl. A picious diet, gainst the epilepsy. And I will eat these broths with spoons of amber, headed with diamond and carbuncle. My footboy shall eat pheasants, calvered salmons, knots, godwits, lampreys. I myself will have the beards of barbels served, instead of salads, oiled mushrooms, and the swelling unctuous paps of a fat pregnant sow, newly cut off, dressed with an exquisite and poignant sauce, for which, I'll say unto my cook, there's gold. Go forth, and be a knight. Face. Sir, I'll go look a little, how it heightens. Exit. Ma'am. Do. My shirts I'll have of taffeta sarcenet, soft and light as cobwebs, and for all my other raiment, it shall be such as might provoke the Persian, were he to teach the world riot anew. My gloves of fishes and birds' skins, perfumed with gums of paradise, and eastern air. Sir. And do you think to have the stone with this? Ma'am. No, I do think to have all this with the stone. Sir. Why, I have heard he must be homo frigi, a pious, holy, and religious man, one free from mortal sin, a very virgin. Ma'am. That makes it, sir, he is so, but I buy it. My venture brings it me. He, honest wretch, a notable, superstitious, good soul, has worn his knees bare, and his slippers bald, with prayer and fasting for it, and, sir, let him do it alone, for me, still. Here he comes. Not a profane word afore him, 'tis poison. Enter subtle. Good morrow, father. Sub. Gentle son, good morrow. And to your friend there. What is he, is with you? Ma'am. An heretic, that I did bring along, in hope, sir, to convert him. Sub. Son, I doubt. You are covetous, that thus you meet your time. In the just point, prevent your day at morning. This argues something, worthy of a fear. Of importune and carnal appetite. Take heed you do not cause the blessing leave you. With your ungoverned haste. I should be sorry. To see my labors, now even at perfection. Got by long watching and large patience. Not prosper where my love and zeal hath placed them. Which, heaven I call to witness, with yourself. To whom I have poured my thoughts, in all my ends. Have looked no way, but unto public good. To pious uses, and dear charity. Now grown a prodigy with men. Wherein? If you, my son, should now prevaricate. And, to your own particular lusts employ. So great and catholic a bliss, be sure. A curse will follow, yea, and overtake. Your subtle and most secret ways. Ma'am. I know, sir. You shall not need to fear me, I but come. To have you confute this gentleman. Sir. Who is? Indeed, sir, somewhat costive of belief. Toward your stone, would not be gulled. Well, son. All that I can convince him in, is this. The work is done, bright soul is in his robe. We have a medicine of the triple soul. The glorified spirit. Thanks be to heaven. And make us worthy of it, Eulenspiegel. Face, within. Anon, sir. Look well to the register. And let your heat still lessen by degrees. To the alittles. Face, within. Yes, sir. Did you look? On the bolt's head yet? Face, within. Which? On D, sir. I. What's the complexion? Face, within. Whitish. Infuse vinegar. To draw his volatile substance and his tincture. And let the water in glass be filtered. And put into the gripe's egg. Lute him well. And leave him closed in balneo. Face, within. I will, sir. Sir. What a brave language here is. Next to canting. I have another work, you never saw, son. That 3 days since passed the philosopher's wheel. In the lent heat of Athenor, ence become. Sulphur of nature. Ma'am. But, 'tis for me. What need you? You have enough in that is perfect. Ma'am. Oh, but. Why, this is covetise. Ma'am. No, I assure you. I shall employ it all in pious uses. Founding of colleges and grammar schools. Marrying young virgins, building hospitals. And now and then a church. Re-enter face. How now? Face. Sir, please you. Shall I not change the filter? Mary, yes. And bring me the complexion of glass B. Exit face. Ma'am. Have you another? Yes, son. Were I assured. Your piety were firm, we would not want. The means to glorify it, but I hope the best. I mean to tinct C in sand heat tomorrow. And give him imbibition. Ma'am. Of white oil. No, sir, of red. F is come over the helm too. I thank my Maker, in S. Mary's bath. And shoes lack virginies. Blessed be heaven. I sent you of his feces there calcined. Out of that calx, I have won the salt of mercury. Ma'am. By pouring on your rectified water. Yes, and reverberating in Athenor. Re-enter face. How now? What color says it? Face. The ground black, sir. Ma'am. That's your crow's head. Sir. Your coxcombs, is it not? Sub. No, 'tis not perfect. Would it were the crow. That work wants something. Sir, aside. Oh, I looked for this. The hay's a pitching. Sub. Are you sure you loosed them? In their own menstru. Face. Yes, sir, and then married them. And put them in a bolt's head nipped to digestion. According as you bade me, when I set the liquor of Mars to circulation. In the same heat. Sub. The process then was right. Face. Yes, by the token, sir, the retort brake. And what was saved was put into the pelican. And signed with Hermes' seal. Sub. I think 'twas so. We should have a new amalgama. Sir, aside. Oh, this ferret is rank as any polecat. Sub. But I care not. Let him e'en die, we have enough beside. In embryon. H has his white shirt on. Face. Yes, sir. He's ripe for insuration, he stands warm. In his ash fire. I would not you should let any die now, if I might counsel, sir. For luck's sake to the rest, it is not good. Ma'am. He says right. Sir, aside. Are you bolted? Face. Nay, I note, sir. I have seen the ill fortune. What is some 3 ounces of fresh materials? Ma'am. Is't no more? Face. No more, sir. Of gold, amalgam with some 6 of mercury. Ma'am. Away, here's money. What will serve? Face. Ask him, sir. Ma'am. How much? Sub. Give him £9, you may give him 10. Sir. Yes, 20, and be cozened, do. Ma'am. There 'tis. Gives face the money. Sub. This needs not. But that you will have it so. To see conclusions of all, for 2 of our inferior works are at fixation. A 3rd is in ascension. Go your ways. Have you set the oil of Luna in Chemia? Face. Yes, sir. Sub. And the philosopher's vinegar? Face. I. Exit. Sir. We shall have a salad. Ma'am. When do you make projection? Sub. Son, be not hasty, I exalt our medicine. By hanging him in balneo vaporoso. And giving him solution, then congeal him. And then dissolve him. Then again congeal him. For look, how oft I iterate the work. So many times I add unto his virtue. As, if at first 1 ounce convert 100. After his second loose, he'll turn 1,000. His third solution, 10. His fourth, 100. After his fifth, 1,000 ounces. Of any imperfect metal, into pure silver or gold, in all examinations. As good as any of the natural mine. Get you your stuff here against afternoon. Your brass, your pewter, and your andirons. Ma'am. Not those of iron. Sub. Yes, you may bring them too. We'll change all metals. Sir. I believe you in that. Ma'am. Then I may send my spits. Sub. Yes, and your racks. Sir. And dripping pans, and pot hangers, and hooks. Shall he not? Sub. If he please. Sur. To be an ass. Sub. How, sir? Ma'am. This gentleman you must bear withal. I told you he had no faith. Sir. And little hope, sir. But much less charity, should I go myself. Why, what have you observed, sir, in our art? Seems so impossible. Sir. But your whole work, no more. That you should hatch gold in a furnace, sir. As they do eggs in Egypt. Sir, do you believe that eggs are hatched so? Sir. If I should. Why, I think that the greater miracle. No egg but differs from a chicken more than metals in themselves. Sir. That cannot be. The egg's ordained by nature to that end. And is a chicken in potentia. The same we say of lead and other metals. Which would be gold, if they had time. Ma'am. And that our art doth further. For 'twere absurd to think that nature in the earth bred gold. Perfect in the instant, something went before. There must be remote matter. Sir. What is that? Mary, we say. Ma'am. Now it heats, stand, father. Pound him to dust. It is, of the one part. A humid exhalation, which we call material liquida, or the unctuous water. On the other part, a certain crass and vicious portion of earth, both which, concorporate, do make the elementary matter of gold. Which is not yet propria materia, but common to all metals and all stones. For, where it is forsaken of that moisture, and hath more dryness, it becomes a stone. Where it retains more of the humid fatness, it turns to sulfur, or to quicksilver. Who are the parents of all other metals. Nor can this remote matter suddenly progress so from extreme unto extreme, as to grow gold, and leap o'er all the means. Nature doth first beget the imperfect, then proceeds she to the perfect. Of that airy and oily water, mercury is engendered. Sulfur of the fat and earthy part, the one which is the last, supplying the place of male. The other of the female, in all metals. Some do believe hermaphrodity, that both do act and suffer. But these two make the rest ductile, malleable, extensive. And even in gold they are, for we do find seeds of them, by our fire, and gold in them. And can produce the species of each metal. More perfect thence, than nature doth in earth. Beside, who doth not see in daily practice? Art can beget bees, hornets, beetles, wasps. Out of the carcasses and dung of creatures. Yea, scorpions of an herb, being rightly placed. And these are living creatures, far more perfect and excellent than metals. Ma'am. Well said, father. Nay, if he take you in hand, sir, with an argument, he'll bray you in a mortar. Sir. Pray you, sir, stay. Rather than I'll be brayed, sir, I'll believe that alchemy is a pretty kind of game. Somewhat like tricks the cards, to cheat a man with charming. Sir. What else are all your terms? Whereon no one of your writers agrees with other. Of your elixir, your lac virginis. Your stone, your medicine, and your chrysosperm. Your sal, your sulfur, and your mercury. Your oil of height, your tree of life, your blood. Your marcasite, your tutti, your magnesia. Your toad, your crow. Your dragon, and your panther. Your sun, your moon, your firmament, your adrop. Your lotto, azuk, zernik, chibrit, uterit. And then your red man, and your white woman. With all your broths, your menstrues, and materials. Of piss and egg shells, women's terms. Man's blood. Hair the head, burnt clouts, chalk, merds, and clay. Powder of bones, scalings of iron, glass. And worlds of other strange ingredients. Would burst a man to name. Sub. And all these named. Intending but one thing, which art our writers. Used to obscure their art. Ma'am. Sir, so I told him. Because the simple idiot should not learn it. And make it vulgar. Sub. Was not all the knowledge of the Egyptians writ in mystic symbols? Speak not the scriptures oft in parables? Are not the choicest fables of the poets? That were the fountains and first springs of wisdom. Wrapped in perplexed allegories. Ma'am. I urged that. And cleared to him, that Sisyphus was damned. To roll the ceaseless stone, only because. He would have made ours common. Dole, appears at the door, dot. Who is this? Sub. Sprecious, what do you mean? Go in, good lady. Let me entreat you. Dole retires. Where's this varlet? Re-enter face. Face. Sir. Sub. You very knave. Do you use me thus? Face. Wherein, sir? Sub. Go in and see, you traitor. Go. Exit face. Ma'am. Who is it, sir? Sub. Nothing, sir, nothing. Ma'am. What's the matter, good sir? I have not seen you thus distempered, who is't? Sub. All arts have still had, sir, their adversaries. But ours the most ignorant dot. Re-enter face. What now? Face. 'Twas not my fault, sir, she would speak with you. Sub. Would she, sir? Follow me. Exit. Ma'am, stopping him. Stay, lungs. Face. I dare not, sir. Ma'am. Stay, man, what is she? Face. A lord's sister, sir. Ma'am. How? Pray thee, stay. Face. She's mad, sir, and sent hither. He'll be mad too. Dot. Ma'am. I warrant thee. Dot. Why sent hither? Face. Sir, to be cured. Sub, within. Why, rascal. Face. Lo you, here, sir. Exit. Ma'am. For God, a Bradamante, a brave piece. Sir. Heart, this is a bawdy house. I will be burnt else. Ma'am. Oh, by this light, no, do not wrong him. He's too scrupulous that way, it is his vice. No, he's a rare physician, do him right. An excellent Paracelsian, and has done strange cures with mineral physic. He deals all with spirits, he will not hear a word of Galen, or his tedious recipes. Dot. Re-enter face. How now, lungs? Face. Softly, sir, speak softly. I meant to have told your worship all. This must not hear. Ma'am. No, he will not be gulled, let him alone. Face. You are very right, sir, she is a most rare scholar. And is gone mad with studying Broden's works. If you but name a word touching the Hebrew, she falls into her fit, and will discourse so learnedly of genealogies, as you would run mad too, to hear her, sir. Ma'am. How might one do have conference with her, lungs? Face. Oh, divers have run mad upon the conference. I do not know, sir. I am sent in haste to fetch a vial. Sir. Be not gulled, Sir Mammon. Ma'am. Wherein? Pray ye, be patient. Sir. Yes, as you are. And trust confederate knaves and bawds and whores. Ma'am. You are too foul, believe it. Come here, Yulin. One word. Face. I dare not, in good faith. Going. Ma'am. Stay, knave. Face. He is extreme angry that you saw her, sir. Ma'am. Drink that. Gives him money. What is she when she's out of her fit? Face. Oh, the most affablest creature, sir. So merry. So pleasant. She'll mount you up, like quicksilver. Over the helm. And circulate like oil. A very vegetal, discourse of state. Of mathematics, bawdry, anything. Ma'am. Is she no way accessible? No means. No trick to give a man a taste of her, wit. Or so. Within. Yulin. Face. I'll come to you again, sir. Exit. Ma'am. Surly, I did not think one of your breeding would traduce personages of worth. Sir. Sir Epicure. Your friend to use, yet still loath to be gulled. I do not like your philosophical bawds. Their stone is lechery enough to pay for. Without this bait. Ma'am. Heart, you abuse yourself. I know the lady, and her friends, and means. The original of this disaster. Her brother. Has told me all. Sir. And yet you never saw her. Till now. Ma'am. Oh yes, but I forgot. I have, believe it. One of the treacherousest memories, I do think. Of all mankind. Sir. What call you her brother? Ma'am. My lord. He will not have his name known, now I think on't. Sir. A very treacherous memory. Ma'am. On my faith. Sir. Tut, if you have it not about you, pass it. Till we meet next. Ma'am. Nay, by this hand, 'tis true. He's one I honor, and my noble friend. And I respect his house. Sir. Heart. Can it be? That a grave sir, a rich, that has no need. A wise sir, too, at other times, should thus. With his own oaths, and arguments, make hard means. To gull himself. And this be your elixir. Your lapis mineralis, and your lunary. Give me your honest trick yet at primero. Or gleek, and take your ludum sapientis. Your menstruum simplex. I'll have gold before you. And with less danger of the quicksilver. Or the hot sulfur. Re-enter Face. Face. Here's one from Captain Face, sir. To Surly. Desires you meet him in the Temple Church. Some half-hour hence, and upon earnest business. Sir. Whispers Mammon. If you please to quit us, now, and come. Again within 2 hours, you shall have. My master busy examining the works. And I will steal you in, unto the party. That you may see her converse. Sir, shall I say? You'll meet the captain's worship. Sir. Sir, I will. Walks aside. But, by attorney, and to a second purpose. Now, I am sure it is a bawdy house. I'll swear it, were the marshal here to thank me. The naming this commander doth confirm it. Don Face. Why, he's the most authentic dealer. In these commodities, the superintendent. To all the quainter traffickers in town. He is the visitor, and does appoint. Who lies with whom, and at what hour, what price. Which gown, and in what smock, what fall, what tire. Him will I prove, by a third person, to find. The subtleties of this dark labyrinth. Which if I do discover, dear Sir Mammon. You'll give your poor friend leave, though no philosopher. To laugh, for you that are, 'tis thought, shall weep. Face. Sir, he does pray, you'll not forget. Sir. I will not, sir. Sir Epicure, I shall leave you. Exit. Ma'am. I follow you, straight. Face. But do so, good sir, to avoid suspicion. This gentleman has a parlous head. Ma'am. But wilt thou, Yulin, be constant to thy promise? Face. As my life, sir. Ma'am. And wilt thou insinuate what I am, and praise me? And say, I am a noble fellow? Face. Oh, what else, sir? And that you'll make her royal with the stone? An empress. And yourself, king of Bantam? Ma'am. Wilt thou do this? Face. Will I, sir? Ma'am. Lungs, my lungs. I love thee. Face. Send your stuff, sir, that my master may busy himself about projection. Ma'am. Thou hast witched me, rogue, take, go. Gives him money. Face. Your jack, and all, sir. Ma'am. Thou art a villain, I will send my jack. And the weights too. Slave, I could bite thine ear. Away, thou dost not care for me. Face. Not I, sir. Ma'am. Come, I was born to make thee, my good weasel. Set thee on a bench, and have thee twirl a chain. With the best lords vermin of them all. Face. Away, sir. Ma'am. A count, nay, a Count Palatine. Face. Good, sir, go. Ma'am. Shall not advance thee better, no, nor faster. Exit. Re-enter Subtle and Dole. Sub. Has he bit? Has he bit? Face. And swallowed, too, my Subtle. I have given him line, and now he plays, I faith. Sub. And shall we twitch him? Face. Thorough both the gills. A wench is a rare bait, with which a man no sooner's taken, but he straight firks mad. Sub. Dole, my lord what ts hum sister, you must now bear yourself statelick. Dole. Oh, let me alone. I'll not forget my race, I warrant you. I'll keep my distance, laugh and talk aloud. Have all the tricks of a proud scurvy lady. And be as rude as her woman. Face. Well said, sanguine. Sub. But will he send his andirons? Face. His jack too. Ence iron shoeing horn, I have spoke to him. Well. I must not lose my wary gamester yonder. Sub. Oh monsieur caution, that will not be gull'd. Face. I. If I can strike a fine hook into him, now. The Temple Church, there I have cast mine angle. Well, pray for me. I'll about it. Knocking without. Sub. What, more gudgeons? Dole, scout, scout. Dole goes to the window. Stay, Face, you must go to the door. Pray God it be my Anabaptist, who is't, Dole? Dole. I know him not, he looks like a Goldendman. Sub. Ods so. 'Tis he said he would send what call you him? The sanctified elder, that should deal. For Mammon's jack and andirons. Let him in. Stay, help me off, first, with my gown. Exit Face with the gown. Away. Madam, to your withdrawing chamber. Exit Dole. Now. In a new tune, new gesture, but old language. This fellow is sent from one negotiates with me. About the stone too, for the holy brethren of Amsterdam, the exiled saints, that hope To raise their discipline by it. I must use him. In some strange fashion, now, to make him admire me. Enter Ananias. Aloud. Where is my drudge? Re-enter Face. Face. Sir. Sub. Take away the recipient. And rectify your menstrue from the phlegma. Then pour it on the soul, in the cucurbite. And let them macerate together. Face. Yes, sir. And save the ground? Sub. No, terra damnata. Must not have entrance in the work. Who are you? Anna. A faithful brother, if it please you. Sub. What's that? A Lullianist? A Ripley? Filius artis? Can you sublime and dulcify? Calcine? Know you the sapper pontic? Sapper styptic? Or what is homogene, or heterogene? Anna. I understand no heathen language, truly. Sub. Heathen. Uniperdoling. Is ars sacra? Or Chrysopoeia, or Spagirica? Or the Pamphysic, or Panarchic knowledge? A heathen language? Anna. Heathen Greek, I take it. Sub. How? Heathen Greek. Anna. All's heathen but the Hebrew. Sub. Sirrah, my varlet, stand you forth and speak to him. Like a philosopher, answer in the language. Name the vexations, and the martyrizations. Of metals in the work. Face. Sir, putrefaction. Solution, ablution, sublimation. Cohobation, calcination, ceration, and fixation. Sub. This is heathen Greek to you, now. And when comes vivification? Face. After mortification. Sub. What's cohobation? Face. 'Tis the pouring on. Your aqua regis, and then drawing him off. To the trine circle of the seven spheres. Sub. What's the proper passion of metals? Face. Malleation. Sub. What's your ultimum supplicium ori? Face. Antimonium. Sub. This is heathen Greek to you, and what's your mercury? Face. A very fugitive, he will be gone, sir. Sub. How know you him? Face. By his viscosity. His oleosity, and his susceptibility. Sub. How do you sublime him? Face. With the calce of eggshells. White marble, talc. Sub. Your magisterium now. What's that? Face. Shifting, sir, your elements. Dry into cold, cold into moist, moist into hot. Hot into dry. Sub. This is heathen Greek to you still. Your lapis philosophicus. Face. 'Tis a stone. And not a stone, a spirit, a soul, and a body. Which if you do dissolve, it is dissolved. If you coagulate, it is coagulated. If you make it to fly, it fleeth. Sub. Enough. Exit Face. This is heathen Greek to you. What are you, sir? Anna. Please you, a servant of the exiled brethren. That deal with widows and with orphans' goods. And make a just account unto the saints. A deacon. Sub. Oh, you are sent from Master Wholesome. Your teacher. Anna. From Tribulation Wholesome. Our very zealous pastor. Sub. Good. I have some orphans' goods to come here. Anna. Of what kind, sir? Sub. Pewter and brass, andirons and kitchenware. Metals, that we must use our medicine on. Wherein the brethren may have a pennyworth. For ready money. Anna. Were the orphans' parents? Sincere professors. Sub. Why do you ask? Anna. Because. We then are to deal justly, and give, in truth, their utmost value. Sub. Slid, you'd cousin else. And if their parents were not of the faithful, I will not trust you, now I think on it, till I have talked with your pastor. Have you brought money to buy more coals? Anna. No, surely. Sub. No. How so? Anna. The brethren bid me say unto you, sir. Surely, they will not venture any more, till they may see projection. Sub. How? Anna. You have had. For the instruments, as bricks, and lome, and glasses. Already £30, and for materials. They say, some 90 more, and they have heard since. That one at Heidelberg, made it of an egg. And a small paper of pin dust. Sub. What's your name? Anna. My name is Ananias. Sub. Out, the varlet. That cousin the apostles. Hence, away. Flee, mischief. Had your holy consistory no name to send me, of another sound? Then wicked Ananias. Send your elders hither to make atonement for you quickly. And give me satisfaction, or out goes the fire, and down alembics, and the furnace. Pigor Henricus, or what not? Thou wretch! Both Sarikon and Bufo shall be lost. Tell them. All hope of rooting out the bishops, or the anti-Christian hierarchy, shall perish. If they stay 80 minutes, the equity, turiety, and sulphuriety shall run together again, and all be annulled. Thou wicked Ananias! Exit Ananias! This will fetch M. and make them haste towards their gulling more. A man must deal like a rough nurse, and fright those that are froward, to an appetite. Re-enter Face, in his uniform, followed by Drugger. Face. He is busy with his spirits, but we'll upon him. Sub. How now? What mates, what bairds have we here? Face. I told you, he would be furious. Sir, here's Nab. Has brought you another piece of gold to look on. We must appease him. Give it me, and praise you. You would devise, what is it, Nab? Drug. A sign, sir. Face. I, a good lucky one, a thriving sign, doctor. Sub. I was devising now. Face. Slight, do not say so. He will repent he gave you any more. What say you to his constellation, doctor? The balance? Sub. No, that way is stale, and common. A townsman born in Taurus, gives the bull. Or the bull's head, in Aries, the ram. A poor device. No, I will have his name formed in some mystic character, whose radii, striking the senses of the passers-by, shall, by a virtual influence, breed affections that may result upon the party owns it. As thus. Face. Nab. Sub. He shall have a bell, that's able. And by it standing one whose name is D. In a rug gown, there's D and rug, that's drug. And right anenst him a dog snarling, There's Drugger, able Drugger. That's his sign. And here's now mystery and hieroglyphic. Face. Abel, thou art made. Drug. Sir, I do thank his worship. Face. 6-0, thy legs more will not do it, Nab. He has brought you a pipe of tobacco, doctor. Drug. Yes, sir. I have another thing I would impart. Face. Out with it, Nab. Drug. Sir, there is lodged, hard by me, a rich young widow. Face. Good. A bona roba. Drug. But 19, at the most. Face. Very good, able. Drug. Marry, she's not in fashion yet, she wears a hood, but it stands a cop. Face. No matter, able. Drug. And I do now and then give her a fucus. Face. What? Dost thou deal, nab? Sub. I did tell you, Captain. Drug. And physic too, sometime, sir, for which she trusts me. With all her mind. She's come up here of purpose. To learn the fashion. Face. Good, his match too. On, nab. Drug. And she does strangely long to know her fortune. Face. Ods lid, nab, send her to the doctor, hither. Drug. Yes, I have spoke to her of his worship already. But she's afraid it will be blown abroad. And hurt her marriage. Face. Hurt it. 'Tis the way. To heal it, if 'twere hurt, to make it more. Followed and sought, nab, thou shalt tell her this. She'll be more known, more talked of, and your widows are ne'er of any price till they be famous. Their honor is their multitude of suitors. Send her, it may be thy good fortune. What? Thou dost not know. Drug. No, sir, she'll never marry. Under a night, her brother has made a vow. Face. What? And dost thou despair, my little nab? Knowing what the doctor has set down for thee. And seeing so many of the city dubbed. One glass thy water, with a madam I know. We'll have it done, nab, what's her brother, a knight? Drug. No, sir, a gentleman newly warm in his land, sir. Scarce cold in his 21, that does govern. His sister here. And is a man himself. Of some 3,000 a year, and is come up. To learn to quarrel, and to live by his wits. And will go down again, and die in the country. Face. How? To quarrel. Drug. Yes, sir, to carry quarrels. As gallants do. To manage them by line. Face. Slid, nab, the doctor is the only man in Christendom for him. He has made a table. With mathematical demonstrations. Touching the art of quarrels, he will give him an instrument to quarrel by. Go, bring them both. Him and his sister. And, for thee, with her. The doctor haply may persuade. Go to. Shalt give his worship a new damask suit. Upon the premises. Sub. Oh, good captain. Face. He shall. He is the honestest fellow, doctor. Stay not. No offers, bring the damask, and the parties. Drug. I'll try my power, sir. Face. And I will too, nab. Sub. 'Tis good tobacco, this. What is an ounce? Face. He'll send you £1, doctor. Sub. Oh no. Face. He will do't. It is the goodest soul, able, about it. Thou shalt no more anon. Away, be gone. Exit able. A miserable rogue, and lives with cheese. And has the worms. That was the cause, indeed. Why he came now, he dealt with me in private. To get a medicine for them. Sub. And shall, sir. This works. Face. A wife for one on us, my dear subtle. Will e'en draw lots, and he that fails, shall have. The more in goods, the other has in tail. Sub. Rather the less, for she may be so light. She may want grains. Face. I, or be such a burden. A man would scarce endure her for the whole. Sub. Faith, best let see her first, and then determine. Face. Content, but dole must have no breath on't. Sub. Mum. Away you, to your surly yonder, catch him. Face. Pray God I have not stayed too long. Sub. I fear it. Exeunt. Act 3. Scene 3.1. The lane before Lovewit's house. Enter Tribulation Wholesome and Ananias. Try. These chastisements are common to the saints. And such rebukes, we of the separation must bear with willing shoulders, as the trials sent forth to tempt our frailties. Anna. In pure zeal. I do not like the man. He is a heathen. And speaks the language of Canaan, truly. Try. I think him a profane person indeed. Anna. He bears the visible mark of the beast in his forehead. And for his stone, it is a work of darkness. And with philosophy blinds the eyes of man. Try. Good brother, we must bend unto all means that may give furtherance to the holy cause. Anna. Which his cannot, the sanctified cause should have a sanctified course. Try. Not always necessary. The children of perdition are ofttimes made instruments even of the greatest works. Beside, we should give somewhat to man's nature. The place he lives in, still about the fire, and fume of metals that intoxicate the brain of man, and make him prone to passion. Where have you greater atheists than your cooks? Or more profane, or choleric, than your glassmen? More anti-Christian than your bell-founders? What makes the devil so devilish, I would ask you? Satan, our common enemy, but his being perpetually about the fire, and boiling brimstone and arsenic. We must give, I say, unto the motives, and the stirrers up of humors in the blood. It may be so. When as the work is done, the stone is made. This heat of his may turn into a zeal, and stand up for the beauteous discipline against the menstruous cloth and rag of Rome. We must await his calling, and the coming of the good Spirit. You did fault, upbraid him with the brethren's blessing of Heidelberg, weighing what need we have to hasten on the work for the restoring of the silenced saints, which ne'er will be, but by the philosopher's stone. And so a learned elder, one of Scotland, assured me, aurum potable being the only medicine for the civil magistrate, incline him to a feeling of the cause, and must be daily used in the disease. Anna. I have not edified more, truly, by man, not since the beautiful light first shone on me. And I am sad my zeal hath so offended. Try. Let us call on him then. Anna. The motion's good. And of the Spirit, I will knock first. Knocks. Peace be within. The door is opened, and they enter. Scene 3.2. A room in Lovewit's house. Enter Subtle, followed by Tribulation and Ananias. Sub. Oh, are you come? 'Twas time. Your 60 minutes were at last thread, you see, and down had gone. Furnace accidii, turris circulatorius. Lembeck, bolt's head, retort and pelican had all been cinders. Wicked Ananias. Art thou returned? Nay then, it goes down yet. Try. Sir, be appeased, he is come to humble himself in spirit, and to ask your patience. If too much zeal hath carried him aside from the due path. Sub. Why, this doth qualify. Try. The brethren had no purpose, verily, to give you the least grievance, but are ready to lend their willing hands to any project. The Spirit and you direct. This qualifies more. Try. And for the orphan's goods, let them be valued. Or what is needful else to the holy work? It shall be numbered, here, by me, the saints. Throw down their purse before you. This qualifies most. Why, thus it should be, now you understand. Have I discoursed so unto you of our stone? And of the good that it shall bring your cause? Shewed you, beside the main of hiring forces, abroad, drawing the Hollanders, your friends, from the Indies, to serve you, with all their fleet, that even the medicinal use shall make you a faction, and party in the realm, as, put the case, that some great man in state, he have the gout. Why, you but send 3 drops of your elixir. You help him straight, there you have made a friend. Another has the palsy or the dropsy. He takes of your incombustible stuff. He's young again, there you have made a friend. A lady that is past the feet of body, though not of mind, and hath her face decayed. Beyond all cure of paintings, you restore. With the oil of talc, there you have made a friend. And all her friends. A lord that is a leper. A knight that has the bone ache, or a squire that hath both these, you make them smooth and sound. With a bare fricas of your medicine, still you increase your friends. Try. It is very pregnant. And then the turning of this lawyer's pewter to plate at Christmas. Anna. Christ-tide, I pray you. Yet, Ananias. Anna. I have done. Or changing his parcel gilt to massy gold. You cannot but raise you friends. Withal, to be of power. To pay an army in the field, to buy the King of France out of his realms, or Spain out of his Indies. What can you not do against lords spiritual or temporal? That shall upon you. Try. Verily, 'tis true. We may be temporal lords ourselves, I take it. You may be anything, and leave off to make long-winded exercises, or suck up your ha, and hum, in a tune. I not deny. But such as are not graced in a state, may, for their ends, be adverse in religion, and get a tune to call the flock together. For, to say sooth, a tune does much with women and other phlegmatic people. It is your bell. Anna. Bells are profane, a tune may be religious. No warning with you. Then farewell my patience. Slight, it shall down, I will not be thus tortured. Try. I pray you, sir. All shall perish. I have spoken it. Try. Let me find grace, sir, in your eyes, the man. He stands corrected, neither did his zeal. But as yourself, allow a tune somewhere. Which now, being towardy the stone, we shall not need. No, nor your holy vizard, to win widows. To give you legacies, or make zealous wives. To rob their husbands for the common cause. Nor take the start of bonds broke but one day. And say, they were forfeited by Providence. Nor shall you need o'ernight to eat huge meals. To celebrate your next day's fast the better. The whilst the brethren and the sisters humbled. Abate the stiffness of the flesh. Nor cast before your hungry hearers scrupulous bones. As whether a Christian may hawk or hunt. Or whether matrons of the holy assembly may lay their hair out, or wear doublets. Or have that idle starch about their linen. Anna. It is indeed an idol. Try. Mind him not, sir. I do command thee, spirit of zeal, but trouble. To peace within him. Pray you, sir, go on. Sub. Nor shall you need to libel, gainst the prelates. And shorten so your ears against the hearing. Of the next wire-drawn grace. Nor of necessity. Rail against plays, to please the alderman. Whose daily custard you devour, nor lie. With zealous rage till you are hoarse. Not one. Of these so singular arts. Nor call yourselves. By names of tribulation, persecution. Restraint, long patience, and such like, affected. By the whole family or wood of you. Only for glory, and to catch the ear. Of the disciple. Try. Truly, sir, they are. Ways that the godly brethren have invented. For propagation of the glorious cause. As very notable means, and whereby also. Themselves grow soon, and profitably, famous. Sub. Oh, but the stone, all's idle to it. Nothing. The art of angels nature's miracle. The divine secret that doth fly in clouds. From east to west, and whose tradition. Is not from men, but spirits. Anna. I hate traditions. I do not trust them. Try. Peace. Anna. They are popish all. I will not peace, I will not. Try. Ananias. Anna. Please the profane, to grieve the godly, I may not. Sub. Well, Ananias, thou shalt overcome. Try. It is an ignorant zeal that haunts him, sir. But truly, else, a very faithful brother. A botcher, and a man, by revelation. That hath a competent knowledge of the truth. Sub. Has he a competent sum there in the bag? To buy the goods within? I am made guardian. And must, for charity, and conscience sake. Now see the most be made for my poor orphan. Though I desire the brethren two good gainers. There they are within. When you have viewed and bought, and ta'en the inventory of what they are. They are ready for projection. There's no more. To do, cast on the Medicine, so much silver. As there is tin there, so much gold as brass. I'll give you in by weight. Try. But how long time? Sir, must the saints expect yet? Sub. Let me see. How's the moon now? 8, 9, 10 days hence. He will be silver pot 8, then 3 days. Before he citronize, some 15 days. The magisterium will be perfected. Anna. About the 2nd day of the 3rd week. In the 9th month. Sub. Yes, my good Ananias. Try. What will the orphan's goods arise to, think you? Sub. Some 100 marks, as much as filled 3 cars. Unladed now, you'll make 6 millions of them. But I must have more coals laid in. Try. How? Sub. Another load. And then we have finished. We must now increase. Our fire to ignis ardens, we are past. Fimus Aquinas, Balnei, Cineris. And all those lenter heats. If the holy purse should with this draught fall low, and that the saints do need a present sum, I have a trick. To melt the pewter, you shall buy now, instantly. And with a tincture make you as good Dutch dollars as any are in Holland. Try. Can you so? Sub. I, and shall, bide the 3rd examination. Anna. It will be joyful tidings to the brethren. Sub. But you must carry it secret. Try. I, but stay. This act of coining, is it lawful? Anna. Lawful. We know no magistrate. Or, if we did. This is foreign coin. Sub. It is no coining, sir. It is but casting. Try. Ha! You distinguish well. Casting of money may be lawful. Anna. 'Tis, sir. Try. Truly, I take it so. Sub. There is no scruple. Sir, to be made of it, believe Ananias. This case of conscience he is studied in. Try. I'll make a question of it to the brethren. Anna. The brethren shall approve it lawful, doubt not. Where shall it be done? Knocking without. Sub. For that we'll talk anon. There's some to speak with me. Go in, I pray you. And view the parcels. That's the inventory. I'll come to you straight. Exeunt trib. And Anna. Who is it, face? Appear. Enter face in his uniform. How now? Good prize. Face. Good pox. Yond, costive cheater. Never came on. Sub. How then? Face. I have walked the round. Till now, and no such thing. Sub. And have you quit him? Face. Quit him. And hell would quit him too, he were happy. Slight. Would you have me stalk like a mill jade? All day, for one that will not yield us grains. I know him of old. Sub. Oh, but to have gulled him. Had been a mastery. Face. Let him go, black boy. And turn thee, that some fresh news may possess thee. A noble count, a don of Spain, my dear. Delicious compeer, and my party bawd. Who is come hither private for his conscience. And brought munition with him, 6 great slops. Bigger than 3 Dutch hoys, beside round trunks. Furnished with pistolets, and pieces of 8. Will straight be here, my rogue, to have thy bath. That is the colour, and to make his battery. Upon our dole, our castle, our Cinque Port. Our Dover pier, our what thou wilt. Where is she? She must prepare perfumes, delicate linen. The bath in chief, a banquet, and her wit. For she must milk his epididymis. Where is the doxy? Sub. I'll send her to thee. And but dispatch my brace of little John Ladens. And come again myself. Face. Are they within then? Sub. Numbering the sum. Face. How much? Sub. 100 marks, boy. Exit. Face. Why, this is a lucky day. 10 pounds of mammon. 3 of my clerk. A portage of my grocer. This of the brethren. Beside reversions. And states to come in the widow, and my count. My share today will not be bought for 40. Enter Dole. Dole. What? Face. Pounds, dainty Dorothy. Art thou so near? Dole. Yes, say, Lord General, how fares our camp? Face. As with the few that had entrenched themselves. Safe, by their discipline, against a world, Dole. And laughed within those trenches, and grew fat. With thinking on the booties, Dole, brought in. Daily by their small parties. This dear hour. A doughty Don is taken with my Dole. And thou mayst make his ransom what thou wilt. My Dowsabel, he shall be brought here fettered. With thy fair looks, before he sees thee, and thrown. In a down bed, as dark as any dungeon. Where thou shalt keep him waking with thy drum. Thy drum, my Dole, thy drum, till he be tame. As the poor blackbirds were in the great frost. Or bees are with a basin. And so hive him. In the swanskin coverlid, and cambric sheets. Till he work honey in wax, my little God's gift. Dole. What is he, General? Face. An adelantado. A grandee, girl. Was not my dapper here yet? Dole. No. Face. Nor my drugger. Dole. Neither. Face. A pox on them. They are so long a furnishing. Such stinkards. Would not be seen upon these festival days. Re-enter subtle. How now? Have you done? Sub. Done. They are gone, the sum. Is here in bank, my face. I would we knew. Another chapman now would bite outright. Face. Slid, nab shall do't against he have the widow. To furnish household. Sub. Excellent, well thought on. Pray God he come. Face. I pray he keep away. Till our new business be o'erpast. Sub. But, face. How camest thou by this secret dawn? Face. A spirit. Brought me intelligence in a paper here. As I was conjuring yonder in my circle. For surely, I have my flies abroad. Your bath is famous, subtle, by my means. Sweet dole. You must go tune your virginal, no losing. Oh, the least time, and, do you hear? Good action. Firk, like a flounder, kiss, like a scallop, close. And tickle him with thy mother tongue. His great verdugoship has not a jot of language. So much the easier to be cozened, my dolly. He will come here in a hired coach, obscure. And our own coachman, whom I have sent as guide. No creature else. Knocking without. Who's that? Exit dole. Sub. It is not he. Face. Oh no, not yet this hour. Re-enter dole. Sub. Who is't? Dole. Dapper. Your clerk. Face. God's will then, queen of fairy. On with your tire. Exit dole. And, doctor, with your robes. Let's dispatch him for God's sake. Sub. 'Twill be long. Face. I warrant you, take but the cues I give you. It shall be brief enough. Goes to the window. Slight, here are more. Able, and I think the angry boy, the heir. That fain would quarrel. Sub. And the widow? Face. No. Not that I see. Away. Exit sub. Enter dapper. Oh sir, you are welcome. The doctor is within a moving for you. I have had the most ado to win him to it. He swears you'll be the darling of the dice. He never heard her highness dote till now. Your aunt has given you the most gracious words. That can be thought on. Dap. Shall I see her grace? Face. See her, and kiss her too. Enter Abel, followed by Castrol. What, honest Nab? Hast brought the damask? Nab. No, sir, here's tobacco. Face. 'Tis well done, Nab, thou lt bring the damask too. Drug. Yes, here's the gentleman, Captain, Master Castrol. I have brought to see the doctor. Face. Where's the widow? Drug. Sir, as he likes, his sister, he says, shall come. Face. Oh, is it so? Good time. Is your name Castrol, sir? Cass. I, and the best of the Castrols, I'd be sorry else. By 1500 a year. Where is the doctor? My mad tobacco boy, here, tells me of one. That can do things, has he any skill? Face. Wherein, sir? Cass. To carry a business, manage a quarrel fairly. Upon fit terms. Face. It seems, sir, you are but young. About the town, that can make that a question. Cass. Sir, not so young, but I have heard some speech of the angry boys, and seen them take tobacco. And in his shop, and I can take it too. And I would fain be one of them, and go down and practice in the country. Face. Sir, for the duello. The doctor, I assure you, shall inform you to the least shadow of a hair, and shew you an instrument he has of his own making, wherewith no sooner shall you make report of any quarrel, but he will take the height on't most instantly, and tell in what degree of safety it lies in, or mortality, and how it may be borne, whether in a right line, or a half circle, or may else be cast into an angle blunt, if not acute. And this he will demonstrate. And then, rules to give and take the lie by. Cass. How to take it? Face. Yes, in oblique he'll shew you, or in circle, but never in diameter. The whole town study his theorems, and dispute them ordinarily at the eating academies. Cass. But does he teach living by the wits too? Face. Anything whatever. You cannot think that subtlety, but he reads it. He made me a captain. I was a stark pimp. Just of your standing, for I met with him. It is not 2 months since. I'll tell you his method. First, he will enter you at some ordinary. Cass. No, I'll not come there, you shall pardon me. Face. For why, sir? Cass. There's gaming there, and tricks. Face. Why, would you be a gallant, and not game? Cass. 'Twill spend a man. Face. Spend you. It will repair you when you are spent. How do they live by their wits there, that have vented 6 times your fortunes? Cass. What, 3,000 a year? Face. 40,000. Cass. Are there such? Face. Sir. And gallants yet. Here's a young gentleman. Is born to nothing. Points to dapper. 40 marks a year. Which I count nothing, he is to be initiated. And have a fly of the doctor. He will win you. By unresistible luck, within this fortnight. Enough to buy a barony. They will set him upmost, at the groom porters, all the Christmas. And for the whole year through, at every place where there is play, present him with the chair. The best attendance, the best drink. Sometimes 2 glasses of canary, and pay nothing. The purest linen, and the sharpest knife. The partridge next his trencher, and somewhere the dainty bed, in private, with the dainty. You shall have your ordinaries bid for him, as playhouses for a poet. And the master. Pray him aloud to name what dish he affects. Which must be buttered shrimps, and those that drink to no mouth else, will drink to his, as being the goodly president mouth of all the board. Cass. Do you not go one? Face. ODS my life. Do you think it? You shall have a cast commander, can but get in credit with a Glover, or a Spurrier. For some 2 pair of either swear aforehand. Will, by most swift posts, dealing, but, with him, arrive at competent means to keep himself, his punk and naked boy, in excellent fashion. And be admired for't. Cass. Will the doctor teach this? Face. He will do more, sir, when your land is gone. As men of spirit hate to keep earth long. In a vacation, when small money is stirring. And ordinaries suspended till the term. He'll shew a perspective. Where on one side you shall behold the faces and the persons of all sufficient young heirs in town, whose bonds are current for commodity. On th other side, the merchant's forms, and others. That without help of any second broker. Who would expect a share, will trust such parcels. In the third square, the very street and sign. Where the commodity dwells. And does but wait. To be delivered, be it pepper, soap, hops, or tobacco, oatmeal, woad, or cheeses. All which you may so handle, to enjoy. To your own use, and never stand obliged. Cass. I faith. Is he such a fellow? Face. Why, Nab here knows him. And then for making matches for rich widows. Young gentlewomen, heirs, the fortunatest man. He's sent to, far and near, all over England. To have his counsel, and to know their fortunes. Cass. God's will, my sister shall see him. Face. I'll tell you, sir. What he did tell me of Nab. It's a strange thing. By the way, you must eat no cheese, Nab, it breeds melancholy. And that same melancholy breeds worms, but pass it. He told me, honest Nab here was ne'er at tavern. But once in's life. Drug. Truth, and no more I was not. Face. And then he was so sick. Drug. Could he tell you that too? Face. How should I know it? Drug. In troth we had been a-shooting. And had a piece of fat ram mutton to supper. That lay so heavy, oh, my stomach. Face. And he has no head. To bear any wine, for what with the noise of the fiddlers. And care of his shop, for he dares keep no servants. Drug. My head did so ach. Face. And he was fain to be brought home. The doctor told me, and then a good old woman. Drug. Yes, faith, she dwells in Seacoe Lane, did cure me. With sodden ale, and pellitory of the wall. Cost me but 2d. I had another sickness. Was worse than that. Face. Aye, that was with the grief. Thou took'st for being cessed at 18d. For the water work. Drug. In truth, and it was like. Have cost me almost my life. Face. Thy hair went off. Drug. Yes, sir, 'twas done for spite. Face. Nay, so says the doctor. Cass. Pray thee, tobacco boy, go fetch my sister. I'll see this learned boy before I go. And so shall she. Face. Sir, he is busy now. But if you have a sister to fetch hither, perhaps your own pains may command her sooner. And he by that time will be free. Cass. I go. Exit. Face. Drugger, she's thine, the damask. Exit Abel. Subtle and I must wrestle for her. Aside. Come on, Master Dapper. You see how I turn clients here away. To give your cause dispatch, have you performed? The ceremonies were enjoined you. Dap. Yes, of the vinegar. And the clean shirt. Face. 'Tis well, that shirt may do you more worship than you think. Your aunt's a fire. But that she will not shew it, have a sight of you. Have you provided for her grace's servants? Dap. Yes, here are 60 Edward shillings. Face. Good. Dap. And an old Harry's sovereign. Face. Very good. Dap. And 3 James shillings, and an Elizabeth groat. Just 20 nobles. Face. Oh, you are too just. I would you had had the other noble in Mary's. Dap. I have some Philip and Mary's. Face. Aye, those same. Are best of all, where are they? Hark, the doctor. Enter subtle, disguised like a priest of fairy. With a stripe of cloth. Sub, in a feigned voice. Is yet her grace's cousin come? Face. He is come. Sub. And is he fasting? Face. Yes. Sub. And hath cried hum. Face. Thrice, you must answer. Dap. Thrice. Sub. And as oft buzz. Face. If you have, say. Dap. I have. Sub. Then, to her cuz. Hoping that he hath vinegared his senses. As he was bid, the fairy queen dispenses. By me, this robe, the petticoat of fortune. Which that he straight put on, she doth importune. And though to fortune near be her petticoat, yet nearer is her smock, the queen doth note. And therefore, even of that a piece she hath sent. Which, being a child, to wrap him in was rent. And praise him for a scarf he now will wear it. With as much love as then her grace did tear it. About his eyes. They blind him with the rag. To shew he is fortunate. And, trusting unto her to make his state, he'll throw away all worldly pelf about him. Which that he will perform, she doth not doubt him. Face. She need not doubt him, sir. Alas, he has nothing. But what he will part with all as willingly. Upon her grace's word, throw away your purse. As she would ask it, handkerchiefs and all. He throws away, as they bid him. She cannot bid that thing, but he'll obey. If you have a ring about you, cast it off. Or a silver seal at your wrist, her grace will send. Her fairies here to search you, therefore deal directly with her highness, if they find that you conceal a mite, you are undone. Dap. Truly, there's all. Face. All what? Dap. My money, truly. Face. Keep nothing that is transitory about you. Aside to subtle. Bid Dole play music. Dole plays on the cittern within. Look, the elves are come. To pinch you, if you tell not truth. Advise you. They pinch him. Dap. Oh. I have a paper with a spurial int. Face. Ti. They newt, they say. Sub. Ti. He has more yet. Face. Ti. Aside to sub. In the other pocket. Sub. Tt. They must pinch him or he will never confess, they say. They pinch him again. Dap. Oh. Face. Nay, pray you, hold, he is her grace's nephew. Ti. What care you? Good faith, you shall care. Deal plainly, sir, and shame the fairies. Shoo. You are innocent. Dap. By this good light, I have nothing. Sub. Ti, to, ta. He does equivocate, she says. Ti do, da. And swears by the light when he is blinded. Dap. By this good dark, I have nothing but a half-crown of gold about my wrist, that my love gave me. And a leaden heart I wore since she forsook me. Face. I thought 'twas something. And would you incur your aunt's displeasure for these trifles? Come. I had rather you had thrown away 20 half-crowns. Takes it off. You may wear your leaden heart still. Enter Dole hastily. How now? Sub. What news, Dole? Dole. Yonder's your knight, Sir Mammon. Face. Ods lid, we never thought of him till now. Where is he? Dole. Here hard by, he is at the door. Sub. And you are not ready now. Dole, get his suit. Exit Dole. He must not be sent back. Face. Oh, by no means. What shall we do with this same Puffin here? Now he's on the spit. Sub. Why, lay him back a while. With some device. Re-enter Dole, with Face's clothes. Ti, would her grace speak with me? I come. Help, Dole. Knocking without. Face, speaks through the keyhole. Who's there? Sir Epicure. My master's in the way. Please you to walk. 3 or 4 turns, but till his back be turned. And I am for you. Quickly, Dole. Sub. Her grace. Commends her kindly to you, Master Dapper. Dap. I long to see her grace. Sub. She now is set. At dinner in her bed, and she has sent you. From her own private trencher, a dead mouse. And a piece of gingerbread, to be merry withal. And stay your stomach. Lest you faint with fasting. Yet if you could hold out till she saw you, she says. It would be better for you. Face. Sir, he shall. Hold out, and 'twere this 2 hours, for her highness. I can assure you that. We will not lose. All we have done. Sub. He must not see, nor speak. To any body, till then. Face. For that will put, sir. A stay in's mouth. Sub. Of what? Face. Of gingerbread. Make you it fit. He that hath pleased her grace. Thus far, shall not now crinkle for a little. Gape, sir, and let him fit you. They thrust a gag of gingerbread in his mouth. Sub. Where shall we now bestow him? Dole. In the privy. Sub. Come along, sir. I now must shew you Fortune's privy lodgings. Face. Are they perfumed, and his bath ready? Sub. All. Only the fumigation somewhat strong. Face, speaking through the keyhole. Sir Epicure, I am yours, sir, by and by. Exeunt with Dapper. Act 4. Scene 4.1. A room in Lovewit's house. Enter Face and Mammon. Face. Oh sir, you're come in the only finest time. Ma'am. Where's master? Face. Now preparing for projection, sir. Your stuff will be all changed shortly. Ma'am. Into gold. Face. To gold and silver, sir. Ma'am. Silver I care not for. Face. Yes, sir, a little to give beggars. Ma'am. Where's the lady? Face. At hand here. I have told her such brave things of you. Touching your bounty, and your noble spirit. Ma'am. Hast thou? Face. As she is almost in her fit to see you. But, good sir, no divinity in your conference. For fear of putting her in rage. Ma'am. I warrant thee. Face. 6 men, sir, will not hold her down, and then. If the old man should hear or see you. Ma'am. Fear not. Face. The very house, sir, would run mad. You know it. How scrupulous he is, and violent. Gainst the least act of sin. Physic, or mathematics. Poetry, state, or bawdry, as I told you. She will endure, and never startle, but no word of controversy. Ma'am. I am schooled, good Yulin. Face. And you must praise her house, remember that. And her nobility. Ma'am. let me alone. No herald, no, nor antiquary, lungs, shall do it better. Go. Face, aside. Why, this is yet a kind of modern happiness, to have dole common for a great lady. Exit. Ma'am. Now, epicure, heighten thyself, talk to her all in gold. Rain her as many showers as Jove did drops. Unto his Danae. Shew the god a miser. Compared with Mammon. What? The stone will do't. She shall feel gold, taste gold, hear gold, sleep gold. Nay, we will concumbier gold, I will be puissant and mighty in my talk to her. Re-enter Face, with dole richly dressed. Here she comes. Face. To him, dole, suckle him. This is the noble knight I told your ladyship. Ma'am. Madam, with your pardon, I kiss your vesture. Dole. Sir, I were uncivil, if I would suffer that. My lip to you, sir. Ma'am. I hope my lord your brother be in health, lady. Dole. My lord, my brother is, though I know lady, sir. Face, aside. Well said, my guinea bird. Ma'am. Right noble madam. Face, aside. Oh, we shall have most fierce idolatry. Ma'am. 'Tis your prerogative. Dole. Rather your courtesy. Ma'am. Were there not else to enlarge your virtues to me? These answers speak your breeding and your blood. Dole. Blood we boast none, sir, a poor baron's daughter. Ma'am. Poor. And gat you? Profane not. Had your father slept all the happy remnant of his life? After that act, lean but there still, and panted. He had done enough to make himself, his issue, and his posterity noble. Dole. Sir, although we may be said to want the gilt and trappings, the dress of honor, yet we strive to keep the seeds and the materials. Ma'am. I do see. The old ingredient, virtue, was not lost. Nor the drug money used to make your compound. There is a strange nobility in your eye. This lip, that chin. Methinks you do resemble one of the Austriac princes. Face. Very like. Aside. Her father was an Irish costermonger. Ma'am. The house of Valois just had such a nose. And such a forehead, yet the Medici of Florence boast. Dole. Troth, and I have been likened to all these princes. Face, aside. I'll be sworn, I heard it. Ma'am. I know not how. It is not any one, but e'en the very choice of all their features. Face, aside. I'll in, and laugh. Exit. Ma'am. A certain touch, or air, that sparkles a divinity, beyond an earthly beauty. Dole. Oh, you play the courtier. Ma'am. Good lady, give me leave. Dole. In faith, I may not. To mock me, sir. Ma'am. To burn in this sweet flame. The phoenix never knew a nobler death. Dole. Nay, now you court the courtier, and destroy what you would build. This art, sir, in your words, calls your whole faith in question. Ma'am. By my soul. Dole. Nay, oaths are made of the same air, sir. Ma'am. Nature never bestowed upon mortality a more unblamed, a more harmonious feature. She played the stepdame in all faces else. Sweet madam, let me be particular. Dole. Particular, sir. I pray you know your distance. Ma'am. In no ill sense, sweet lady, but to ask how your fair graces pass the hours. I see. You are lodged here, in the house of a rare man. An excellent artist, but what's that to you? Dole. Yes, sir, I study here the mathematics. And distillation. Ma'am. Oh, I cry your pardon. He's a divine instructor. Can extract the souls of all things by his art, call all the virtues, and the miracles of the sun into a temperate furnace, teach dull nature what her own forces are. A man, the emperor, has courted above Kelly, sent his medals and chains, to invite him. Dole. Aye, and for his physic, sir. Ma'am. Above the art of Aesculapius. That drew the envy of the thunderer. I know all this, and more. Dole. Troth, I am taken, sir. Whole with these studies, that contemplate nature. Ma'am. It is a noble humor, but this form was not intended to so dark a use. Had you been crooked, foul, of some coarse mold, a cloister had done well. But such a feature that might stand up the glory of a kingdom to live recluse is a mere soloicism. Though in a nunnery, it must not be. I muse, my lord your brother will permit it. You should spend half my land first, were I he. Does not this diamond better on my finger than in the quarry? Dole. Yes. Ma'am. Why, you are like it. You were created, lady, for the light. Here, you shall wear it, take it, the first pledge of what I speak, to bind you to believe me. Dole. In chains of adamant? Ma'am. Yes, the strongest bands. And take a secret too, here, by your side. Doth stand this hour, the happiest man in Europe. Dole. You are contented, sir. Ma'am. Nay, in true being. The envy of princes and the fear of states. Dole. Say you so, Sir Epicure? Ma'am. Yes, and thou shalt prove it. Daughter of honor. I have cast mine eye upon thy form, and I will rear this beauty above all styles. Dole. You mean no treason, sir? Ma'am. No, I will take away that jealousy. I am the lord of the philosopher's stone. And thou the lady. Dole. How, sir? Have you that? Ma'am. I am the master of the mystery. This day the good old wretch here the house has made it for us, now he's at projection. Think therefore thy first wish now, let me hear it. And it shall rain into thy lap, no shower, but floods of gold, whole cataracts, a deluge, to get a nation on thee. Dole. You are pleased, sir, to work on the ambition of our sex. Ma'am. I am pleased the glory of her sex should know. This nook, here, of the friars is no climate for her to live obscurely in, to learn physic and surgery, for the constable's wife of some odd hundred in Essex. But come forth and taste the air of palaces, eat, drink the toils of empirics and their boasted practice. Tincture of pearl, and coral, gold, and amber. Be seen at feasts and triumphs, have it asked what miracle she is. Set all the eyes of court afire, like a burning glass, and work them into cinders, when the jewels of 20 states adorn thee, and the light strikes out the stars, that when thy name is mentioned, queens may look pale, and we but shewing our love, Nero's Poppaea may be lost in story. Thus will we have it. Dole. I could well consent, sir. But, in a monarchy, how will this be? The prince will soon take notice, and both seize you and your stone, it being a wealth unfit for any private subject. Ma'am, if he knew it, dole yourself do boast it, sir. Ma'am, to thee, my life, dole. Oh, but beware, sir. You may come to end the remnants of your days in a loathed prison by speaking of it. Ma'am, 'tis no idle fear. Will therefore go withal, my girl, and live in a free state, where we will eat our mullets soused in high country wines, sup pheasants' eggs, and have our cockles boiled in silver shells, our shrimps to swim again, as when they lived in a rare butter made of dolphin's milk, whose cream does look like opals. And with these delicate meats set ourselves high for pleasure, and take us down again, and then renew our youth and strength with drinking the elixir, and so enjoy a perpetuity of life and lust. And thou shalt have thy wardrobe richer than nature's, still to change thyself, and very oftener, for thy pride, than she, or art, her wise and almost equal servant. Re-enter face. Face. Sir, you are too loud. I hear you every word. Into the laboratory. Some fitter place. The garden, or great chamber above. How like you her? Ma'am. Excellent. Lungs. There's for thee. Gives him money. Face. But do you hear? Good sir, beware, no mention of the rabbins. Ma'am. We think not on M. Exeunt ma'am. And dole. Face. Oh, it is well, sir. Subtle. Enter subtle. Dost thou not laugh? Sub. Yes, are they gone? Face. All's clear. Sub. The widow is come. Face. And your quarreling disciple? Sub. I. Face. I must to my captainship again then. Sub. Stay, bring them in first. Face. So I meant. What is she? Abominable? Sub. I know not. Face. We'll draw lots. You'll stand to that? Sub. What else? Face. Oh, for a suit. To fall now like a curtain, flap. Sub. To the door, man. Face. You'll have the first kiss, 'cause I am not ready. Exit. Sub. Yes, and perhaps hit you through both the nostrils. Face, within. Who would you speak with? Cass, within. Where's the captain? Face, within. Gone, sir. About some business. Cass, within. Gone. Face, within. He'll return straight. But Master Doctor, his lieutenant, is here. Enter Castrol, followed by Dame Pliant. Sub. Come near, my worshipful boy, my terrae fili. That is, my boy of land, make thy approaches. Welcome, I know thy lusts, and thy desires. And I will serve and satisfy them. Begin. Charge me from thence, or in this line. Here is my centre, ground thy quarrel. Cass. You lie. Sub. How, child of wrath and anger? The loud lie. For what, my sudden boy? Cass. Nay, that look you to. I am aforehand. Sub. Oh, this is no true grammar. And as ill logic. You must render causes, child. Your first and second intentions, know your canons. And your divisions, moods, degrees, and differences. Your predicaments, substance, and accident. Series, extern and intern, with their causes. efficient, material, formal, final. And have your elements perfect. Cas, aside. What is this? The angry tongue he talks in. Sub. That false precept of being aforehand has deceived a number, and made them enter quarrels, oftentimes, before they were aware, and afterward, against their wills. Cas. How must I do then, sir? Sub. I cry this lady mercy, she should first have been saluted. Kisses her. I do call you lady, because you are to be one, ere't be long. My soft and buxom widow. Cas. Is she, I faith? Sub. Yes, or my art is an egregious liar. Cas. How know you? Sub. By inspection on her forehead, and subtlety of her lip, which must be tasted, often to make a judgment. Kisses her again. Slight, she melts. Like a Myrobalane, here is yet a line. In Rivo Frontis, tells me he is no knight. Dame P. What is he then, sir? Sub. Let me see your hand. Oh, your linea fortunae makes it plain. And Stella here in Monte Veneris. But, most of all, Junctura annularis. He is a soldier, or a man of art, lady. But shall have some great honor shortly. Dame P. Brother. He's a rare man, believe me. Re-enter face, in his uniform. Cas. Hold your peace. Here comes the t'other rare man. Save you, captain. Face. Good Master Castrol. Is this your sister? Cas. I, sir. Please you to cuss her, and be proud to know her. Face. I shall be proud to know you, lady. Kisses her. Dame P. Brother. He calls me lady too. Cas. I, peace, I heard it. Takes her aside. Face. The Count is come. Sub. Where is he? Face. At the door. Sub. Why, you must entertain him. Face. What will you do with these the while? Sub. Why, have them up, and shew them some fustian book, or the dark glass. Face. For God. She is a delicate dab chick. I must have her. Exit. Sub. Must you? Ay, if your fortune will, you must. Come, sir, the captain will come to us presently. I'll have you to my chamber of demonstrations, where I will shew you both the grammar and logic, and rhetoric of quarrelling, my whole method, drawn out in tables, and my instrument, that hath the several scales upon't, shall make you able to quarrel at a straw's breadth by moonlight. And, lady, I'll have you look in a glass some half an hour, but to clear your eyesight against you see your fortune. Which is greater? Then I may judge upon the sudden, trust me. Exit, followed by cast. And Dame P. Re-enter face. Face. Where are you, doctor? Sub, within. I'll come to you presently. Face. I will have this same widow, now I have seen her. On any composition. Re-enter subtle. Sub. What do you say? Face. Have you disposed of them? Sub. I have sent them up. Face. Subtle, in troth, I needs must have this widow. Sub. Is that the matter? Face. Nay, but hear me. Sub. Go to. If you rebel once, Dole shall know it all. Therefore be quiet, and obey your chance. Face. Nay, thou art so violent now, do but conceive. Thou art old, and canst not serve. Sub. Who cannot? I. Slight, I will serve her with thee, for a face. Nay. But understand, I'll give you composition. Sub. I will not treat with thee, what? Sell my fortune. 'Tis better than my birthright. Do not murmur. Win her, and carry her. If you grumble, dole. Knows it directly. Face. Well, sir, I am silent. Will you go help to fetch in dawn in state? Exit. Sub. I follow you, sir. We must keep face in awe. Or he will overlook us like a tyrant. Re-enter face, introducing surly disguised as a Spaniard. Brain of a tailor. Who comes here? Don John. Sir. Señores, beso las manos a vuestras mercedes. Sub. Would you had stooped a little, and kissed our anos. Face. Peace, subtle. Sub. Stab me, I shall never hold, man. He looks in that deep rough like a head in a platter. Served in by a short cloak upon two trestles. Face. Or, what do you say to a collar of brawn, cut down beneath the souse, and wriggled with a knife? Sub. Slud, he does look too fat to be a Spaniard. Face. Perhaps some Fleming or some Hollander got him. In D'Alva's time, Count Egmont's bastard. Sub. Don. Your scurvy, yellow, Madrid face is welcome. Sir. Grazia. Sub. He speaks out of a fortification. Pray God he have no squibs in those deep sets. Sir. Por Dios, señores, muy linda casa. Sub. What says he? Face. Praises the house, I think. I know no more but's action. Sub. Yes, the casa. My precious Diego, will prove fair enough. To cousin you in. Do you mark? You shall. Be cousined, Diego. Face. Cousined, do you see? My worthy donzel, cousined. Sir. Entiendo. Sub. Do you intend it? So do we, dear Don. Have you brought pistolets, or portagues? My solemn Don, dost thou feel any? Face, feels his pockets. Full. Sub. You shall be emptied, Don, pumped and drawn. Dry, as they say. Face. Milked, in troth, sweet Don. Sub. See all the monsters. The great lion of all, Don. Sir. Con licencia, esi pueda ver a esta sonora. Sub. What talks he now? Face. Of the sonora. Sub. Oh, Don. This is the lioness, which you shall see. Also, my Don. Face. Slid, subtle, how shall we do? Sub. For what? Face. Why doles employed, you know. Sub. That's true. For heaven, I know not, he must stay, that's all. Face. Stay. That he must not by no means. Sub. No. Why? Face. Unless you'll mar all. Slight, he will suspect it. And then he will not pay, not half so well. This is a travelled pumpmaster, and does know all the delays, a notable hot rascal. And looks already rampant. Sub. Steth, and Mammon. Must not be troubled. Face. Mammon. In no case. Sub. What shall we do then? Face. Think, you must be sudden. Sir. Entiendo que la sonora es tan hermosa, que codicio tan. Verla, como la bienaventuranza de mi vida. Face. Mi vida. Slid, subtle, he puts me in mind of the widow. What dost thou say to draw her to it, ha? And tell her, 'tis her fortune. All our venture now lies upon't. It is but one man more. Which of us chanced to have her, and beside, there is no maidenhead to be feared or lost. What dost thou think on't, subtle? Sub. Who? I. Why? Face. The credit of our house too is engaged. Sub. You made me an offer for my share erewhile. What wilt thou give me, I faith? Face. Oh, by that light. I'll not buy now, you know you're doomed to me. E'en take your lot, obey your chance, sir, win her. And wear her out, for me. Sub. Slight, I'll not work her then. Face. It is the common cause, therefore bethink you. Dole else must know it, as you said. Sub. I care not. Sir. Señores, porque se tarda tanto? Sub. Faith, I am not fit, I am old. Face. That's now no reason, sir. Sir. Puede ser de hazer burla de mi amor. Face. You hear the dawn too. By this air, I call. And loose the hinges, dole. Sub. A plague of hell. Face. Will you then do? Sub. You are a terrible rogue. I'll think of this, will you, sir, call the widow? Face. Yes, and I'll take her too with all her faults. Now I do think on't better. Sub. With all my heart, sir. Am I discharged the lot? Face. As you please. Sub. Hands. They take hands. Face. Remember now, that upon any change, you never claim her. Sub. Much good joy, and health to you, sir. Marry a whore. Fate, let me wed a witch first. Sir. Por estas honradas barbas. Sub. He swears by his beard. Dispatch, and call the brother too. Exit face. Sir. Tengo duda, señores, que no me hagan alguna traición. Sub. How, issue on. Yes, presto, senor. Please you. Enthrotha the chambrada, worthy Don. Where if you please the fates, in your bath Ada. You shall be soaked, and stroked, and tubbed and rubbed. And scrubbed, and fubbed, dear Don, before you go. You shall in faith, my scurvy baboon Don. Be curried, clawed, and flawed, and tawed, indeed. I will the heartlier go about it now. And make the widow a punk so much the sooner. To be revenged on this impetuous face. The quickly doing of it is the grace. Exeunt sub. And surly. Scene 4.2. Another room in the same. Enter Face, Castrol, and Dame Pliant. Face. Come, lady, I knew the doctor would not leave. Till he had found the very nick of her fortune. Cass. To be a countess, say you, a Spanish countess, sir. Dame P. Why, is that better than an English countess? Face. Better. Slight, make you that a question, lady? Cass. Nay, she is a fool, captain, you must pardon her. Face. Ask from your courtier, to your inns of courtman. To your mere milliner. They will tell you all. Your Spanish genet is the best horse, your Spanish stoop is the best garb, your Spanish beard is the best cut, your Spanish ruffs are the best. Wear, your Spanish paven the best dance. Your Spanish titillation in a glove. The best perfume, and for your Spanish pike. And Spanish blade, let your poor captain speak. Here comes the doctor. Enter Subtle, with a paper. Sub. My most honored lady. For so I am now to style you, having found. By this my scheme, you are to undergo an honorable fortune, very shortly. What will you say now, if some face? I have told her all, sir. And her right worshipful brother here, that she shall be a countess. Do not delay them, sir, a Spanish countess. Sub. Still, my scarce worshipful captain, you can keep no secret. Well, since he has told you, madam. Do you forgive him, and I do? Cass. She shall do that, sir. I'll look to it, 'tis my charge. Sub. Well then, not rests. But that she fit her love now to her fortune. Dame P. Truly I shall never brook a Spaniard. Sub. No. Dame P. Never since '88 could I abide them. And that was some 3 year afore I was born, in truth. Sub. Come, you must love him, or be miserable. Choose which you will. Face. By this good rush, persuade her. She will cry strawberries else within this 12-month. Sub. Nay, shads and mackerel, which is worse. Face. Indeed, sir. Cass. Odie's lid, you shall love him, or I'll kick you. Dame P. Why? I'll do as you will have me, brother. Cass. Do. Or by this hand I'll maul you. Face. Nay, good sir. Be not so fierce. Sub. No, my enraged child. She will be ruled. What, when she comes to taste the pleasures of a countess? To be courted. Face. And kissed, and ruffled. Sub. I, behind the hangings. Face. And then come forth in pomp. Sub. And know her state. Face. Of keeping all the idolaters of the chamber. Bearer to her, then at their prayers. Sub. Is served. Upon the knee. Face. And has her pages, ushers, footmen, and coaches. Sub. Her 6 mares. Face. Nay, 8. Sub. To hurry her through London, to the Exchange. Bethlehem, the China houses. Face. Yes, and have. The citizens gape at her, and praise her tires. And my lord's goose-turd bands, that ride with her. Cass. Most brave. By this hand, you are not my suster. If you refuse. Dame P. I will not refuse, brother. Enter Surly. Sir. ¿Qué es esto, señores, que no venga? Esta tardanza mi mata. Face. It is the Count come. The doctor knew he would be here, by his art. Sub. En galanta madama, don. Galantissima. Sir. Por todos los dioses, lo más acabada hermosura, que he visto. En mi vida. Face. Is not a gallant language that they speak? Cass. An admirable language. Is not French? Face. No, Spanish, sir. Cass. It goes like law French. And that, they say, is the courtliest language. Face. List, sir. Sir. El sol ha perdido su lumbre, con el esplendor que trae. Esta dama. Valgame Dios. Face. He admires your sister. Cass. Must not she make curtsy? Sub. Ods will, she must go to him, man, and kiss him. It is the Spanish fashion, for the women. To make first court. Face. 'Tis true he tells you, sir. His art knows all. Sir. Porque no se acude. Cas. He speaks to her, I think. Face. That he does, sir. Sir. Por el amor de Dios, que es esto que se tarda. Cas. Nay, see, she will not understand him. Gull. Naughty. Dame P. What say you, brother? Cas. Ass, my sister. Go cuss him, as the cunning man would have you. I'll thrust a pin in your buttocks else. Face. Oh no, sir. Sir. Senora mia, mi persona esta muy indigna de allega. A tonta hermosura. Face. Does he not use her bravely? Cas. Bravely, I faith. Face. Nay, he will use her better. Cas. Do you think so? Sir. Senora, si sera servida, entremonos. Exit with Dame Pliant. Cas. Where does he carry her? Face. Into the garden, sir. Take you no thought, I must interpret for her. Sub. Give Dole the word. Aside to Face, who goes out. Come, my fierce child, advance. We'll to our quarreling lesson again. Cas. Agreed. I love a Spanish boy with all my heart. Sub. Nay, and by this means, sir, you shall be brother. To a great count. Cas. I knew that at first. This match will advance the house of the Castrals. Sub. Pray God your sister prove but pliant. Cas. Why? Her name is so, by her other husband. Sub. How? Cas. The widow pliant. Knew you not that? Sub. No, faith, sir. Yet, by erection of her figure, I guessed it. Come, let's go practice. Cas. Yes, but do you think, doctor? I e'er shall quarrel well. Sub. I warrant you. Exeunt. Scene 4.3. Another room in the same. Enter Dole in her fit of raving, followed by Mammon. Dole. For after Alexander's death. Ma'am. Good lady. Dole. That Perdiccas and Antigonus were slain. The two that stood, Celiac and Ptolemy. Ma'am. Madam. Dole. Made up the two legs, and the fourth beast. That was Gog north, and Egypt south, which after was called Gog iron leg and South iron leg. Ma'am. Lady. Dole. And then Gog horned. So was Egypt, too. Then Egypt clay leg, and Gog clay leg. Ma'am. Sweet madam. Dole. And last Gog dust, and Egypt dust, which fall in the last link of the fourth chain. And these be stars in story, which none see, or look at. Ma'am. What shall I do? Dole. For, as he says, except we call the rabbins, and the heathen Greeks. Ma'am. Dear lady. Dole. To come from Salem, and from Athens. And teach the people of Great Britain. Enter Face, hastily, in his servant's dress. Face. What's the matter, sir? Dole. To speak the tongue of Eber, and Javan. Ma'am. Oh. She's in her fit. Dole. We shall know nothing. Face. Death, sir. We are undone. Dole. Where then a learned linguist shall see the ancient used communion of vowels and consonants. Face. My master will hear. Dole. A wisdom, which Pythagoras held most high. Ma'am. Sweet honorable lady. Dole. To comprise all sounds of voices, in few marks of letters. Face. Nay, you must never hope to lay her now. They all speak together. Dole. And so we may arrive by Talmud skill and profane Greek, to raise the building up of Helen's house against the Ismaelite king of Thagarma, and his habergeons. Brimstony, blue, and fiery. And the force of King Abaddon, and the beast of Siddim, which Rabbi David Kimchi, Onkelos, and Aben Ezra do interpret Rome. Face. How did you put her into't? Ma'am. Alas, I talked of a fifth monarchy I would erect with the philosopher's stone, by chance, and she falls on the other four straight. Face. Out of Broughton. I told you so. Slid, stop her mouth. Ma'am. Is't best? Face. She'll never leave else. If the old man hear her. We are but feces, ashes. Sub, within. What's to do there? Face. Oh, we are lost. Now she hears him, she is quiet. Enter subtle, they run different ways. Ma'am. Where shall I hide me? Sub. How? What sight is here? Close deeds of darkness, and that shun the light. Bring him again. Who is he? What, my son? Oh, I have lived too long. Ma'am. Nay, good, dear father. There was no unchaste purpose. Sub. Not. And flee me. When I come in. Ma'am. That was my error. Sub. Error. Guilt, guilt, my son, give it the right name. No marvel if I found check in our great work within, when such affairs as these were managing. Ma'am. Why, have you so? Sub. It has stood still this half hour. And all the rest of our less works gone back. Where is the instrument of wickedness? My lewd false drudge. Ma'am. Nay, good sir, blame not him. Believe me, 'twas against his will or knowledge. I saw her by chance. Sub. Will you commit more sin? To excuse a varlet? Ma'am. By my hope, 'tis true, sir. Sub. Nay, then I wonder less, if you, for whom the blessing was prepared, would so tempt heaven, and lose your fortunes. Ma'am. Why, sir? Sub. This will retard the work a month at least. Ma'am. Why, if it do? What remedy? But think it not, good father. Our purposes were honest. Sub. As they were. So the reward will prove. A loud explosion within. How now? Ah me. God, and all saints be good to us. Re-enter face. What's that? Face. Oh, sir, we are defeated. All the works are flown in fumo, every glass is burst. Furnace, and all rent down, as if a bolt of thunder had been driven through the house. Retorts, receivers, pelicans, bolt heads. All struck in shivers. Subtle falls down as in a swoon. Help, good sir. Alas! Coldness and death invades him. Nay, Sir Mammon. Do the fair offices of a man. You stand as you were readier to depart than he. Knocking within. Who's there? My lord her brother is come. Ma'am. Ha, lungs. Face. His coach is at the door. Avoid his sight. For he's as furious as his sister's mad. Ma'am. Alas. Face. My brain is quite undone with the fume, sir. I ne'er must hope to be mine own man again. Ma'am. Is all lost, lungs? Will nothing be preserved? Of all our cost? Face. Faith, very little, sir. A peck of coals or so, which is cold comfort, sir. Ma'am. Oh, my voluptuous mind. I am justly punished. Face. And so am I, sir. Ma'am. Cast from all my hopes. Face. Nay, certainties, sir. Ma'am. By mine own base affections. Seeming to come to himself. Oh, the cursed fruits of vice and lust. Ma'am. Good father. It was my sin. Forgive it. Hangs my roof. Over us still, and will not fall, O justice. Upon us, for this wicked man. Face. Nay, look, sir. You grieve him now with staying in his sight. Good sir, the nobleman will come too, and take you. And that may breed a tragedy. Ma'am. I'll go. Face. And repent at home, sir. It may be. For some good penance you may have it yet. £100 to the box at Bethlehem. Ma'am. Yes. Face. For the restoring such as have their wits. Ma'am. I'll do't. Face. I'll send one to you to receive it. Ma'am. Do. Is no projection left? Face. All flown, or stinks, sir. Ma'am. Will not be saved that's good for medicine. Think'st thou? Face. I cannot tell, sir. There will be perhaps something about the scraping of the shards. Will cure the itch, though not your itch of mind, sir. Aside. It shall be saved for you, and sent home. Good sir. This way, for fear the Lord should meet you. Exit Mammon. Raising his head. Face. Face. I. Is he gone? Face. Yes, and as heavily as all the gold he hoped for were in's blood. Let us be light though. Leaping up. As balls, and bound. And hit our heads against the roof for joy. There's so much of our care now cast away. Face. Now to our dawn. Yes, your young widow by this time is made a countess, face. She has been in travail of a young heir for you. Face. Good sir. Off with your case. And greet her kindly, as a bridegroom should. After these common hazards. Face. Very well, sir. Will you go fetch Don Diego off, the while? And fetch him over too, if you'll be pleased, sir. Would Dole were in her place, to pick his pockets now. Face. Why, you can do't as well, if you would set to't. I pray you prove your virtue. For your sake, sir. Exeunt. Scene 4.4. Another room in the same. Enter Surly and Dame Pliant. Sir. Lady, you see into what hands you are fallen. Mongst what a nest of villains. And how near. Your honor was have catched a certain clap. Through your credulity, had I but been so punctually forward, as place, time, and other circumstances would have made a man. For you're a handsome woman, would you were wise too. I am a gentleman come here disguised. Only to find the knaveries of this citadel. And where I might have wronged your honor, and have not. I claim some interest in your love. You are, they say, a widow, rich, and I'm a bachelor. Worth not, your fortunes may make me a man. As mine have preserved you a woman. Think upon it. And whether I have deserved you or no. Dame P. I will, sir. Sir. And for these household rogues, let me alone. To treat with them. Enter subtle. Sub. How doth my noble Diego? And my dear Madam Countess? Hath the Count been courteous, lady? Liberal, and open? Donzel, methinks you look melancholic. After your coitum, and scurvy, truly. I do not like the dullness of your eye. It hath a heavy cast, 'tis up-sea Dutch. And says you are a lumpish whoremaster. Be lighter, and I will make your pockets so. Attempts to pick them. Sir, throws open his cloak. Will you, Don Baud, and pick purse? Strikes him down. How now? Reel you? Stand up, sir, you shall find, since I am so heavy. I'll give you equal weight. Sub. Help. Murder. Sir. No, sir. There's no such thing intended, a good cart. And a clean whip shall ease you of that fear. I am the Spanish Don, that should be cozened. Do you see, cozened? Where's your captain face? That parcel broker, and whole baud, all rascal. Enter Face, in his uniform. Face. How, surly. Sir. Oh, make your approach, good captain. I have found from whence your copper rings and spoons. Come, now, wherewith you cheat abroad in taverns. 'Twas here you learned tea, anoint your boot with brimstone. Then rub men's gold on't for a kind of touch. And say, 'twas not, when you had changed the colour. That you might have't for nothing. And this doctor. Your sooty, smoky-bearded compeer, he will close you so much gold, in a bolt's head. And, on a turn, convey in the stead another. With sublimed mercury, that shall burst in the heat. And fly out all in fumo. Then weeps Mammon. Then swoons his worship. Face slips out. Or, he is the Faustus. That casteth figures and can conjure, cures. Plagues, piles, and pox, by the ephemerides. And holds intelligence with all the bawds. And midwives of 3 shires, while you send in. Captain, what? Is he gone? Damsels with child. Wives that are barren, or the waiting maid. With the green sickness. Seizes subtle as he is retiring. Nay, sir, you must tarry. Though he be scaped, and answer by the ears, sir. Re-enter Face, with Castrol. Face. Why, now's the time, if ever you will quarrel. Well, as they say, and be a true-born child. The doctor and your sister both are abused. Cass. Where is he? Which is he? He is a slave. Whatever he is, and the son of a whore. Are you the man, sir, I would know. Sir. I should be loath, sir, to confess so much. Cass. Then you lie in your throat. Sir. How? Face, to Castrol. A very errant rogue, sir, and a cheater. Employed here by another conjurer. That does not love the doctor, and would cross him. If he knew how. Sir. Sir, you are abused. Cass. You lie. And 'tis no matter. Face. Well said, sir. He is the impudent rascal. Sir. You are indeed, will you hear me, sir? Face. By no means, bid him begone. Cass. Begone, sir, quickly. Sir. This is strange, lady, do you inform your brother? Face. There is not such a foist in all the town. The doctor had him presently, and finds yet. The Spanish count will come here. Aside. Bear up, subtle. Sub. Yes, sir, he must appear within this hour. Face. And yet this rogue would come in a disguise. By the temptation of another spirit. To trouble our art, though he could not hurt it. Cass. I know, away. To his sister. You talk like a foolish mother. Sir. Sir, all is truth, she says. Face. Do not believe him, sir. He is the lyingst swabber. Come your ways, sir. Sir. You are valiant out of company. Cass. Yes, how then, sir? Enter drugger, with a piece of damask. Face. Nay, here's an honest fellow, too, that knows him. And all his tricks. Make good what I say, Abel. This cheater would have cozened thee, oh, the widow dot. Aside to drug. He owes this honest drugger here, £7. He has had on him, in 2 pennyworths of tobacco. Drug. Yes, sir. And he has damned himself 3 terms to pay me. Face. And what does he owe for lodium? Drug. 30 shillings, sir. And for 6 syringes. Sir. Hydra of villainy. Face. Nay, sir, you must quarrel him out, oh, the house. Cass. I will. Sir, if you get not out of doors, you lie. And you are a pimp. Sir. Why, this is madness, sir. Not valor in you. I must laugh at this. Cass. It is my humor, you are a pimp and a trig. And an Amadis de Gaul, or a Don Quixote. Drug. Or a knight, oh, the curious coxcomb, do you see? Enter Ananias. Anna. Peace to the household. Cass. I'll keep peace for no man. Anna. Casting of dollars is concluded lawful. Cass. Is he the constable? Sub. Peace, Ananias. Face. No, sir. Cass. Then you are an otter, and a shad, a wit. A very Tim. Sir. You'll hear me, sir. Cass. I will not. Anna. What is the motive? Sub. Zeal in the young gentleman. Against his Spanish slops. Anna. They are profane. Lewd, superstitious, and idolatrous breeches. Sir. New rascals. Cass. Will you be gone, sir? Anna. Avoid, Sathan. Thou art not of the light, that ruff of pride. About thy neck, betrays thee, and is the same. With that which the unclean birds, in 77. Were seen to prank it with on divers coasts. Thou look'st like Antichrist, in that lewd hat. Sir. I must give way. Cass. Be gone, sir. Sir. But I'll take a course with you. Anna. Depart, proud Spanish fiend. Sir. Captain and doctor. Anna. Child of perdition. Cass. Hence, sir. Exit surly. Did I not quarrel bravely? Face. Yes, indeed, sir. Cass. Nay, an I give my mind to't, I shall do't. Face. Oh, you must follow, sir, and threaten him tame. He'll turn again else. Cass. I'll return him then. Exit. Subtle takes Ananias aside. Face. Drugger, this rogue prevented us for thee. We had determined that thou shouldst have come. In a Spanish suit, and have carried her so, and he. A brokerly slave. Goes, puts it on himself. Hast brought the damask. Drug. Yes, sir. Face. Thou must borrow. A Spanish suit. Hast thou no credit with the players? Drug. Yes, sir, did you never see me play the fool? Face. I know not, Nab, thou shalt, if I can help it. Aside. Hieronymo's old cloak, ruff, and hat will serve. I'll tell thee more when thou bring'st M. Exit drugger. Anna. Sir, I know. The Spaniard hates the brethren, and hath spies upon their actions, and that this was one. I make no scruple. But the Holy Synod have been in prayer and meditation for it. And 'tis revealed no less to them than me, that casting of money is most lawful. Sub. True. But here I cannot do it, if the house showed chance to be suspected, all would out. And we be locked up in the tower for ever. To make gold there for the state, never come out. And then are you defeated. Anna. I will tell this to the elders and the weaker brethren, that the whole company of the separation may join in humble prayer again. Sub. And fasting. Anna. Yea, for some fitter place. The peace of mind. Rest with these walls. Exit. Sub. Thanks, courteous Ananias. Face. What did he come for? Sub. About casting dollars. Presently out of hand. And so I told him. A Spanish minister came here to spy against the faithful. Face. I conceive. Come, subtle. Thou art so down upon the least disaster. How wouldst thou have done, if I had not helped thee out? Sub. I thank thee, Face, for the angry boy, I faith. Face. Who would have looked it should have been that rascal. Surly. He had dyed his beard and all. Well, sir. Here's Damas come to make you a suit. Sub. Where's drugger? Face. He is gone to borrow me a Spanish habit. I'll be the count, now. Sub. But where's the widow? Face. Within, with my lord's sister. Madame Dole is entertaining her. Sub. By your favor, Face. Now she is honest, I will stand again. Face. You will not offer it. Sub. Why? Face. Stand to your word. Or, here comes Dole, she knows. Sub. You are tyrannous still. Enter Dole, hastily. Face. Strict for my right. How now, Dole? Hast, thou, told her? The Spanish count will come. Dole. Yes, but another is come. You little looked for. Face. Who's that? Dole. Your master. The master of the house. Sub. How, Dole? Face. She lies. This is some trick. Come, leave your quibblins, Dorothy. Dole. Look out, and see. Face goes to the window. Sub. Art thou in earnest? Dole. Slight. 40 of the neighbors are about him, talking. Face. 'Tis he, by this good day. Dole. 'Twill prove ill day. For some on us. Face. We are undone, and taken. Dole. Lost, I'm afraid. Sub. You said he would not come. While there died one a week within the liberties. Face. No, 'twas within the walls. Sub. Was't so? Cry you mercy. I thought the liberties. What shall we do now, Face? Face. Be silent, not a word, if he call or knock. I'll into mine old shape again and meet him. Of Jeremy, the butler. In the meantime, do you two pack up all the goods and purchase That we can carry in the 2 trunks. I'll keep him. Off for today, if I cannot longer, and then. At night, I'll ship you both away to Ratcliffe. Where we will meet tomorrow, and there we'll share. Let Mammon's brass and pewter keep the cellar. We'll have another time for that. But, Dole. Prithee go heat a little water quickly. Subtle must shave me, all my captain's beard. Must off, to make me appear smooth Jeremy. You'll do it? Sub. Yes, I'll shave you, as well as I can. Face. And not cut my throat, but trim me. Sub. You shall see, sir. Exeunt. Act 5. Scene 5.1. Before Lovewit's door. Enter Lovewit, with several of the neighbors. Love. Has there been such resort, say you? 1 nei. Daily, sir. 2 nei. And nightly, 2. 3 nei. Aye, some as brave as lords. 4 nei. Ladies and gentlewomen. 5 nei. Citizens' wives. 1 nei. And knights. 6 nei. In coaches. 2 nei. Yes, and oyster women. 1 nei. Beside other gallants. 3 nei. Sailors' wives. 4 nei. Tobacco men. 5 nei. Another Pimlico. Love. What should my knave advance? To draw this company? He hung out no banners. Of a strange calf with 5 legs to be seen. Or a huge lobster with 6 claws. 6 nei. No, sir. 3 nei. We had gone in then, sir. Love. He has no gift. Of teaching in the nose that e'er I knew of. You saw no bills set up that promised cure. Of agues, or the tooth ach. 2 nei. No such thing, sir. Love. Nor heard a drum struck for baboons or puppets. 5 nei. Neither, sir. Love. What device should he bring forth now? I love a teeming wit as I love my nourishment. Pray God he have not kept such open house. That he hath sold my hangings, and my bedding. I left him nothing else. If he have eat them. A plague, oh, the moth, say I. Sure he has got. Some bawdy pictures to call all this jing. The friar and the nun, or the new motion. Of the knight's courser covering the parson's mare. Or, may be, he has the fleas that run at tilt. Upon a table, or some dog to dance. When saw you him? 1 nei. Who, sir, Jeremy? 2 nei. Jeremy Butler. We saw him not this month. Love. How? 4 nei. Not these 5 weeks, sir. 6 nei. These 6 weeks at the least. Love. You amaze me, neighbors. 5 nei. Sure, if your worship know not where he is. He's slipped away. 6 nei. Pray God, he be not made away. Love. Ha. It's no time to question, then. Knocks at the door. 6 nei. About. Some 3 weeks since, I heard a doleful cry. As I sat up amending my wife's stockings. Love. 'Tis strange that none will answer. Didst thou hear? A cry, say'st thou? 6 nei. Yes, sir, like unto a man. That had been strangled an hour, and could not speak. 2 nei. I heard it too, just this day 3 weeks, at 2 o'clock. Next morning. Love. These be miracles, or you make them so. A man an hour strangled, and could not speak. And both you heard him cry. 3 nei. Yes, downward, sir. Love, thou art a wise fellow. Give me thy hand, I pray thee. What trade art thou on? 3 Nei. A smith, an't please your worship. Love. A smith. Then lend me thy help to get this door open. 3 Nei. That I will presently, sir, but fetch my tools. Exit. 1 Nei. Sir, best to knock again, before you break it. Love, knocks again. I will. Enter Face, in his butler's livery. Face. What mean you, sir? 1, 2, 4 Nei. Oh, here's Jeremy. Face. Good sir, come from the door. Love. Why, what's the matter? Face. Yet farther, you are too near yet. Love. In the name of wonder. What means the fellow? Face. The house, sir, has been visited. Love. What, with the plague? Stand thou then farther. Face. No, sir. I had it not. Love. Who had it then? I left. None else but thee in the house. Face. Yes, sir, my fellow. The cat that kept the buttery, had it on her. A week before I spied it, but I got her. Conveyed away in the night, and so I shut the house up for a month. Love. How? Face. Purposing then, sir, to have burnt rose vinegar, treacle, and tar, and have made it sweet, that you should ne'er have known it. Because I knew the news would but afflict you, sir. Love. Breathe less, and farther off. Why this is stranger. The neighbors tell me all here that the doors have still been open. Face. How, sir? Love. Gallants, men and women, and of all sorts, tagrag, been seen to flock here. In threeves, these 10 weeks, as to a second hog's den. In days of Pimlico and Eyebright. Face. Sir. Their wisdoms will not say so. Love. Today they speak of coaches and gallants, one in a French hood went in, they tell me, and another was seen in a velvet gown at the window, divers more pass in and out. Face. They did pass through the doors then. Or walls, I assure their eyesights, and their spectacles. For here, sir, are the keys, and here have been in this my pocket, now above 20 days. And for before, I kept the fort alone there. But that, 'tis yet not deep in the afternoon. I should believe my neighbors had seen double through the black pot, and made these apparitions. For, on my faith to your worship, for these 3 weeks. And upwards the door has not been opened. Love. Strange. 1 Nei. Good faith, I think I saw a coach. 2 Nei. And I too. I'd have been sworn. Love. Do you but think it now? And but one coach. 4 Nei. We cannot tell, sir, Jeremy is a very honest fellow. Face. Did you see me at all? 1 Nei. No, that we are sure on. 2 Nei. I'll be sworn that. Love. Fine rogues to have your testimonies built on. Re-enter third neighbor, with his tools. 3 Nei. Is Jeremy come? 1 Nei. Oh yes, you may leave your tools. We were deceived, he says. 2 Nei. He has had the keys. And the door has been shut these 3 weeks. 3 Nei. Like enough. Love. Peace, and get hence, you changelings. Enter Surly and Mammon. Face, aside. Surly come. And Mammon made acquainted. They'll tell all. How shall I beat them off? What shall I do? Nothing's more wretched than a guilty conscience. Sir. No, sir, he was a great physician. This. It was no bawdy house, but a mere chancel. You knew the lord and his sister. Ma'am. Nay, good surly dot. Sir. The happy word, be rich. Ma'am. Play not the tyrant dot. Sir. Should be today pronounced to all your friends. And where be your andirons now? And your brass pots? That should have been golden flagons, and great wedges. Ma'am. Let me but breathe. What, they have shut their doors. Methinks. Sir. Aye, now, 'tis holiday with them. Ma'am. Rogues. He and surly knock. Cousiners, impostors, bawds. Face. What mean you, sir? Ma'am. To enter if we can. Face. Another man's house. Here is the owner, sir, turn you to him. And speak your business. Ma'am. Are you, sir, the owner? Love. Yes, sir. Ma'am. And are those knaves within your cheaters? Love. What knaves, what cheaters? Ma'am. Subtle and his lungs. Face. The gentleman is distracted, sir. No lungs. Nor lights have been seen here these 3 weeks, sir. Within these doors, upon my word. Sir. Your word. Groom arrogant. Face. Yes, sir, I am the housekeeper. And know the keys have not been out of my hands. Sir. This is a new face. Face. You do mistake the house, sir. What sign was that? Sir. You rascal. This is one. Of the Confederacy. Come, let's get officers. And force the door. Love. Pray you stay, gentlemen. Sir. No, sir, we'll come with warrant. Ma'am. Aye, and then. We shall have your doors open. Exeunt ma'am. And sir. Love. What means this? Face. I cannot tell, sir. I. These are 2 of the gallants. That we do think we saw. Face. 2 of the fools. Your talk as idly as they. Good faith, sir. I think the moon has crazed em all dot. Aside. Oh me. Enter Castrol. The angry boy come too. He'll make a noise. And ne'er away till he have betrayed us all. Cass, knocking. What rogues, bawds, slaves. You'll open the door, anon. Punk, cockatrice, my suster. By this light. I'll fetch the marshal to you. You are a whore. To keep your castle. Face. Who would you speak with, sir? Cass. The bawdy doctor, and the cousining captain. And puss my suster. Love. This is something, sure. Face. Upon my trust, the doors were never open, sir. Cass. I have heard all their tricks told me twice over. By the fat knight and the lean gentleman. Love. Here comes another. Enter Ananias and Tribulation. Face. Ananias too. And his pastor. Try, beating at the door. The doors are shut against us. Anna. Come forth, you seed of sulphur, sons of fire. Your stench it is broke forth, abomination. Is in the house. Cass. I, my suster's there. Anna. The place. It is become a cage of unclean birds. Cass. Yes, I will fetch the scavenger, and the constable. Try. You shall do well. Anna. We'll join to weed them out. Cass. You will not come then, punk devise, my sister. Anna. Call her not sister, she's a harlot verily. Cass. I'll raise the street. Love. Good gentleman, a word. Anna. Satan avoid, and hinder not our zeal. Exeunt Anna, Trib, and Cast. Love. The world's turned Bethlehem. Face. These are all broke loose. Out of St. Catherine's, where they used to keep the better sort of mad folks. 1 nei. All these persons we saw go in and out here. 2 nei. Yes, indeed, sir. 3 nei. These were the parties. Face. Peace, you drunkards. Sir. I wonder at it, please you to give me leave. To touch the door, I'll try and the lock be chonged. Love. It mazes me. Face, goes to the door. Good faith, sir, I believe. There's no such thing, 'tis all deceptio vices. Aside. Would I could get him away. Dap, within. Master Captain. Master Doctor. Love. Who's that? Face. Our clerk within, that I forgot. Aside. I know not, sir. Dap, within. For God's sake, when will her grace be at leisure? Face. Ha. Illusions, some spirit oh, the air. Aside. His gag is melted. And now he sets out the throat. Dap, within. I am almost stifled. Face, aside. Would you were all together. Love. 'Tis in the house. Ha. List. Face. Believe it, sir, in the air. Love. Peace, you. Dap, within. Mine aunt's grace does not use me well. Sub, within. You fool. Peace, you'll mar all. Face, speaks through the keyhole. While Lovewit advances to the door unobserved. Or you will else, you rogue. Love. Oh, is it so? Then you converse with spirits. Come, sir. No more of your tricks, good Jeremy. The truth, the shortest way. Face. Dismiss this rabble, sir. Aside. What shall I do? I am catched. Love. Good neighbors. I thank you all. You may depart. Exeunt neighbors. Come, sir. You know that I am an indulgent master. And therefore conceal nothing. What's your medicine? To draw so many several sorts of wild fowl. Face. Sir, you are wont to affect mirth and wit. But here's no place to talk on't in the street. Give me but leave to make the best of my fortune. And only pardon me the abuse of your house. It's all I beg. I'll help you to a widow. In recompense, that you shall give me thanks for. Will make you 7 years younger, and a rich one. 'Tis but you're putting on a Spanish cloak. I have her within. You need not fear the house. It was not visited. Love. But by me, who came. Sooner than you expected. Face. It is true, sir. Pray you forgive me. Love. Well, let's see your widow. Exeunt. Scene 5.2. A room in the same. Enter Subtle, leading in Dapper, with his eyes bound as before. Sub. How? You have eaten your gag. Dap. Yes, faith, it crumbled away in my mouth. Sub. You have spoiled all then. Dap. No. I hope my Aunt of Fairy will forgive me. Sub. Your aunt's a gracious lady, but in troth, you were to blame. Dap. The fume did overcome me, and I did do to stay my stomach. Pray you, so satisfy her grace. Enter Face, in his uniform. Here comes the captain. Face. How now? Is his mouth down? Sub. Aye, he has spoken. Face. A pox, I heard him, and you too. He's undone then. I have been fain to say, the house is haunted with spirits, to keep churl back. Sub. And hast thou done it? Face. Sure, for this night. Sub. Why, then triumph and sing. Of Face so famous, the precious king of present wits. Face. Did you not hear the coil about the door? Sub. Yes, and I dwindled with it. Face. Show him his aunt, and let him be dispatched. I'll send her to you. Exit Face. Sub. Well, sir, your aunt her grace will give you audience presently, on my suit. And the captain's word that you did not eat your gag in any contempt of her highness. Unbinds his eyes. Dap. Not I, in troth, sir. Enter Dole, like the queen of fairy. Sub. Here she is come. Down your knees and wriggle. She has a stately presence. Dapper kneels, and shuffles towards her. Good. Yet nearer. And bid, God save you. Dap. Madam. Sub. And your aunt. Dap. And my most gracious aunt, God save your grace. Dole. Nephew, we thought to have been angry with you. But that sweet face of yours hath turned the tide, and made it flow with joy, that ebbed of love. Arise, and touch our velvet gown. Sub. The skirts. And kiss M. So. Dole. Let me now stroke that head. Much, nephew, shalt thou win, much shalt thou spend. Much shalt thou give away, much shalt thou lend. Sub, aside. I, much. Indeed. Why do you not thank her grace? Dap. I cannot speak for joy. Sub. See, the kind wretch. Your grace's kinsman right. Dole. Give me the bird. Here is your fly in a purse, about your neck, cousin. Wear it, and feed it about this day 7 night. On your right wrist. Sub. Open a vein with a pin. And let it suck but once a week, till then. You must not look on't. Dole. No, and kinsman. Bear yourself worthy of the blood you come on. Sub. Her grace would have you eat no more woolsack pies. Nor dagger fruity. Dole. Nor break his fast. In heaven and hell. Sub. She's with you everywhere. Nor play with costermongers, at mum chance, tray trip. God make you rich, when as your aunt has done it. But keep the gallant'st company, and the best games. Dap. Yes, sir. Sub. Gleek and primero, and what you get, be true to us. Dap. By this hand, I will. Sub. You may bring's £1,000. Before tomorrow night, if but 3,000. Be stirring, and you will. Dap. I swear I will then. Sub. Your fly will learn you all games. Face, within. Have you done there? Sub. Your grace will command him no more duties. Dole. No. But come, and see me often. I may chance to leave him 300 or 400 chests of treasure. And some 12,000 acres of fairy land. If he game well and comely with good gamesters. Sub. There's a kind aunt. Kiss her departing part. But you must sell your 40 mark a year, now. Dap. Sir, I mean. Sub. Or, gift away, pox on't. Dap. I'll gift mine aunt. I'll go and fetch the writings. Exit. Sub. 'Tis well, away. Re-enter face. Face. Where's Subtle? Sub. Here, what news? Face. Drugger is at the door, go take his suit. And bid him fetch a parson, presently. Say, he shall marry the widow. Thou shalt spend £100 by the service. Exit Subtle. Now, Queen Dole. Have you packed up all? Dole. Yes. Face. And how do you like the lady pliant? Dole. A good dull innocent. Re-enter Subtle. Sub. Here's your Hieronymo's cloak and hat. Face. Give me them. Sub. And the ruff too. Face. Yes, I'll come to you presently. Exit. Sub. Now he is gone about his project, Dole. I told you of, for the widow. Dole. 'Tis direct. Against our articles. Sub. Well, we will fit him, wench. Hast thou gulled her of her jewels or her bracelets? Dole. No, but I will do't. Sub. Soon at night, my dolly. When we are shipped, and all our goods aboard. Eastward for Ratcliffe, we will turn our course. To Brainford, westward, if thou say'st the word. And take our leaves of this o'erweening rascal. This peremptory face. Dole. Content, I'm weary of him. Sub. Thou'st cause, when the slave will run a wiving, Dole. Against the instrument that was drawn between us. Dole. I'll pluck his bird as bare as I can. Sub. Yes, tell her. She must by any means address some present. To the cunning man, make him amends for wronging his art with her suspicion, send a ring. Or chain of pearl. She will be tortured else. Extremely in her sleep, say, and have strange things come to her. Wilt thou? Dole. Yes. Sub. My fine flittermouse. My bird o' the night. We'll tickle it at the pigeons. When we have all, and may unlock the trunks. And say, this mine, and thine, and thine, and mine. They kiss. Re-enter face. Face. What now? A billing? Sub. Yes, a little exalted. In the good passage of our stock affairs. Face. Drugger has brought his parson, take him in, Subtle. And send Nab back again to wash his face. Sub. I will, and shave himself. Exit. Face. If you can get him. Dole. You are hot upon it, face, whatever it is. Face. A trick that Dole shall spend £10 a month by. Re-enter Subtle. Is he gone? Sub. The chaplain waits you in the hall, sir. Face. I'll go bestow him. Exit. Dole. He'll now marry her, instantly. Sub. He cannot yet, he is not ready. Dear Dole. Cousin her of all thou canst. To deceive him is no deceit, but justice, that would break such an inextricable tie as ours was. Dole. Let me alone to fit him. Re-enter face. Face. Come, my venturers. You have packed up all. Where be the trunks? Bring forth. Sub. Here. Face. Let us see them. Where's the money? Sub. Here. In this. Face. Mammon's £10. 8 score before. The brethren's money, this. Druggers and dappers. What paper's that? Dole. The jewel of the waiting maids. That stole it from her lady, to no certain. Face. If she should have precedence of her mistress. Dole. Yes. Face. What box is that? Sub. The fishwives' rings, I think. And the alewives' single money. Is not, dole. Dole. Yes, and the whistle that the sailor's wife brought you to know and her husband were with ward. Face. We'll wet it tomorrow. And our silver beakers. And tavern cups. Where be the French petticoats? And girdles and hangers? Sub. Here, in the trunk. And the bolts of lawn. Face. Is drugger's damask there? And the tobacco? Sub. Yes. Face. Give me the keys. Dole. Why you the keys? Sub. No matter, dole, because we shall not open them before he comes. Face. 'Tis true, you shall not open them, indeed. Nor have them forth, do you see? Not forth, dole. Dole. No. Face. No, my smock rampant. The right is, my master knows all, has pardoned me, and he will keep them. Doctor, 'tis true, you look, for all your figures. I sent for him, indeed. Wherefore, good partners, both he and she be satisfied. For here determines the indenture tripartite. Twixt subtle, dole, and face. All I can do is to help you over the wall, oh, the backside. Or lend you a sheet to save your velvet gown, dole. Here will be officers presently, bethink you. Of some course suddenly to scape the dock. For thither you will come else. Loud knocking. Hark you, thunder. Sub. You are a precious fiend. OFFI without. Open the door. Face. Dole, I am sorry for the eye faith, but hear'st thou? It shall go hard, but I will place thee somewhere. Thou shalt have my letter to Mistress Amo. Dole. Hang you. Face. Or Madam Caesarion. Dole. Pox upon you, rogue. Would I had but time to beat thee. Face. Subtle. Let's know where you set up next, I will send you a customer now and then, for old acquaintance. What new course have you? Sub. Rogue, I'll hang myself. That I may walk a greater devil than thou. And haunt thee in the flock bed and the buttery. Exeunt. Scene 5.3. An outer room in the same. Enter Lovewit in the Spanish dress, with the parson. Loud knocking at the door. Love. What do you mean, my masters? Ma'am, without. Open your door. Cheaters, bawds, conjurers. OFFI without. Or we will break it open. Love. What warrant have you? OFFI without. Warrant enough, sir, doubt not. If you'll not open it. Love. Is there an officer, there? OFFI without. Yes, 2 or 3 for failing. Love. Have but patience. And I will open it straight. Enter Face, as butler. Face. Sir, have you done? Is it a marriage? Perfect. Love. Yes, my brain. Face. Off with your ruff and cloak then, be yourself, sir. Sir, without. Down with the door. Cass, without. Slight, ding it open. Love, opening the door. Hold. Hold, gentlemen, what means this violence? Mammon, surly, castral, Ananias, tribulation. And officers, rush in. Ma'am. Where is this collier? Sir. And my captain face? Ma'am. These day owls. Sir. That are birding in men's purses. Ma'am. Madam suppository. Cass. Doxy, my suster. Anna. Locusts. Of the foul pit. Try. Profane as Bel and the dragon. Anna. Worse than the grasshoppers, or the lice of Egypt. Love. Good gentlemen, hear me. Are you officers? And cannot stay this violence? 1 OFFI. Keep the peace. Love. Gentlemen, what is the matter? Whom do you seek? Ma'am. The chemical cousin. Sir. And the captain pander. Cass. The nun my sister. Ma'am. Madam Rabbi. Anna. Scorpions. And caterpillars. Love. Fewer at once, I pray you. 2 OFFI. One after another, gentlemen, I charge you. By virtue of my staff. Anna. They are the vessels. Of pride, lust, and the cart. Love. Good zeal, lie still. A little while. Try. Peace, Deacon Ananias. Love. The house is mine here, and the doors are open. If there be any such persons as you seek for, use your authority, search on O God's name. I am but newly come to town, and finding this tumult about my door, to tell you true, it somewhat mazed me. Till my man, here, fearing my more displeasure, told me he had done somewhat an insolent part, let out my house. Belike, presuming on my known aversion from any heir o' the town while there was sickness, to a doctor and a captain, who, what they are, or where they be, he knows not. Ma'am. Are they gone? Love. You may go in and search, sir. Mammon, Anna, and Trib. Go in. Here, I find the empty walls worse than I left them, smoked. A few cracked pots, and glasses, and a furnace. The ceiling filled with poesies of the candle. And madam with a dildo writ o' the walls. Only one gentlewoman, I met here. That is within, that said she was a widow. Cass. Aye, that's my suster, I'll go thump her. Where is she? Goes in. Love. And should have married a Spanish count, but he, when he came to't, neglected her so grossly, that I, a widower, am gone through with her. Sir. How? Have I lost her then? Love. Were you the Don, sir? Good faith, now, she does blame you extremely, and says, you swore, and told her you had taken the pains to dye your beard, and umber o'er your face. Borrowed a suit, and ruff, all for her love. And then did nothing. What an oversight! And want of putting forward, sir, was this. Well fair an old harquebusier, yet could prime his powder, and give fire, and hit all in a twinkling. Re-enter Mammon. Ma'am. The whole nest are fled. Love. What sort of birds were they? Ma'am. A kind of chuffs. Or thievish daws, sir, that have picked my purse. Of 80 pounds within these 5 weeks. Beside my first materials. And my goods. That lie in the cellar, which I am glad they have left. I may have home yet. Love. Think you so, sir? Ma'am. I. Love. By order of law, sir, but not otherwise. Ma'am. Not mine own stuff. Love. Sir, I can take no knowledge. That they are yours, but by public means. If you can bring certificate that you were gulled of them, or any formal writ out of a court, that you did cousin yourself, I will not hold them. Ma'am. I'll rather lose them. Love. That you shall not, sir. By me, in troth, upon these terms, they are yours. What? Should they have been, sir, turned into gold, all? Ma'am. No. I cannot tell, it may be they should. What then? Love. What a great loss in hope have you sustained. Ma'am. Not I, the Commonwealth has. Face. He would have built the city new, and made a ditch about it. Of silver, should have run with cream from Hogsden. That every Sunday, in Moorfields, the younkers and tits and tomboys should have fed on, gratis. Ma'am. I will go mount a turnip cart, and preach the end of the world, within these 2 months. Surly. What? In a dream? Sir. Must I needs cheat myself with that same foolish vice of honesty? Come, let us go and hearken out the rogues. That face I'll mark for mine, if e'er I meet him. Face. If I can hear of him, sir, I'll bring you word unto your lodging. For in troth, they were strangers to me. I thought them honest as myself, sir. Exeunt ma'am. And sir. Re-enter Ananias and tribulation. Try. 'Tis well, the saints shall not lose all yet. Go. And get some carts. Love. For what, my zealous friends? Anna. To bear away the portion of the righteous out of this den of thieves. Love. What is that portion? Anna. The goods sometimes the orphans, that the brethren bought with their silver pence. Love. What, those in the cellar? The night Sir Mammon claims. Anna. I do defy the wicked Mammon, so do all the brethren. Thou profane man. I ask thee with what conscience thou canst advance that idol against us, that have the seal? Were not the shillings numbered that made the pounds, were not the pounds told out upon the 2nd day of the 4th week, in the 8th month, upon the table dormant, the year of the last patience of the saints? 610. Love. Mine earnest vehement botcher and deacon also, I cannot dispute with you. But if you get you not away the sooner, I shall confute you with a cudgel. Anna. Sir. Try. Be patient, Ananias. Anna. I am strong, and will stand up, well girt, against an host that threaten Gad in exile. Love. I shall send you to Amsterdam, to your cellar. Anna. I will pray there. Against thy house, may dogs defile thy walls, and wasps and hornets breed beneath thy roof. This seat of falsehood, and this cave of cousinage. Exeunt Anna. And Trib. Enter Drugger. Love. Another too. Drug. Not I, sir, I am no brother. Love, beats him. Away, you Harry Nicholas. Do you talk? Exit Drug. Face. No, this was able Drugger. Good sir, go to the parson and satisfy him. Tell him all is done. He stayed too long a washing of his face. The doctor, he shall hear of him at Westchester. And of the captain, tell him, at Yarmouth, or some good port town else, lying for a wind. Exit parson. If you can get off the angry child, now, sir. Enter Castrol, dragging in his sister. Cass. Come on, You have matched most sweetly. Have you not? Did not I say, I would never have you tupped? But by a dubbed boy, to make you a lady Tom? Slight, you are a mammet. Oh, I could touse you, now. Death, mun, you marry, with a pox. Love. You lie, boy. As sound as you. And I'm aforehand with you. Cass. Anon. Love. Come, will you quarrel? I will fay-eyes you, sirrah. Why do you not buckle to your tools? Cass. Odie's light. This is a fine old boy as e'er I saw. Love. What, do you change your copy now? Proceed. Here stands my dove, stoop at her, if you dare. Cass. Slight, I must love him. I cannot choose, I faith. And I should be hanged for't. Suster, I protest. I honor thee for this match. Love. Oh, do you so, sir? Cass. Yes, and thou canst take tobacco and drink, old boy. I'll give her £500 more to her marriage. Than her own state. Love. Fill a pipe full, Jeremy. Face. Yes, but go in and take it, sir. Love. We will. I will be ruled by thee in anything, Jeremy. Cass. Slight, thou art not hidebound, thou art a jovie boy. Come, let us in, I pray thee, and take our whiffs. Love. Whiff in with your sister, brother boy. Exeunt Cass. And Dame P. That master. That had received such happiness by a servant. In such a widow, and with so much wealth. Were very ungrateful, if he would not be a little indulgent to that servant's wit. And help his fortune. Though with some small strain. Of his own candor. Advancing. Therefore, gentlemen. And kind spectators, if I have outstripped an old man's gravity, or strict canon, think. What a young wife and a good brain may do. Stretch age's truth sometimes, and crack it too. Speak for thyself, knave. Face. So I will, sir. Advancing to the front of the stage. Gentlemen. My part a little fell in this last scene. Yet 'twas decorum. And though I am clean. Got off from subtle, surly, Mammon, Dole. Hot Ananias, Dapper, Drugger, all. With whom I traded, yet I put myself on you, that are my country, and this pelf. Which I have got, if you do quit me, rests. To feast you often. And invite new guests. Exeunt. Glossary. Abate, cast down, subdue. Abhorring, repugnant, to, at variance. Abject, base, degraded thing, outcast. Upraise, smooth, blank. Absolute, ly, faultless, ly. Abstracted, abstract, abstruse. Abuse, deceive, insult, dishonor, make ill use of. Accater, caterer. Acates, cates. Acceptive, willing, ready to accept, receive. Accommodate, fit, befitting. The word was a fashionable one and used on all occasions. See Henry IV, pt 2, 3. 4. Accost, draw near, approach. Aknown, confessedly acquainted with. Acme, full maturity. Adelantado, Lord Deputy or Governor of a Spanish province. Adjection, addition. Admiration, astonishment. Admire, wonder, wonder at. A drop, philosopher's stone, or substance from which obtained. Adscribe, subscribe. Adulterate, spurious, counterfeit. Advance, lift. Advertise, inform, give intelligence. Advertised, be it known to you. Advertisement, intelligence. Advise, consider, bethink oneself, deliberate. Advised, informed, aware, are you, have you found that out? Affect, love, like, aim at, move. Affected, disposed, beloved. Affectionate, obstinate, prejudiced. Affects, affections. Affront, give the face. Affy, have confidence in, betroth. After the manner of. Again, against, in anticipation of. Aggravate, increase, magnify, enlarge upon. Agnomination. See paronomacy. Ary, nest, brood. Aim, guess. All hid, children's cry at hide and seek. All to, completely, entirely, all to be laden. Allowance, approbation, recognition. Almacantaras, astronomy, parallels of altitude. Almain, name of a dance. Almuten, planet of chief influence in the horoscope. Alone, unequaled, without peer. Aludels, subliming pots. Amazed, confused, perplexed. Amber, ambre, ambergris. Ambrie, Mary, a woman noted for her valor at the Siege of Ghent, 1458. Ames ace, lowest throw at dice. Amphiboles, ambiguities. Amused, bewildered, amazed. An, if. Anatomy, skeleton, or dissected body. Andirons, fire dogs. Angel, gold coin worth 10 shillings, stamped with the figure of the Archangel Michael. Anesh clear, spring known as Agnes Leclerc. Answer, return hid in fencing. Antic, antique, clown, buffoon. Antic, like a buffoon. Antiperistasis, an opposition which enhances the quality it opposes. Aposem, decoction. Apparel, peril. Applejohn, apple squire, pimp, pander. Apply, attach. Apprehend, take into custody. Apprehensive, quick of perception, able to perceive and appreciate. Approve, prove, confirm. Apt, suit, adapt, train, prepare, dispose, incline. Apt ly, suitable, y, opportune, ly. Aptitude, suitableness. Arbor, make the, cut up the game, Gifford. Arches, court of arches. Archie, Archibald Armstrong, jester to James I and Charles I. Argale, argol, crust or sediment in wine casks. Argent vive, quicksilver. Argument, plot of a drama, theme, subject, matter in question, token, proof. Aride, please. Arsedine, mixture of copper and zinc, used as an imitation of gold leaf. Arthur, prince, reference to an archery show by a society who assumed arms, etc., of Arthur's knights. Article, item. Artificially, artfully. Ascension, evaporation, distillation. Aspire, try to reach, obtain, long for. Assalto, Italian, assault. Assay, draw a knife along the belly of the deer, a ceremony of the hunting field. Assoil, solve. Assure, secure possession or reversion of. Athanor, a digesting furnace, calculated to keep up a constant heat. Atone, reconcile. Attach, attack, seize. Audacious, having spirit and confidence. Authentic, of authority, authorized, trustworthy, genuine. Avisement, reflection, consideration. Avoid, begone. Get rid of. Away with, endure. Azok, Mercurius Philosophorum. Babyan, baboon. Baby, doll. Backside, back premises. Baffle, treat with contempt. Bagatine, Italian coin, worth about the third of a farthing. Bayard, horse of magic powers known to old romance. Baldric, belt worn across the breast to support bugle, etc. Bale, of dice, pair. Balk, overlook, pass by, avoid. Ballast, ballast. Ballou, game at ball. Balneum, bain marie, a vessel for holding hot water in which other vessels are stood for heating. Banbury, brother of, Puritan. Bandog, dog tied or chained up. Bane, woe, ruin. Banquet, a light repast, dessert. Barb, to clip gold. Barbel, freshwater fish. Bare, mere, bareheaded, it was a particular mark of state and grandeur for the coachman to be uncovered, Gifford. Barley break, game somewhat similar to base. Base, game of prisoner's base. Bases, richly embroidered skirt reaching to the knees, or lower. Basilisk, fabulous reptile, believed to slay with its eye. Basket, used for the broken provision collected for prisoners. Basin, basins, etc., were beaten by the attendant mob when bad characters were carded. Bait, be reduced, abate, reduce. Batun, batten, stick. Batten, feed, grow fat. Bosun, badger. Beadsman, prayer man, one engaged to pray for another. Beagle, small hound, figure spy. Bear in hand, keep in suspense, deceive with false hopes. Bearward, bear leader. Bedfear. Sea fear. Bedstaff. Wooden pin in the side of the bedstead for supporting the bedclothes, Jonson, one of the sticks or laths, a stick used in making a bed. Beetle, heavy mallet. Beg, him, the custody of minors and idiots was begged for. Likewise property fallen forfeit to the crown, your house had been begged. Bellman, night watchman. Benjamin, an aromatic gum. Berlina, pillory. Biscumber, defile. Bislave, bislabber. Bisogno, beggar. Bispal, bespatter. Bethlehem Gabor, Transylvanian hero, proclaimed King of Hungary. Bever, drinking. Bevis, sir, knight of romance whose horse was equally celebrated. Beret, reveal, make known. Bezant, heraldic term, small gold circle. Bezoar's stone, a remedy known by this name was a supposed antidote to poison. Bid stand, highwaymen. Biggin, cap, similar to that worn by the Beguines, nightcap. Bilive, believe, with haste. Bilk, nothing, empty talk. Biddle, kind of pike. Billet, would cut for fuel, stick. Birding, thieving. Black Sanctus, burlesque him, any unholy riot. Blank, originally a small French coin. Blank, white. Blanket, toss in a blanket. Blaze, outburst of violence. Blaze, her, blazon, publish abroad. Blazon, armorial bearings, figure all that pertains to good birth and breeding. Blan, withouten, without ceasing. Blow, puff up. Blue, color of servants' livery, hence, order, waiters. Blushet, blushing one. Bob, jest, taunt. Bob, beat, thump. Bodge, measure. Bodkin, dagger, or other short, pointed weapon, long pin with which the women fastened up their hair. Bolt, roll, of material. Bolt, dislodge, rout out, sift, bolting tub. Bolt satiad, long, straight-necked vessel for distillation. Bombard slops, padded, puffed-out breeches. Bona roba, good, wholesome, plum-cheeked wench, Jonson, not always used in compliment. Bonny clabber, sour buttermilk. Bookholder, prompter. Boot, to, into the bargain, no, of no avail. Barracchio, bottle made of skin. Bordello, brothel. Borne it, conducted, carried it through. Bottle, of hay, bundle, truss. Bottom, skein or ball of thread, vessel. Board, jest. Bovally, snails or cockles dressed in the Italian manner, Gifford. Bow pot, flower vase or pot. Boys, terrible, angry, roistering young bucks. See nares. Brabbles, brabblsh, brawls. Brock, bitch. Bradamanti, a heroine in Orlando Furioso. Bradley, Arthur of, a lively character commemorated in ballads. Break, frame for confining a horse's feet while being shod, or strong curb or bridle, trap. Branched, with detached sleeve ornaments, projecting from the shoulders of the gown, Gifford. Brandish, flourish of weapon. Brash, brace. Brave, bravado, braggart speech. Brave, adv, gaily, finely, apparelled. Braveries, gallants. Bravery, extravagant gaiety of apparel. Bravo, bravado, swaggerer. Brazen head, speaking head made by Roger Bacon. Breathe, pause for relaxation, exercise. Breath upon, speak dispraisingly of. Brand, burn. Bride wedding feast. Brief, abstract. Muse, breathe. Brisk, smartly dressed. Bree-eyes, breeze, gadfly. Broad seal, state seal. Brock, badger, term of contempt. Broke, transact business as a broker. Brook, endure, put up with. Broughton, Hugh, an English divine and Hebrew scholar. Bruit, rumor. Buck, wash. Buckle, bend. Buff, leather made of buffalo skin, used for military and sergeants' coats, etc. Bufo, black tincture. Bugle, long-shaped bead. Buled, bald, swelled. Bullions, trunk hose. Bully, term of familiar endearment. Bungee, Friar Bungay, who had a familiar in the shape of a dog. Burden, refrain, chorus. Burgonet, closely fitting helmet with visor. Burgolion, braggadocio. Burn, mark wooden measures, ing of cans. Burrow, pledge, security. Buskin, half boot, foot gear reaching high up the leg. Butt shaft, barbless arrow for shooting at butts. Butter, Nathaniel, staple of news, a compiler of general news. C. Cunningham. Buttery hatch, half door shutting off the buttery, where provisions and liquors were stored. By, he bought me, formerly the guardianship of wards could be bought. Buz, exclamation to enjoin silence. Buzzard, simpleton. By and by, at once. By, on the underscore, incidentally, as of minor or secondary importance, at the side. By chop, by blow, bastard. Caduceus, Mercury's wand. Caliver, light kind of musket. Callet, woman of ill repute. Callet, coif worn on the wigs of our judges or sergeants at law, Gifford. Calvered, crimped, or sliced and pickled. C. nares. Camucho, wretch, knave. Camood, flat. Can, nose. Candle rent, rent from house property. Candle waster, one who studies late. Cantor, sturdy beggar. Cap of maintenance, an insignia of dignity, a cap of state borne before kings at their coronation, also an heraldic term. Capable, able to comprehend, fit to receive instruction, impression. Capanus, one of the 7 against Thebes. Carat, unit of weight for precious stones, etc., value, worth. Carranza, Spanish author of a book on dueling. Carcanet, jeweled ornament for the neck. Care, take care, object. Carache, coach, carriage. Carpet, table cover. Carriage, bearing, behavior. Carwitchet, quip, pun. Casamate, casemate, fortress. Case, a pair. Case, in condition. Cassock, soldier's loose overcoat. Cast, flight of hawks, couple. Cast, throw dice, vomit, forecast, calculate. Cast, cashiered. Casting glass, bottle for sprinkling perfume. Castrol, kestrel, falcon. Cat, structure used in sieges. Catamite, old form of Ganymede. Catastrophe, conclusion. Catchpole, sheriff's officer. Cates, dainties, provisions. Catso, rogue, cheat. Cautelous, crafty, artful. Censure, criticism, sentence. Censure, criticize, past sentence, doom. Ceruse, cosmetic containing white lead. CSS, assess. Change, hunt, follow a fresh scent. Chapman, retail dealer. Character, handwriting. Charge, expense. Charm, subdue with magic, lay a spell on, silence. Charming, exercising magic power. Chartle, challenge. Cheap, bargain, market. CHR, cheer, comfort, encouragement, food, entertainment. Check at, aim reproof at. Check-in, gold Italian coin. Chevril, from kidskin, which is elastic and pliable. Chouse, Turkish envoy, used for a cheat, swindler. Childermas Day, Innocence Day. Choke bail, action which does not allow of bail. Chrysopia, alchemy. Chrysosperm, ways of producing gold. Cibation, adding fresh substances to supply the waste of evaporation. Cimici, bugs. Cinnabar, cinnabar. Cyapini, chopine, lady's high shoe. Circling boy, a species of roarer, one who in some way drew a man into a snare, to cheat or rob him, nares. Circumstance, circumlocution, beating about the bush, ceremony, everything pertaining to a certain condition, detail, particular. Citronize, turn citron color. Cittern, kind of guitar. City wires, woman of fashion, who made use of wires for hair and dress. Civil, legal. Clap, clack, chatter. Clapperdudgeon, downright beggar. Claps his dish, a clap, or clack, dish with a movable lid, was carried by beggars and lepers to show that the vessel was empty, and to give sound of their approach. Cleridiana, heroine of an old romance. Clarissimo, Venetian noble. Clem, starve. Clicket, latch. Clim o, the clughs, etc., wordy heroes of romance. Climate, country. Close, secret, private, secretive. Closeness, secrecy. Cloth, heiress, hangings. Clout, mark shot at, bull's eye. Clown, countryman, clodhopper. Coach leaves, folding blinds. Coals, bear no, submit to no affront. Coat armor, coat of arms. Coat card, court card. Cob herring, herring cob, a young herring. Cob swan, male swan. Cockahoop, denoting unstinted jollity. Thought to be derived from turning on the tap that all might drink to the full of the flowing liquor. Cockatrice, reptile supposed to be produced from a cock's egg and to kill by its eye, used as a term of reproach for a woman. Cock-brained, giddy, wild. Cocker, pamper. Coxcomb, fool's cap. Cockstone, stone said to be found in a cock's gizzard, and to possess particular virtues. Codling, softening by boiling. Coffin, raised crust of a pie. Cog, cheat, wheedle. Coil, turmoil, confusion, ado. Coakley, master of a puppet show, Wally. Coax, fool, gull. Cold conceited, having cold opinion of, coldly affected towards. Coal harbor, a retreat for people of all sorts. Collection, composure, deduction. Collop, small slice, piece of flesh. Collie, blacken. Color, pretext. Colors, fear no, no enemy, quibble. Coalstaff, cowlstaff, pole for carrying a cowl equals tub. Come about, charge, turn round. Comfortable bread, spiced gingerbread. Coming, forward, ready to respond, complaisant. Comment, commentary, sometime it is taken for a lie or feigned tale, Bulliker, 1616. Commodity, current for, allusion to practice of money-lenders, who forced the borrower to take part of the loan in the shape of worthless goods on which the latter had to make money if he could. Communicate, share. Compass, within the range, sphere. Complement, completion, completement, anything required for the perfecting or carrying out of a person or affair, accomplishment. Complexion, natural disposition, constitution. Complement, see complement. Complementarius, masters of accomplishments. Composition, constitution, agreement, contract. Composure, composition. Compter, counter, debtor's prison. Concealment, a certain amount of church property had been retained at the dissolution of the monasteries. Elizabeth sent commissioners to search it out, and the courtiers begged for it. Conceit, idea, fancy, witty invention, conception, opinion. Conceit, apprehend. Conceited, fancifully, ingeniously devised or conceived, possessed of intelligence, witty, ingenious, hence well conceited, etc., disposed to joke, of opinion, possessed of an idea. Conceive, understand. Consent, harmony, agreement. Conclude, infer, prove. Concoct, assimilate, digest. Condent, probably conducted. Conduct, escort, conductor. Coneycatch, cheat. Confect, sweetmeat. Confer, compare. Congees, bows. Connive, give a look, wink, of secret intelligence. Consort, company, concert. Constancy, fidelity, ardor, persistence. Constant, confirmed, persistent, faithful. Constantly, firmly, persistently. Contend, strive. Continent, holding together. Control, the point, bear or beat down. Convent, assembly, meeting. Convert, turn, oneself. Convey, transmit from one to another. Convince, evince, prove, overcome, overpower, convict. Cop, head, top, tuft on head of birds. A cop may have reference to one or other meaning. Gifford and others interpret as conical, terminating in a point. Copeman, chapman. Copesmate, companion. Copy, lat copia, abundance, copiousness. Corn, powder, grain. Corollary, finishing part or touch. Corsive, corrosive. Courtine, curtain, arch, wall between two towers, etc. Coriat, famous for his travels, published as Coriat's Crudities. Cosset, pet lamb, pet. Costard, head. Costardmonger, apple seller, costermonger. Costs, ribs. Coat, hut. Cothurnal, from cothurnus, a particular boot worn by actors in Greek tragedy. Cotqueen, hussy. Counsel, secret. Countenance, means necessary for support, credit, standing. Counter. See compter. Counter, pieces of metal or ivory for calculating at play. Counter, hunt, follow scent in reverse direction. Counterfeit, false coin. Counterpane, one part or counterpart of a deed or indenture. Counterpoint, opposite, contrary point. Quart dish, a kind of drinking cup. Halliwell, Ned quotes from B.P. Goodman's Court of James I, the King. Caused his carver to cut him out a quart dish, that is, something of every dish, which he sent him as part of his reversion, but this does not sound like short allowance or small receptacle. Courteur, fool. Curto, curtle, small horse with docked tail. Courtship, courtliness. Covetize, avarice. Cowshard, cow dung. Coxcomb, fool's cap, fool. Coy, shrink, disdain. Coistrel, low varlet. Cousin, cheat. Crack, lively young rogue, wag. Crack, crack up, boast, come to grief. Cram, game of crambo, in which the players find rhymes for a given word. Cranch, craunch. Cranion, spider-like, also fairy appellation for a fly, Gifford, who refers to lines in Drayton's Nymphidia. Crimp, game at cards. Crinkle, draw back, turn aside. Crisped, with curled or waved hair. Crop, gather, reap. Cropshire, a kind of herring. Cned. Cross, any piece of money, many coins being stamped with a cross. Cross and pile, heads and tails. Crosslet, crucible. Crowd, fiddle. Crudities, undigested matter. Crump, curl up. Cruzado, Portuguese gold coin, marked with a cross. Cry, he that cried Italian, speak in a musical cadence, intone, or declaim. Cry up. Cucking stool, used for the ducking of scolds, etc. Cucurbite, a gourd-shaped vessel used for distillation. Cuerpo, in undress. Cullis, broth. Cullion, base fellow, coward. Cullizan, badge worn on their arm by servants. Culverin, kind of cannon. Cunning, skill. Cunning, skillful. Cunning man, fortune teller. Cure, care for. Curious, ly, scrupulous, particular, elaborate, elegant, ly, dainty, ly, hence, incurious. Curst, shrewish, mischievous. Curdle, dog with docked tail, of inferior sort. Custard, quaking, politic, reference to a large custard which formed part of a city feast and afforded huge entertainment, for the fool jumped into it and other like tricks were played. See all's well, etc. 2. 5, 40. Cutwork, embroidery, open work. Cypres, cypress, quibble, cypress or cypress, being a transparent material, and when black used for mourning. Dagger, frumity, name of tavern. Dargezan, apparently some person known in ballad or tale. Dauphin my boy, refrain of old comic song. Daunt. Dead lift, desperate emergency. Dear, applied to that which in any way touches us nearly. Decline, turn off from, turn away, aside. Defalk, deduct, abate. Defend, forbid. Degenerous, degenerate. Degrees, steps. Delate, accuse. Demiculverin, cannon carrying a ball of about 10 pounds. Denier, the smallest possible coin, being the 12th part of a so. Depart, part with. Dependence, ground of quarrel in duello language. Desert, reward. Designment, design. Desperate, rash, reckless. Detect, allow to be detected, betray, inform against. Determine, terminate. Detract, draw back, refuse. Device, mask, show. A thing moved by wires, etc., puppet. Devise, exact in every particular. Devised, invented. Diapason, powdered aromatic herbs, made into balls of perfumed paste. See pomander. Dibble, mustache, dagger, Cunningham. Diffused, disordered, scattered, irregular. Dght, dressed. Dildo, refrain of popular songs, vague term of low meaning. Dimble, dingle, ravine. Dimensum, stated allowance. Disbase, debase. Discern, distinguish, show a difference between. Discharge, settle for. Discipline, reformation, ecclesiastical system. Disclaim, renounce all part in. Discourse, process of reasoning, reasoning faculty. Discourteship, discourtesy. Discover, betray, reveal, display. Disfavor, disfigure. Disparagement, legal term applied to the unfitness in any way of a marriage arranged for in the case of wards. Dispense with, grant dispensation for. Display, extend. Disple, discipline, teach by the whip. Disposed, inclined to merriment. Disposure, disposal. Desprise, depreciate. Despunct, not punctilious. Disquisition, search. Dissolved, enervated by grief. Distance, proper measure. Distaste, offense, cause of offense. Distaste, render distasteful. Distempered, upset, out of humor. Division, muse, variation, modulation. Dogbolt, term of contempt. Dole, given in dole, charity. Dole of faces, distribution of grimaces. Doom, verdict, sentence. Dupe, dip, low bow. Beetle, buzzing insect, drone, idler. Dar, buzz, give the, make a fool of. Dosser, pannier, basket. Dotes, endowments, qualities. Dotterel, plover, gull, fool. Double, behave deceitfully. Doxy, wench, mistress. Dram, Greek silver coin. Dress, groom, curry. Dressing, coiffure. Drift, intention. Dryfoot, track by mere scent of foot. Ducking, punishment for minor offenses. Dull, grieve. Dumps, melancholy, originally a mournful melody. Durindana, Orlando's sword. Dwindle, shrink away, be overawed. Yin, bring forth young. Easiness, readiness. Ebullition, Edge, sword. Eek, eek. Egregious, eminently excellent. Eke, also, moreover. Ela, highest note in the scale. Eggs on the spit, important business on hand. Elf lock, tangled hair, supposed to be the work of elves. Emmet, ant. Engage, involve. Engle. See ingle. Enghle, cajole, fondle. Engine, device, contrivance, agent, ingenuity, wit. Engineer, deviser, plotter. Enginous, crafty, full of devices, witty, ingenious. Engross, monopolize. Ens, an existing thing, a substance. Ensigns, tokens, wounds. Insure, assure. Entertain, take into service. Entrat, plead. Entraty, entertainment. Entry, place where a deer has lately passed. Envoy, denouement, conclusion. Envy, spite, calumny, dislike, odium. Ephemerides, calendars. Equal, just, impartial. Erection, elevation in esteem. Eringo, candied root of the sea holly, formerly used as a sweetmeat and aphrodisiac. Errant. Essentiate, become assimilated. Estimation, esteem. Estric, ostrich. Ethnic, heathen. Europus, flux and reflux. Even, just equable. Event, fate, issue. Event, issue, d. Evert, overturn. Exacuate, sharpen. Exemplus, without example or parallel. Excalibur, King Arthur's sword. Exemplify, make an example of. Exempt, separate, exclude. Exequies, obsequies. Exhale, drag out. Exhibition, allowance for keep, pocket money. Exorbitant, exceeding limits of propriety or law, inordinate. Exornation, ornament. Expect, wait. Expiate, terminate. Explicate, explain, unfold. Extemporal, extempore, unpremeditated. Extraction, essence. Extraordinary, employed for a special or temporary purpose. Extrude, expel. In view. Eyebright, a malt liquor in which the herb of this name was infused, or a person who sold the same, Gifford. Tinge, least shade or gleam. Face, appearance. Faces about, military word of command. Fascinoris, extremely wicked. Fackings, faith. Fact, deed, act, crime. Factious, seditious, belonging to a party, given to party feeling. Feces, dregs. Fagioli, French beans. Feign, forced, necessitated. Faithful, believing. Fall, ruff or band turned back on the shoulders, or veil. Falsify, feign, fencing term. Fame, report. Familiar, attendant spirit. Fantastical, capricious, whimsical. Farce, stuff. Farafite. See fet. Farthingle, hooped petticoat. Faucet, tapster. Fault, lack, loss, break in line of scent, for, in default of. Fodder, partisan. Fails, old table game similar to backgammon. Fear, affright, ed. Feat, activity, operation, deed, action. Feat, elegant, trim. Fee, in, by feudal obligation. Fay eyes, beat, belabor. Fellow, term of contempt. Fennel, emblem of flattery. Fear, companion, fellow. Fernseed, supposed to have power of rendering invisible. Fet, fetched. Fetch, trick. Futurer, father vautrier, dog keeper. Fumets, dung. Fico, fig. Figum, jugglery. Figment, fiction, invention. Firk, frisk, move suddenly, or in jerks. Up, stir up, rouse, firk's mad, suddenly behaves like a madman. Fit, pay one out, punish. Fitness, readiness. Fitten, lie, invention. 5 and 50, highest number to stand on at Primero, Gifford. Flag, to fly low and waveringly. Flagon chain, for hanging a smelling bottle, Father Flacken, round the neck. Cned. Flapdragon, game similar to snapdragon. Flasket, some kind of basket. Flaw, sudden gust or squall of wind. Flawn, custard. Flea, catch fleas. Flr, sneer, laugh derisively. Flesh, feed a hawk or dog with flesh to incite it to the chase, initiate in bloodshed, satiate. Flicker mouse, bat. Flight, light arrow. Flitter mouse, bat. Flout, mock, speak and act contemptuously. Flowers, pulverized substance. Fly, familiar spirit. Foil, weapon used in fencing, that which sets anything off to advantage. Foist, cut purse, sharper. Fond, ly, foolish, ly. Footcloth, housings of ornamental cloth which hung down on either side a horse to the ground. Footing, foothold, footstep, dancing. Foppery, foolery. For, failing, for fear of failing. Forbear, bear with, abstain from. Force, hunt at, run the game down with dogs. Forehead, modesty, face, assurance, effrontery. Forslow, delay. Forspeak, bewitch, foretell. Foretop, front lock of hair which fashion required to be worn upright. Forged, fabricated. Form, state formally. Formal, shapely, normal, conventional. Forthcoming, produced when required. Founder, disable with overriding. Form, lair. Fox, sword. Frail, rush basket in which figs or raisins were packed. Frampool, peevish, sour-tempered. Frapler, blusterer, wrangler. Fraying, a stag is said to fray his head when he rubs it against a tree to, cause the outward coat of the new horns to fall off, Gifford. Freight, of the Gazette, burden, of the newspapers. Frequent, full. Fricas, rubbing. Fricatrice, woman of low character. Frippery, old clothes shop. Frock, smock frock. Frolics, humorous verses circulated at a feast, ned. Couplets wrapped round sweetmeats, Cunningham. Frontless, shameless. Froated, rubbed. Fruity, hulled wheat boiled in milk and spiced. Frump, flout, sneer. Fucus, die. Fugend, figent, fidgety, restless, ned. Fulham, false dice. Fulmert, polecat. Fulsome, foul, offensive. Furibund, raging, furious. Galley foist, city barge, used on Lord Mayor's Day, when he was sworn into his office at Westminster, Whalley. Galliard, lively dance in triple time. Gape, be eager after. Gargantua, Rabelais giant. Garb, sheaf, father gerb, manner, fashion, behavior. Guard, trimming, gold or silver lace, or other ornament. Guard, faced or trimmed. Garnish, fee. Gavelkind, name of a land tenure existing chiefly in Kent. From 16th century often used to denote custom of dividing a deceased man's property equally among his sons, ned. Gazette, small Venetian coin worth about 3 farthings. Jeans, jaunt, errand. Gear, stuff, matter, affair. Gelid, frozen. Geminies, steps from which the bodies of criminals were thrown into the river. General, free, affable. Genius, attendant spirit. Gentry, gentleman, manners characteristic of gentry, good breeding. Gib cat, tomcat. Gigantomachise, start a giant's war. Giglet, wanton. Gimlet, gimlet. Jing, gang. Glass, taking in of shadows, etc., crystal or beryl. Gleek, card game played by 3, party of 3, trio, side glance. Glick, gleek, jest, jibe. Glitter, glaze. Gloriously, of vain glory. Godwit, bird of the snipe family. Goldiendi man, a buyer of broken gold and silver. Joll, hand. Gonfalioneer, standard bearer, chief magistrate, etc. Good, sound in credit. Good year, good luck. Goosturd, color of. Sea turd. Gorecrow, carrion crow. Gorget, neck armor. Gossip, godfather. Gowked, from gowk, to stand staring and gaping like a fool. Granum, grandum. Grass, grease, fat. Grateful, agreeable, welcome. Gratify, give thanks to. Gratitude, gratuity. Gratulate, welcome, congratulate. Gravity, dignity. Gray, badger. Grice, cub. Grief, grievance. Gripe, vulture, griffin. Gripes egg, vessel in shape of. Groat, 4d. Grogran, coarse stuff made of silk and mohair, or of coarse silk. Groom porter, officer in the royal household. Grope, handle, probe. Ground, pit, hence, grounded judgments. Guard, caution, heed. Gardent, heraldic term, turning the head only. Guilder, Dutch coin worth about 4d. Gules, gullet, throat, heraldic term for red. Gull, simpleton, dupe. Gust, taste. Habnab, by, on, chance. Habergeon, coat of mail. Haggard, wild female hawk, hence coy, wild. Halberd, combination of lance and battle-axe. Hall, a cry to clear the room for the dancers. Hansel, first money taken. Hanger, loop or strap on a sword belt from which the sword was suspended. Hap, fortune, luck. Happily, haply. Happiness, appropriateness, fitness. Happy, rich. Harbor, track, trace, an animal, to its shelter. Hard-favored, harsh-featured. Harpocrates, Horus the child, son of Osiris, figured with a finger pointing to his mouth, indicative of silence. Harrington, a patent was granted to Lord H., for the coinage of tokens, QV. Harriet, Harold. Harry Nicholas, founder of a community called the Family of Love. HAY, net for catching rabbits, etc. Hay. It'll high, you have it, a fencing term. Hay in his horn, ill-tempered person. Hazard, game at dice, that which is staked. Head, first, young deer with antlers first sprouting, figure a newly ennobled man. Headborough, constable. Hearken after, inquire, hearken out, find, search out. Hearten, encourage. Heaven and hell, alchemist, names of taverns. Hectic, fever. Hedge include. Helm, upper part of a retort. Hernscw, Hernshaw, Heron. Hieronimo, Geronimo, hero of kids, Spanish tragedy. Hobby, nag. Hobby horse, imitation horse of some light material, fastened round the waist of the Morris dancer, who imitated the movements of a skittish horse. Hoddy-doddy, fool. Hoyden, formerly applied to both sexes, ancient term for leveret. Gifford. Holland, name of two famous chemists. Hone and honoro, wailing expressions of lament or discontent. Hoodwinkade, blindfolded. Horary, hourly. Horn mad, stark mad, quibble. Horn thumb, cut purses were in the habit of wearing a horn shield on the thumb. Horse bread eating, horses were often fed on coarse bread. Horse courser, horse dealer. Hospital, Christ's Hospital. Houlaglass, Eulenspiegel, the hero of a popular German tale which relates his buffooneries and knavish tricks. Huff, hectoring, arrogance. Huffit, swagger. Huisher, Father Huissier, usher. Beer and spirits mixed together. Humanician, humanist, scholar. Humorous, capricious, moody, out of humor, moist. Humor, a word used in and out of season in the time of Shakespeare and Ben Jonson, and ridiculed by both. Humors, manners. Humphrey, Duke, those who were dinnerless spent the dinner hour in a part of St. Paul's where stood a monument said to be that of the Dukes, hence, dine with Duke Humphrey, to go hungry. Hurtless, harmless. Idle, useless, unprofitable. Ill affected, ill-disposed. Ill habited, unhealthy. Illustrate, illuminate. Imbibition, saturation, steeping. Imbroccata, fencing term, a thrust in tierce. Impair, impairment. Impart, give money. Imparter, any one ready to be cheated and to part with his money. Impeach, damage. Impertinencies, irrelevancies. Impertinent, irrelevant, without reason or purpose. Imposition, duty imposed by. Impotently, beyond power of control. Impress, money in advance. Impulsion, incitement. In a game played by 2 or 3 persons with 4 dice. Incense, incite, stir up. Insuration, act of covering with wax, or reducing a substance to softness of wax. INCH, to their, yes, according to their stature, capabilities. INCH pin, sweetbread. Inconvenience, inconsistency, absurdity. Inconny, delicate, rare, used as a term of affection. Incubi, incubus. Incubus, evil spirit that oppresses us in sleep, nightmare. Incurious, unfastidious, uncritical. Indent, enter into engagement. Indifferent, tolerable, passable. Indigested, shapeless, chaotic. Induce, introduce. Indue, supply. Inexorable, relentless. Infantade, born, produced. Inflame, augment charge. Ingenious, used indiscriminately for ingenuous, intelligent, talented. Ingenuity, ingenuousness. Ingenuous, generous. Engine. See engine. Inginer, engineer. See engineer. ingle, or enghle, bosom friend, intimate, minion. Inhabitable, uninhabitable. Injury, insult, affront. Inmate, resident, indwelling. Innate, natural. Innocent, simpleton. Inquest, jury, or other official body of inquiry. Inquisition, inquiry. Instant, immediate. Instrument, legal document. Insure, assure. Integrate, complete, perfect. Intelligence, secret information, news. Intend, note carefully, attend, give ear to, be occupied with. Intendment, intention. Intent, intention, wish. Intention, concentration of attention or gaze. Intentive, attentive. Interest, implicated. Intrude, bring in forcibly or without leave. Invincibly, invisibly. Inward, intimate. IRPE, uncertain, a fantastic grimace, or contortion of the body, Gifford. Jack, the clock, automaton figure that strikes the hour, Jack-a-lent, puppet thrown at in Lent. Jack, key of a virginal. Jacob's staff, an instrument for taking altitudes and distances. Jade, befool. Jealousy, jealous, suspicion, suspicious. Jerking, lashing. Jew's trump, Jew's harp. JIG, merry ballad or tune. A fanciful dialogue or light comic act introduced at the end or during an interlude of a play. Joined, joint, stool, folding stool. JOLL, jowl. Jolthead, blockhead. Jump, agree, tally. Just year, no one was capable of the consulship until he was 43. Kell, cocoon. Kelly, an alchemist. KEMB, comb. Chemia, vessel for distillation. Kibe, chap, sore. Kilderkin, small barrel. Kill, kiln. Kind, nature, species. Do one's, act according to one's nature. Kirtle, woman's gown of jacket and petticoat. Kiss or drink afore me, this is a familiar expression, employed when what the speaker is just about to say is anticipated by another, Gifford. KIT, fiddle. Knack, snap, click. Knipperdoling, a well-known Anabaptist. Knitting cup, marriage cup. Knocking, striking, weighty. Knot, company, band, a sandpiper or robin snipe, tringa canutus, flower bed laid out in fanciful design. Kirsened, cursin, christened. Labored, wrought with labor and care. Laid, load, ed. Lading, load. Laid, plotted. Landsknight, Landsknecht, a German mercenary foot soldier. Lap, fold. LR, household god. Lard, garnish. Large, abundant. Larum, alarum, call to arms. Lattice, tavern windows were furnished with lattices of various colors. Launder, to wash gold in aqua regia, so as imperceptibly to extract some of it. Lave, ladle, bail. Law, give a start, term of chase. Laxative, loose. Lay aboard, run alongside generally with intent to board. Leaguer, siege, or camp of besieging army. Leasing, lying. Leave, leave off, desist. Leer, leering or empty, hence, perhaps, leer horse, a horse without a rider. Leer is an adjective meaning uncontrolled, hence leer drunkards. Halliwell, according to Nares, a leer, empty, horse meant also a led horse, leeward, left. Lease, lose. Legs, make, do obeisance. Leger, resident representative. Legerity, legerdemain. Lemma, subject proposed, or title of the epigram. Lenter, slower. Let, hinder. Let, hindrance. Level coil, a rough game, in which one hunted another from his seat. Hence used for any noisy riot, Halliwell. Lewd, ignorant. Lee stalls, receptacles of filth. Liberal, ample. Leger, ledger, register. Lift, ing, steal, ing, theft. Light, alight. Lightly, commonly, usually, often. Like, please. Likely, agreeable, pleasing. Limehound, leash dash, bloodhound. Limmer, vile, worthless. Leave off. Line, by rule. Linstock, staff to stick in the ground, with forked head to hold a lighted match for firing cannon. Liquid, clear. List, listen, hark, like, please. Livery, legal term, delivery of the possession, etc. Logget, small log, stick. Loose, solution, upshot, issue, release of an arrow. Lose, give over, desist from, waste. Lauding, bowing, cringing. Luculent, bright of beauty. Ludgathians, dealers on Ludgate Hill. Lurch, rob, cheat. Loot, to close a vessel with some kind of cement. Mac, unmeaning expletive. Madge Howlett or OWL, barn owl. Maim, hurt, injury. Main, chief concern, used as a quibble on heraldic term for hand. Main prize, becoming surety for a prisoner so as to procure his release. Maintenance, giving aid, or abetting. Make, mate. Make, made, acquaint with business, prepare, instruct, ed. Mollanders, disease of horses. Malt horse, dray horse. Mammoth, puppet. Mammothrept, spoiled child. Manage, control, term used for breaking in horses, handling, administration. Mango, slave dealer. Manganize, polish up for sale. Maniples, bundles, handfuls. Mankind, masculine, like a virago. Mankind, humanity. Maple face, spotted face, ned. Marchpane, a confection of almonds, sugar, etc. Mark, fly to the, generally said of a goshawk when, having put in a covey of partridges, she takes stand, marking the spot where they disappeared from view until the falconer arrives to put them out to her. Harding, Bibl exip. Gloss. 226. Merle, marvel. Marrowbone man, one often on his knees for prayer. Mary. Exclamation derived from the Virgin's name. Mary Gip, probably originated from by Mary Gypsy equals Saint Mary of Egypt, ned. Mardigan, Turk's cap lily. Mary Hinchco, stringhalt. Masoreth, Masora, correct form of the scriptural text according to Hebrew tradition. Mass, abbreviation for master. Maund, beg. Mother, girl, maid. Mean, moderation. Measure, dance, more especially a stately one. Meat, carry, in one's mouth, be a source of money or entertainment. Meath, metheglin. Mechanical, belonging to mechanics, mean, vulgar. Mediterraneo, Middle Isle of St. Paul's, a general resort for business and amusement. Meet with, even with. Mellicotton, a late kind of peach. Menstru, solvent. Mercat, market. Merd, excrement. Mere, undiluted, absolute, unmitigated. Mess, party of four. Metheglin, fermented liquor, of which one ingredient was honey. Metaposcopy, study of physiognomy. Middling gossip, go-between. Mignard, dainty, delicate. Miliendi, training ground of the city. Mine men, sappers. Minion, form of cannon. Mincetive. Mincing, affected, ned. Miscellany madam, a female trader in miscellaneous articles. A dealer in trinkets or ornaments of various kinds, such as kept shops in the New Exchange, Nares. Miscellin, mixed grain, medley. Misconceit, misconception. Misprise, misprision, mistake, misunderstanding. Mistake away, carry away as if by mistake. Mithridate, an antidote against poison. Mocenigo, small Venetian coin, worth about 9 pence. Modern, in the mode, ordinary, commonplace. Moment, force or influence of value. Montanto, upward stroke. Month's mind, violent desire. Moorish, like a moor or waste. Morglay, sort of Bevis of Southampton. Morris dance, dance on May Day, etc., in which certain personages were represented. Mortality, death. Mort Mael, old sore, gangrene. Moscadino, confection flavored with musk. Mother, hysterica passio. Motion, proposal, request, puppet, puppet show, one of the small figures on the face of a large clock which was moved by the vibration of the pendulum, Wally. Motion, suggest, propose. Motley, party-colored dress of a fool, hence used to signify pertaining to, or like, a fool. Mot, motto. Mournival, set of 4 aces or court cards in a hand, a quartet. MOW, set or hay or sheaves of grain. Much. Expressive of irony and incredulity. Muckinder, handkerchief. Mule, born to ride on, judges or sergeants at law formerly rode on mules when going in state to Westminster, Whalley. Mullets, small pincers. MUM chance, game of chance, played in silence. MUN, must. Muri, dark crimson red. Muscovy glass, mica. Muse, wonder. Musical, in harmony. Mus, mouse, scramble. Myrobalane, foreign conserve, a dried plum, brought from the Indies. Mystery, art, trade, profession. Nail, to the, ad unguium, to perfection, to the very utmost. Native, natural. Neat, cattle. Neat, smartly apparelled, unmixed, dainty. Neatly, neatly finished. Neatness, elegance. NES, nose, scent. NEUF, NEAF, NEIF, fist. Nuft, newt. Niaise, foolish, inexperienced person. Nice, fastidious, trivial, finical, scrupulous. Niceness, fastidiousness. Nick, exact amount, right moment, set in the, meaning uncertain. Nice, suit, fit. Hit, seize the right moment, etc., exactly hit on, hit off. Noble, gold coin worth a success. 8D. Nocent, harmful. Nil, not will. Noise, company of musicians. Nomantak, an Indian chief from Virginia. Nones, nonce. Notable, egregious. Note, sign, token. NOUGHT, be, go to the devil, be hanged, etc. NOWT head, blockhead. Number, rhythm. Nupson, oaf, simpleton. OAD, woad. Obarney, preparation of mead. Object, oppose, expose, interpose. Oblatrant, barking, railing. Obnoxious, liable, exposed. Offensive. Observance, homage, devoted service. Observant, attentive, obsequious. Observe, show deference, respect. Observer, one who shows deference, or waits upon another. Obstinacy, legal phrase, juridical opposition. Obstreperous, clamorous, vociferous. Obstupefact, stupefied. Odling, must have some relation to tricking and cheating, nares. Ominous, deadly, fatal. Once, at once, for good and all, used also for additional emphasis. Only, preeminent, special. Open, make public, expound. Appellation, obstruction. Oppone, oppose. Opposite, antagonist. Oppress, suppress. Originus, native. ORT, remnant, scrap. Out, to be, to have forgotten one's part. Not at one with each other. Outcry, sale by auction. Outacquaintance, arrogance, presumption. Outspeak, speak more than. Overparted, given too difficult a part to play. Ausspiegel. See Hullglass. Oh yes. Oh yes, hear ye. Call of the public crier when about to make a proclamation. Packing penny, give a, dismiss, send packing. Pad, highway. Pad horse, road horse. Pained, slops, full breeches made of strips of different color and material. Painful, diligent, painstaking. Paint, blush. Palinode, ode of recantation. Pall, weaken, dim, make stale. Palm, triumph. Pan, skirt of dress or coat. Panel, pad, or rough kind of saddle. Panurali, inhabited by tripe sellers. Panyaman, hawker, a man employed about the inns of court to bring in provisions, set the table, etc. Pantoffel, indoor shoe, slipper. Paramentos, fine trappings. Paranomacy, a play upon words. Parentory, peremptory. Parcel, particle, fragment, used contemptuously, article. Parcel, part, partly. Parcel poet, poet aster. Perurga, subordinate matters. Pargit, to paint or plaster the face. Parle, parley. Parlous, clever, shrewd. Part, a portion. Partake, participate in. Parted, endowed, talented. Particular, individual person. Partisan, kind of halberd. Partridge, partridge. Parts, qualities, endowments. Pash, dash, smash. Pass, care, trouble oneself. Passado, fencing term, a thrust. Passage, game at dice. Passingly, exceedingly. Passion, effect caused by external agency. Passion, in so melancholy a tone, so pathetically. Patown. Father Peyton, pellet of dough. Perhaps the molding of the tobacco, for the pipe, Gifford, variant of Peton, South American name of tobacco. Patrico, the recorder, priest, orator of strolling beggars or gypsies. Patten, shoe with wooden sole. Go, keep step with, accompany. Pauca verba, few words. Paven, a stately dance. Peace, with my masters, by leave, favor. Peculiar, individual, single. Pedant, teacher of the languages. Peel, baker's shovel. Peep, speak in a small or shrill voice. Peevish, ly, foolish, ly, capricious, ly, childish, ly. Pelican, a retort fitted with tube or tubes, for continuous distillation. Pencil, small tuft of hair. Purdue, soldier accustomed to hazardous service. Peremptory, resolute, bold, imperious, thorough, utter, absolute, ly. Perimeter, circumference of a figure. Period, limit, end. Perk, perk up. Perpetuana, this seems to be that glossy kind of stuff now called everlasting, and anciently worn by sergeants and other city officers, Gifford. Perspective, a view, scene or scenery. An optical device which gave a distortion to the picture unless seen from a particular point, a relief, modeled to produce an optical illusion. Perspicil, optic glass. Perstringe, criticize, censure. Persuade, inculcate, commend. Persuade, mitigate. Pertinacy, pertinacity. Pestling, pounding, pulverizing, like a pestle. Petasis, broad-brimmed hat or winged cap worn by Mercury. Petitionary, supplicatory. Petronel, a kind of carbine or light gun carried by horsemen. Petulant, pert, insolent. Fear. See fear. Phlegma, watery distilled liquor, old chem. Water. Frenetic, madman. Pickardile, stiff upright collar fastened on to the coat, Whalley. Picked hatch, disreputable quarter of London. Piece, person, used for woman or girl. A gold coin worth in Jonson's time 20 seconds. Or 22s. Pieces of 8, Spanish coin, piastre equal to 8 reals. Pied, variegated. Pie pudres, Father Pied Pedro, dusty foot, court held at fairs to administer justice to itinerant vendors and buyers. Pilcher, term of contempt, one who wore a buff or leather jerkin, as did the sergeants of the counter, a pilferer. Piled, pilled, peeled, bald. Palled, polled, fleeced. Pimlico, sometimes spoken of as a person, perhaps master of a house famous for a particular ale, Gifford. Pine, afflict, distress. Pink, stab with a weapon, pierce or cut in scallops for ornament. Pinnace, a go-between in infamous sense. Pismire, ant. Pistolet, gold coin, worth about success. Pitch, height of a bird of prey's flight. Plague, punishment, torment. Plain, lament. Plain song, simple melody. Plays, place. Planet, struck with a, planets were supposed to have powers of blasting or exercising secret influences. Plausible, pleasing. Plausibly, approvingly. Plot, plan. Ply, apply oneself to. Poesy, posy, motto inside a ring. Point in his device, exact in every particular. Points, tagged laces or cords for fastening the breeches to the doublet. Point trusser, one who trussed, tied, his master's points, QV. Poise, weigh, balance. Poking stick, stick used for setting the plates of roughs. Politic, politician. Politic, judicious, prudent, political. Politician, plotter, intriguer. Pole, strip, plunder, gain by extortion. Pomander, ball of perfume, worn or hung about the person to prevent infection, or for foppery. Pomado, vaulting on a horse without the aid of stirrups. Pontic, sour. Popular, vulgar, of the populace. Populace, numerous. Port, gate. Print of a deer's foot. Port, transport. Portague, Portuguese gold coin, worth over 3 or 4 pounds. Portcullis, of coin, some old coins have a portcullis stamped on their reverse, Whalley. Portent, marvel, prodigy, sinister omen. Portentous, prophesying evil, threatening. Porter, references appear to allude to Parsons, the king's porter, who was, near 7 feet high, Whalley. Possess, inform, acquaint. Post and pair, a game at cards. Posy, motto. See poesy. Potch, poach. Polt foot, club foot. Pounce, claw, talon. Practice, intrigue, concerted plot. Practice, plot, conspire. Pragmatic, an expert, agent. Pragmatic, officious, conceited, meddling. Precedent, record of proceedings. Precept, warrant, summons. Precision, ISM, Puritan, ism, preciseness. Prefer, recommend. Presence, presence chamber. Present ly, immediate, ly, without delay, at the present time, actually. Press, force into service. Pressed, ready. Pretend, assert, allege. Prevent, anticipate. Price, worth, excellence. Prick, point, used in the writing of Hebrew and other languages. Prick, prick out, mark off, select, trace, track, away, make off with speed. Primero, game of cards. Princox, pert boy. Print, in, to the letter, exactly. Pristinate, former. Private, private interests. Private, privy, intimate. Proclive, prone to. Prodigious, monstrous, unnatural. Prodigy, monster. Produced, prolonged. Profess, pretend. Projection, the throwing of the powder of projection into the crucible to turn the melted metal into gold or silver. Prolate, pronounced drawlingly. Proper, of good appearance, handsome, own, particular. Properties, stage necessaries. Property, duty, tool. Prorumpt, burst out. Protest, vow, proclaim, an affected word of that time, formally declare non-payment, etc., of bill of exchange, figure failure of personal credit, etc. Provant, soldier's allowance, hence, of common make. Provide, foresee. Providence, foresight, prudence. Publication, making a thing public of common property, ned. Puckfist, puffball, insipid, insignificant, boasting fellow. Puff-wing, shoulder puff. Pun, judge of inferior rank, a junior. Pulchritude, beauty. Pump, shoe. Pungent, piercing. Punto, point, hit. Percept, precept, warrant. Pure, fine, capital, excellent. Purely, perfectly, utterly. Purl, pleat or fold of a ruff. Purse net, net of which the mouth is drawn together with a string. Pursuivant, state messenger who summoned the persecuted seminaries, warrant officer. Pursy, pursiness, short-winded, ness. Put, make a push, exert yourself, ned. Put off, excuse, shift. Put on, incite, encourage, proceed with, take in hand, try. Quacksalver, quack. Quaint, elegant, elaborated, ingenious, clever. Quar, quarry. Quarried, seized, or fed upon, as prey. Qun, hussy, jade. Queasy, hazardous, delicate. Quell, kill, destroy. Quest, request, inquiry. Question, decision by force of arms. Questman, one appointed to make official inquiry. Quib, quiblin, quibble, quip. Quick, the living. Quidit, quiddity, legal subtlety. Quirk, clever turn or trick. Quit, requite, repay, acquit, absolve, rid, forsake, leave. Quitterbone, disease of horses. Quadling, codling. Quoit, throw like a quoit, chuck. Quote, take note, observe, write down. Rack, neck of mutton or pork, Halliwell. Rake up, cover over. Ramp, rear, as a lion, etc. Rapt, carry away. Rapt, enraptured. Rascal, young or inferior deer. Rash, strike with a glancing oblique blow, as a boar with its tusk. Ratsy, Gamaliel, a famous highwayman. Raven, devour. Reach, understand. Reel, regal. Rebatu, rough, turn down collar. Rector, rectress, director, governor. Redargue, confute. Reduce, bring back. Read, read, counsel, advice. Reel, run riot. Refell, refute. Reformados, disgraced or disbanded soldiers. Regiment, government. Regression, return. Regular, tale of a tub, regular noun, quibble, ned. Religion, make a point of, scruple of. Relish, savor. Remnant, scrap of quotation. Remora, species of fish. Render, depict, exhibit, show. Repair, reinstate. Repetition, recital, narration. Rearmouse, bat. Resient, resident. Residence, sediment. Resolution, judgment, decision. Resolve, inform, assure. Prepare, make up one's mind, dissolve, come to a decision, be convinced, relax, set at ease. Respective, worthy of respect, regardful, discriminative. Respectively, with reverence. Respectless, regardless. Respire, exhale, inhale. Responsible, correspondent. Rest, musket rest. Rest, set up one's, venture one's all, one's last stake, from game of primero. Rest, arrest. Restive, resty, dull, inactive. Wretchless, ness, reckless, ness. Retire, cause to retire. Retricato, fencing term. Retrieve, rediscovery of game once sprung. Returns, ventures sent abroad, for the safe return of which so much money is received. Reverberate, dissolve or blend by reflected heat. Reverse, reverso, backhanded thrust, etc. In fencing. Revise, reconsider a sentence. Rhum, spleen, caprice. Ribibe, abusive term for an old woman. Rid, destroy, do away with. Rifling, raffling, dicing. Ring, cracked within the, coins so cracked were unfit for currency. Risen, rose. Revelled, wrinkled. Roarer, swaggerer. Rochet, fish of the gurnet kind. Rock, distaff. Rhodomontado, braggadocio. Rogue, vagrant, vagabond. Rondel, a round mark in the score of a public house, nares, roundel. Rook, sharper. Fool, dupe. Roseacre, similar to rat's bane. Rosa solis, a spiced spirituous liquor. Roses, rosettes. Round, gentlemen of the, officers of inferior rank. Round trunks, trunk hose, short loose breeches reaching almost or quite to the knees. Rouse, carouse, bumper. Rover, arrow used for shooting at a random mark at uncertain distance. Roly-poly, roly-poly. Rude, rudeness, unpolished, rough, ness, coarse, ness. Ruffle, flaunt, swagger. Rug, coarse frieze. Rug gowns, gown made of rug. Rush, reference to rushes with which the floors were then strewn. Rusher, one who strewed the floor with rushes. Russet, homespun cloth of neutral or reddish-brown color. Sack, loose, flowing gown. Sadly, seriously, with gravity. Sad, ness, sober, serious, ness. Sapphy, bailiffs. St. Thomas a Waterings, place in Surrey where criminals were executed. Saker, small piece of ordnance. Salt, leap. Salt, lascivious. Samsasheen, sweet marjoram. Saraband, a slow dance. Saturnals, began December 17th. Sauciness, presumption, insolence. Saucy, bold, impudent, wanton. Sauna, lat, a gesture of contempt. Savor, perceive, gratify, please, to partake of the nature. Say, sample. Say, assay, try. Scald, word of contempt, implying dirt and disease. Scallion, shallot, small onion. Skanderbeg, name which the Turks, in allusion to Alexander the Great, gave to the brave Castriot, chief of Albania, with whom they had continual wars. His romantic life had just been translated, Gifford. Scape, escape. Scarab, beetle. Scartoccio, fold of paper, cover, cartouche, cartridge. Sconce, head. Scope, aim. Scot and lot, tax, contribution, formerly a parish assessment. Scotomy, dizziness in the head. Scour, purge. Scorse, deal, swap. Scratches, disease of horses. Sroyle, mean, rascally fellow. Scruple, doubt. Seal, put hand to the giving up of property or rights. Sealed, stamped as genuine. Seam rent, ragged. Seaming laces, insertion or edging. Sear up, close by searing, burning. Sourced, sifted. Secretary, able to keep a secret. Secular, worldly, ordinary, commonplace. Secure, confident. Seely, happy, blessed. Season, legal term, possession. Celery, lewd person. Semblably, similarly. Seminary, a Romish priest educated in a foreign seminary. Senseless, insensible, without sense or feeling. Sensibly, perceptibly. Sensive, sensitive. Sensual, pertaining to the physical or material. Serene, harmful dew of evening. Saracen, red tincture. Servant, lover. Services, doughty deeds of arms. Sesterce, Roman copper coin. Set, stake, wager. Set up, drill. Sets, deep plates of the rough. Sewer, officer who served up the feast, and brought water for the hands of the guests. Shape, a suit by way of disguise. Shift, fraud, dodge. Shifter, cheat. Shittle, shuttle, shuttlecock, shuttlecock. Shot, tavern reckoning. Shot clog, one only tolerated because he paid the shot, reckoning, for the rest. Shot free, scot-free, not having to pay. Shove groat, low kind of gambling amusement, perhaps somewhat of the nature of pitch and toss. Shot sharks, drawers. Shrewd, mischievous, malicious, cursed. Shrewdly, keenly, in a high degree. Shrive, sheriff, posts were set up before his door for proclamations, or to indicate his residence. Shroving, shrovetide, season of merriment. Sigilla, seal, mark. Silenced brethren, ministers, those of the church or nonconformists who had been silenced, deprived, etc. Silly, simple, harmless. Simple, silly, witless, plain, true. Simples, herbs. Single, term of chase, signifying when the hunted stag is separated from the herd, or forced to break covert. Single, weak, silly. Single money, small change. Singular, unique, supreme. Siqus, bill, advertisement. Skeldring, getting money under false pretenses, swindling. Skill, not, matters not. Skink, pour, draw, tapster. Skirt, tail. Sleek, smooth. Slice, fire shovel or pan, dial. Slick, sleek, smooth. Slid, slight, sprecious, irreverent oaths. Slight, slight, cunning, cleverness, trick. Slip, counterfeit coin, bastard. Slippery, polished and shining. Slops, large loose breeches. Slot, print of a stag's foot. Slur, put a slur on. Cheat, by sliding a die in some way. Smelt, gull, simpleton. Snorl, perhaps snarl, as puppy is addressed, Cunningham. Snottery, filth. Snuff, anger, resentment, take in, take offense at. Snuffers, small open silver dishes for holding snuff, or receptacle for placing snuffers in, Halliwell. Sock, shoe worn by comic actors. Sod, seethe. Soggy, soaked, sodden. Soil, take, said of a hunted stag when he takes to the water for safety. Sol, sow. Soldados, soldiers. Solicit, rouse, excite to action. Sooth, flattery, cajolery. Soothe, flatter, humor. Sophisticate, adulterate. Sort, company, party, rank, degree. Sort, suit, fit, select. Souse, ear. Soused, devil is an ass, foul. Red soat, which Dice interprets as a variety of the spelling of shooed, to shoo is to scare a bird away. See his Webster, page 350. Souter, cobbler. Spagirica, chemistry according to the teachings of Paracelsus. Spar, bar. Speak, make known, proclaim. Speculation, power of sight. Sped, to have fared well, prospered. Species. Spite, anger, rancor. Spinner, spider. Spinstry, lewd person. Spittle, hospital, lazar house. Spleen, considered the seat of the emotions. Spleen, caprice, humor, mood. Sprunt, spruce. Spurge, foam. Spurryl, gold coin worth 15s. Squire, square, measure, by the, exactly. Staggering, wavering, hesitating. Stain, disparagement, disgrace. Stale, decoy or cover, stalking horse. Stale, make cheap, common. Stalk, approach stealthily or under cover. Stall, forestall. Standard, suit. Staple, market, emporium. Stark, downright. Starting holes, loopholes of escape. State, dignity. Canopied chair of state, estate. Statuminate, support vines by poles or stakes, used by Pliny, Gifford. Stay, gag. Stay, await, detain. Stickler, second or umpire. Stigmatize, mark, brand. Still, continual, ly, constant, ly. Stinkard, stinking fellow. Stint, stop. Styptic, astringent. Stoccata, thrust in fencing. Stockfish, salted and dried fish. Stomach, pride, valor. Stomach, resent. Stoop, swoop down as a hawk. Stop, fill, stuff. Stopple, stopper. Stoat, stoat, weasel. Stup, stoop, swoop equals bow. Straight, straightway. Stramazoun, idolstramazone, a down blow, as opposed to the thrust. Strange, like a stranger, unfamiliar. Strangeness, distance of behavior. Streghts, or Bermudas, labyrinth of alleys and courts in the Strand. Strigonium, Grau in Hungary, taken from the Turks in 1597. Strike, balance, accounts. Stringhalt, disease of horses. Stroker, smoother, flatterer. Strook, pp of strike. Strummel patched, strummel is glossed in dialect dicts. As, a long, loose and disheveled head of hair. Studies, studious efforts. Style, title, pointed instrument used for writing on wax tablets. Subtle, fine, delicate, thin, smooth, soft. Subtlety, subtility, subtle device. Suburb, connected with loose living. Succubi, demons in form of women. Suck, extract money from. Sufferance, suffering. Summed, term of falconry, with full-grown plumage. Supernegulum, topers turned the cup bottom up when it was empty. Superstitious, overscrupulous. Supple, to make pliant. Surbate, make sore with walking. Surcease, cease. Your reverence, save your reverence. Survise, peruse. Susceptibility, excitability. Suspect, suspicion. Suspend, suspect. Suspended, held over for the present. Sutler, victualler. Swad, clown, boor. Swath bands, swaddling clothes. Swinge, beat. Tabard, emblazoned mantle or tunic worn by knights and heralds. Table, pair of, tablets, notebook. Tabor, small drum. Tabret, tabor. Taffeta, silk, tough taffeta, a more costly silken fabric. Taint, a staff, break a lance at tilting in an unscientific or dishonorable manner. Take in, capture, subdue. Take me with you, let me understand you. Take up, obtain on credit, borrow. Talent, sum or weight of Greek currency. Tall, stout, brave. Tankard bearers, men employed to fetch water from the conduits. Tarleton, celebrated comedian and jester. Tartarus, like a tartar. Tavern token, to swallow a, get drunk. Tell, count. Tell troth, truth teller. Temper, modify, soften. Tender, show regard, care for, cherish, manifest. Tent, take heed. Terse, swept and polished. Tertia, that portion of an army levied out of one particular district or division of a country, Gifford. Teston, tester, coin worth 6d. Thrd constable. Thread, quality. Threeves, droves. 3 farthings, piece of silver current under Elizabeth. 3-piled, of finest quality, exaggerated. Thriftily, carefully. Thrums, ends of the weaver's warp, coarse yarn made from. Thumb ring, familiar spirits were supposed capable of being carried about in various ornaments or parts of dress. Tibacine, player on the tibia, or pipe. Tic-tac, games similar to backgammon. Tightly, promptly. Tim, expressive of a climax of nonentity. Timeless, untimely, unseasonable. Tincture, an essential or spiritual principle supposed by alchemists to be transfusible into material things. An imparted characteristic or tendency. Tenke, tinkle. Tippet, turn, change behavior or way of life. Tipstaff, staff tipped with metal. Tire, headdress. Tire, feed ravenously, like a bird of prey. Titillation, that which tickles the senses, as a perfume. Tod, fox. Toiled, worn out, harassed. Token, piece of base metal used in place of very small coin, when this was scarce. Tunnels, nostrils. Top, parish, large top kept in villages for amusement and exercise in frosty weather when people were out of work. Toter, tutor, player on a wind instrument. Touse, pull, rend. Toward, docile, apt, on the way to, as regards, present, at hand. Toy, whim, trick, term of contempt. Tract, attraction. Train, allure, entice. Transitory, transmittable. Translate, transform. Tray-trip, game at dice, success depended on throwing a 3, nares. Trekker, treacher, traitor. Trean, wooden. Trencher, serving man who carved or served food. Trundle-tail, trundle-tail, curly-tailed. Trick, tricking, term of heraldry, to draw outline of coat of arms, etc., without blazoning. Trig, a spruce, dandified man. Trill, trickle. Trillabub, tripe, any worthless, trifling thing. Tripoli, come from able to perform feats of agility, a jest nominal, depending on the first part of the word, Gifford. Trite, worn, shabby. Trivia, 3-faced goddess, Hecate. Trojan, familiar term for an equal or inferior, thief. Troll, sing loudly. Tromp, trump, deceive. Trope, figure of speech. Trow, think, believe, wonder. Trowel, troll. Trousers, breeches, drawers. Trutchman, interpreter. Trundle, John, well-known printer. Trundle, roll, go rolling along. Trundling cheats, term among gypsies and beggars for carts or coaches, Gifford. Trunk, speaking tube. Truss, tie the tagged laces that fastened the breeches to the doublet. Tubacine, trumpeter. Tucket, idle toccato, introductory flourish on the trumpet. Tuition, guardianship. Tumbler, a particular kind of dog so called from the mode of his hunting. Tumbrel slop, loose, baggy breeches. Turd, excrement. Tusk, gnash the teeth, Century Dictionary. Twire, peep, twinkle. Twopenny room, gallery. Tiring house, a tiring room. Eulenspiegel. See hullglass. Umbral, like or pertaining to a shadow. Umbr, brown dye. Unbaited, unabated. Unbeard. Excessively bored. Uncarnate, not fleshly, or of flesh. Uncouth, strange, unusual. Undertaker, one who undertook by his influence in the House of Commons to carry things agreeably to His Majesty's wishes. Wally, one who becomes surety for. Unequal, unjust. Unaccepted, no objection taken at. Unfeared, unaffrighted. Unhappily, unfortunately. Unicorn's horn, supposed antidote to poison. Unkind, ly, unnatural, ly. Unmanned, untamed, term in falconry. Unquit, undischarged. Unready, undressed. Unrude, rude to an extreme. Unseasoned, unseasonable, unripe. Unsealed, a hawk's eyes were sealed by sewing the eyelids together with fine thread. Untimely, unseasonably. Unvaluable, invaluable. Upbraid, make a matter of reproach. Upsee, heavy kind of Dutch beer, Halliwell, Dutch, in the Dutch fashion. Uptails all, refrain of a popular song. Urge, allege as accomplice, instigator. Urchin, hedgehog. Use, interest on money. Part of sermon dealing with the practical application of doctrine. Use, be in the habit of, accustomed to, put out to interest. Usqubugh, whiskey. Usure, usury. Utter, put in circulation, make to pass current, put forth for sale. Veil, bow, do homage. Veils, tips, gratuities. Vol. See veil. Valleys, father valise, portmanteau, bag. Vapor, s, n and v, used affectedly, like humor, in many senses, often very vaguely and freely ridiculed by Jonson. Humor, disposition, whims, brag, jing, hector, ing, etc. Varlet, bailiff, or sergeant at mace. Vut, vault. Veer, nautical, pay out. Vegetal, vegetable, person full of life and vigor. Velout, velvet. Velvet custard. Cf. Taming of the Shrew, 4. 382, custard coffin, coffin being the raised crust over a pie. Vent, vend, sell, give outlet to, scent, snuff up. Venue, bout, fencing term. Verdugo, span, hangman, executioner. Verge, within a certain distance of the court. Vx, agitate, torment. Vice, the buffoon of old moralities, some kind of machinery for moving a puppet, Gifford. Vi and revi, to hazard a certain sum, and to cover it with a larger one. Vincent against York, 2 heralds at arms. Vindicate, avenge. Verge, wand, rod. Virginal, old form of piano. Virtue, valor. Vively, in lifelike manner, livelily. Vizard, mask. Vogue, rumor, gossip. Voice, vote. Void, leave, quit. Volarii, cage, aviary. Volley, the volley, at random, from a term of tennis. Vorloff, furlough. Wadlow, keeper of the Devil Tavern, where Jonson and his friends met in the Apollo room, Wally. Waghts, waits, night musicians, band of musical watchmen, Webster, or old form of hautboys. Wanyan, vengeance, plague, Nares. Ward, a famous pirate. Ward, garden fencing. Watchet, pale, sky blue. Wheel, welfare. Weed, garment. Weft, waif. Waits, to the gold, to every minute particular. Welkin, sky. Well spoken, of fair speech. Well torned, turned and polished, as on a wheel. Welt, hem, border of fur. Wear, weather. Whetstone, George, an author who lived 1544 to 1587. Whiff, a smoke, or drink, inhaling the tobacco smoke or some such accomplishment. Whichis, neighings, whinnyings. Whimsy, whim, humor. Wineling, whining, weakly. Wit, a mere jot. White meat, food made of milk or eggs. Wicked, bad, clumsy. Wicker, pliant, agile. Wilding, esp fruit of wild apple or crab tree, Webster. Wine, I have the, for you, Prov. I have the perquisites, of the office, which you are to share, Cunningham. Whinny, same as old word, one, to stay, etc. Wally. Wise woman, fortune teller. Wish, recommend. WSS, was, I, certainly, of a truth. Without, beyond. Witty, cunning, ingenious, clever. Wood, collection, lot. Woodcock, term of contempt. Woolsack, pies, name of tavern. Wort, unfermented beer. Woundy, great, extreme. Wreak, revenge. Wrought, wrought upon. Was, interjection. See wis. Yeenling, lamb, kid. Zany, an inferior clown, who attended upon the chief fool and mimicked his tricks.